Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto had a dominant relationship with Officer Jenny? So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. A blonde boy, barely 7 years old, was lost in the forest. Tears were running down his face, just like he was, across the forest. He didn't know what happened, or how did he end up here, but one thing was for sure. He needed to get out of here fast or Pokemon will attack him and eat him up. He closed his eyes. It was not like he could see anything in the dark. It was full moon night, but the trees blocked any kind of moonlight. With the amount of effort he was putting in his running, he tripped and fall down a little slope. He finally opened his eyes and looked around, checking his surroundings before he took a look at himself. His knee was scrapped. It was hurting, but nothing like he couldn't handle. He was led when he heard loud explosions coming from his left side. With the curiosity getting the best of him, he decided to check what it was all about. It was something that scared him worse than the forest he was in. Two Pokemons were fighting each other. One shadow-like, with white fog-like head, scarcely visible in the dark. It was like the dark of the night was his ally, his shadow stretching to impossible lengths. The other had a swan-like body. It was blue, with yellow underside and pink-colored wings, which looked more like rings. Those two were undeniably powerful if the amount of explosions and the damage to the surrounding area was anything to go by. The Dark-type Pokemon, though he didn't know the actual type, charged up and fired a move at the Light-type Pokemon, which was easily dodged. The move, it felt horrible to Naruto. The second Pokemon charged a well-known move, Hyper Beam, and struck the Dark one. It seemed that the Dark Pokemon was already injured from all of the fighting and could not dodge quickly. Two rings of white light surrounded the Light Pokemon and them formed a sphere in front of it and shot it at the already downed Dark Pokemon. When it confirmed that the Dark type will not get up, it left. Naruto approached the defeated Pokemon, his fear forgotten, now replaced with worry for the floored Pokemon. He walked slowly towards the Dark Pokemon and carefully checked if it was still conscious. It wasn't. It was injured. Bruises and cuts covered its body. Naruto cautiously pulled out a hanky from his pocket and started cleaning him. He realized it was futile and needed some water. Naruto picked the downed Pokemon and somehow dragged it to the base of the tree and hid it with some bushes. He left to find some source of water. After walking around for some time, he finally found what he was looking for. A small stream of water. He dipped his hanky and returned to the Pokemon he was hiding. He cleaned the wounds as much as he could and then returned to the water body. He repeated the procedure several times and finally cleaned all the wounds. He was tired of all the running he did and finally fell down next to it, sleep almost immediately consuming him. He woke to some Pokemon chirping. He realized it was late morning. His stomach made a loud noise and he signed. He had not eaten since lunch yesterday. He needed to find something to eat for himself and the Pokemon. When it woke up, his dry throat reminded he needed some water too. He picked himself up and walked slowly towards the stream of water he found in the night. Now he could really see how beautiful it looked in the daylight. Few water Pokemon he didn't recognize were playing in it even. He looked around for something to carry water with, to the Dark Pokemon, and he was in luck because he did find a large enough hollow log to fill with water. He did just as planned and found some bushes with berries and decided to take some with him. He just hoped they were eatable and did not have some side effects. He returned to the spot where he had hidden the Dark Pokemon and thought it was time for him to wake it up. He wished it wouldn't be startled upon seeing him. He too took some water from the log and sprinkled it on its face. The Dark Pokemon woke up with a start but grimaced with pain. The fight with the other Pokemon had damaged it more than it thought. The Pokemon of course looked up to see a child, a human child no less, sitting beside it. And by the looks of it, he was the one to sprinkle water on its face. It began growling, which put the blonde child on edge. "Are you the one to throw water on my face?" it said with a menacing voice. The blonde boy was really surprised that the Pokemon was capable of human speech. Having been never coming across such a Pokemon, he was amazed. "Wow, you can talk. So cool," he exclaimed. The Pokemon couldn't even cover its ear. Does it even have ears? So they were ringing with the unexpectedly loud voice. The boy sure have some lungs on him. It thought. "What are you doing here?" it asked again, then looked around and found himself surrounded with some bushes as if the boy was trying to hide it. "What happened here?" You and some other Pokemon were fighting last night. It was so cool, but you got injured and lost. You were unconscious, he said, struggling with the big word, so I dragged you here. I looked around for some water, but didn't wanted to leave you unprotected, so I hid you in the bushes and then cleaned your wounds. Then I was too tired to do anything, so I slept. But I got up early and got us some food and water, he said, pointing to the hollow log filled with water and few berries in his hands. Whatever the Pokemon was expecting, it was not this, but he thanked the boy nonetheless. Thank you for the help, but I need to get going. He stood up, with some noticeable efforts, and started to float towards some random direction. Hey, wait up, the boy exclaimed. Where are you going? He asked, showing concern on his face. It surprised the dark Pokemon, it had never met such a human before. What is it to you? The Pokemon asked. Naruto was suddenly nervous and laughed a little. You see, I am lost and have no idea where to go. The Pokemon decided to return the favor and pointed him to direction towards the nearest town. The boy thanked the Pokemon and started walking towards the direction given to him. The dark Pokemon turned around and started floating in the opposite direction. Only a few seconds later there was a loud scream and a lot of flying-type Pokemon screeching. He sighed and decided to help the little one that has helped it not a long while ago. He charged a dark pulse and fired it at flying-type Pokemons, making them scatter. The boy was already running and didn't even bother to look back. He sighed and started following him, without being seen. The boy reached the town and from there asked Officer Jenny the direction of Sanjum Town, where Professor Rowan's lab was located. The kind officer took pity on the lost boy and dropped him off to where he was going. Naruto was in Professor Rowan's lab before the sundown. He quietly opened the door but was surprised to see his adoptive uncle already there, glaring at him. Now, Professor Rowan may look a little bit intimidating but is actually quite mild-tempered and kind. But the moment boy's eyes met him, he knew he was in trouble. A lot of trouble. Naruto, would you explain what happened and where you were since yesterday? He said. His voice was stern, instead of usual gentle. That sealed the deal, he was officially mad at him. The boy now named Naruto began sweating. You see, I was wandering around, chasing a Pokemon when I got lost and didn't know where to go. He signed and resigned to his fate. He knew he was up for a severe tongue lashing. Sometime later I ran into some Pokemon and they pointed me towards the nearest town, then Officer Jenny dropped me here. He dropped his head. Rowan didn't know what to say to that. On one hand he was extremely angry that Naruto recklessly ran behind a Pokemon, on the other hand he was happy that the boy returned wherever he was lost. He shook his head, it was not for him to decide. And he will let his mother deal with him. I don't know what to do with you, Naruto, so I will let your mother deal with you, said the professor. The blonde paled at the thought. While everyone knew his mother, Sanjum Town's Nurse Joy was a kind woman, but Naruto knew she had a fiery temper when it came to handle him. He had done some pretty stupid things in his small life and was punished for it after all. He didn't get the chance to think of some excuse before Nurse Joy came running in and embraced Naruto. He was about to say something when he noticed his mother was crying. Now he felt like a jerk. His mother was worried sick about him, and here he was foolishly chasing a Pokemon to an unknown location. I'm sorry, Mom. I won't do it again. I'm so sorry. He apologized softly, embracing his mother. His mother held on to him and cried for few more minutes, before finally calming down. Please don't do that again, Naruto. I don't know what I would do without you. She spoke softly, still sniffing. I promise, Mother, I won't, he said, as he wiped his mother's tears. Nurse Joy looked at him. Her eyes were red from all the crying and face still wet from tears. I know how much you love to learn more about Pokemons, so I have decided. She took a deep breath to calm her raging nerves. Professor Rowan is going to different regions to learn different professors, and at last will head to Kanto region to study under Professor Oak, and you, Naruto, are going to go with him. Both Professor and the boy were shocked to hear that. They couldn't understand how she was allowing him to go with the professor when she had refused all other time before. But Mother, he didn't get to finish before he was interrupted by his mother. No, Naruto, it's not your punishment, she said with an exhalation. I know how much you love Pokemon and want to learn more about them or see a new species, so you will accompany him. She hugged him once again. Naruto returned the gesture and agreed. I will, Mother, and thank you, he said quietly, thanking his mother. Naruto knew how much his mother loved him and never allowed him out of her sight. For her tea, Let Naruto go would be too painful for her, and the boy understood the fact clearly. Naruto was sitting in the backyard garden, watching all the Pokemon play and compete with each other. All he wanted was for his mother to allow him to learn new things by journeying across the region, but she refused every time, arguing that he was too young, which he admitted he was. But now that he knew that his dream was coming true, it felt hollow somehow. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone sneaking behind him until it spoke. "Something troubling you?" it asked. Naruto was startled out of his thoughts by the deep-sounding voice. He jerked his head around and noticed the same Pokemon he had helped last night. "Why are you here?" Naruto asked. He was surprised to see the dark Pokemon again. "I was just going my way, when I heard you screaming and decided to follow you to make sure you reach where you were going safely," it said, surprising even itself with the answer. Thank you." He didn't know what to say to that. He was grateful that it decided to follow him, otherwise it would be difficult to say, at least, to reach his hometown. "Name's Naruto, by the way," he said. "I am Darkrai," it said, simply, without disclosing any other information about itself. "Who was the other one you were fighting that night? And why were you fighting?" He was curious as to why they were fighting in the first place. "The other Pokemon you saw was Cresselia. We are arch enemies, we fight each other all the time. This time I was already wounded from my previous battle, so she thrashed me around," it said. While it was bitter to accept that he lost, it was due to his earlier combat. "So, you are trying to say that you would have won if you hadn't been already injured?" he asked, knowing that pride may not allow them to accept that. "I don't know," it said straightforwardly. "We are equal in terms of power and abilities, so the fight could have gone either way," it admitted. "So then, why are you so down?" Naruto's face immediately dropped and looked away before answering. "I was chasing down some Pokemon, when I got lost, then you know the rest. It's just that my mother was so worried about me. Now she wants me to travel with Uncle Rowan to the different regions and learn more about Pokemons. It has always been my dream, but that's now how I wanted to do it," the boy said, his voice barely a whisper. But the dark-type Pokemon heard him clearly. "Maybe, maybe not," it started, "but time has already passed for you to worry about that. You have been given the chance you wanted all your life. Now the question is, will you take it or let it go?" it asked. Naruto pondered the situation again, sure it was not under the greatest circumstances that happened, but why not make the most out of it? He took a deep breath, calming himself, and finally smiled. "You are right, I should not waste this opportunity," he said, but got a fantastic idea. "Hey, why don't you come with me? We could learn so much from other, and maybe then you could beat that Pokemon." He tried to coax it to join him, but the Pokemon saw right through the act. But before he could respond, it noticed something which made it stop. The boy, no, Naruto was just like it, a loner. Sure, he had people who cared about him, but he was without friends. No one could connect to him at such a personal, like a friend, just like it. He was so desperate to make a friend, no matter human or Pokemon, that he was practically ready to do anything to please them. "All right, I will do it," it said. "Thank you," the boy said. He didn't expected the Pokemon to actually accept his offer. He was grateful nonetheless. It was his first friend in a long time, well, lifetime. Tomorrow morning, Naruto was getting ready for his trip in the other regions, packing his clothes and other necessary items, when he heard footsteps coming towards. Looking up, his mother was coming with something in her hands, wrapped up in the gift paper, with some other items. "Hey sweetie, I have some things for you. Here, this is for you." She gave him a large item wrapped in gift paper. "And here are some Pokeballs for you when you are ready to start your journey," she said, giving him a strained smile, trying to look happy for him. "Well, open it up." She pointed towards the wrapped-up item. Naruto gently picked up the item and carefully removed the wrapping. Inside was an egg, more specifically, a Pokemon egg. Naruto was surprised. His mother was giving him a Pokemon egg, let alone considering it our prize must have been evident on his face, because his mother gave him a warm smile and said, "I know what you must be thinking, but Professor Rowan are going to be there with you to take care of the egg. So I think I can trust you with such a great responsibility. And one more thing, this egg is from the Kalos region, so some professors would like to study it a bit." Naruto just nodded, not sure what to really say, but was happy that his mother trusted him so much. He put all the extra things in his bags and picked up the egg before giving his mother a one-armed hug. The nurse returned the embrace and few tears fell from her eyes. They remained like that for nearly a minute and then headed to Professor Rowan's laboratory. The mother-son duo was walking in a comfortable silence and reached the lab few minutes later. Professor Rowan was already there with some other girl, who looked to be 10-year-old. Professor noticed both Naruto and Nurse Joy approaching him and waved his hand in greeting. "Hey there Naruto, Nurse Joy." Naruto returned the wave while Joy gave his a small smile, but it was the boy who spoke. "Hello Uncle Rowan, who is she?" The blonde asked as he pointed towards the girl. She was blonde, wearing yellow-colored dress. He was never actually good with telling their different gaoi just, sighed, Naruto, it's impolite to point. Before looking at the girl. "I'm sorry, looks like I still have to teach him some manners." She gave him a glare that had him sweating. "Naruto. Apologize." Now, Naruto quickly bowed his head in an apologetic manner. "I am sorry," he said. It was easier to just agree with his mother, then suffer punishment later. The girl just smiled at him, not at all minding his initial rudeness. She put out her hand. "I'm Cynthia, I'm just starting as a trainer." Naruto stared at her for a moment and smiled in return. "So have you already decided which Pokemon you are going to choose?" he asked the fellow blonde. "I'm not here to get a Pokemon, you see. I already have one," showing him her Pokeball. "I'm here to register as trainer and then be off on my way." Naruto was not really surprised to hear that. While not common, it was not that rare either. "So you already have a Pokemon, huh? Can I see it?" Cynthia smiled at his eagerness and pulled out a Pokeball. She pressed the button on the table tennis-size ball and it soon became baseball-sized and a red light escaped from it. "Come on out Gibble," she said, and came out the ground dragon-type Pokemon. Naruto was excited to see the pseudo-legendary type Pokemon. It was his first time seeing that particular species. Even though it was not uncommon to spot them in wild, Naruto was rarely let out on his own. "Wow, so cool," he exclaimed. The small Pokemon let out a happy noise, jumping all the while. "I'm glad you think so." Then she noticed a Pokemon egg in his hand. "It seems you have a Pokemon egg. And the one I'm not familiar with," she said. Naruto gave her a big smile. "He was always happy to talk about Pokemon. It's from the Kalos region, even I am not sure which Pokemon will come out of it." At that exact moment Professor Rowan came out of the room or lab, whatever, and gave Cynthia her Pokédex. It was dark blue and purple in color. "Now Cynthia, you are all set, from now on you are a registered trainer," the professor said, smiling. Cynthia accepted the device and immediately it was turned on. "Hi, I'm a Pokédex programmed by Professor Rowan for Pokemon trainer Cynthia of the town of Celestic. My function is to provide Cynthia with information and advice regarding Pokemon and their training. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced." A voice came from the device. Cynthia closed the handheld device and pocketed it along with 5 other Pokeballs. She returned Ed Gibble to his Pokeball and then said goodbye and left. Naruto stared at her back for some time and decided then and there, "I too am going to become a trainer soon, well as soon as I can, that is." Professor Rowan smiled at his words. "I'm sure you would. Now are you ready for your journey?" he asked. Naruto, who was nearly jumping with joy, returned the smile and answered, "I'm ready when you are." Rowan didn't waste any more time and said goodbye to his assistants while also giving them a last-minute advice and instruction. He picked up his bag and made his way towards the car which was waiting for them outside. The Pokemon professor hopped in the car and Naruto quickly joined him on the second seat. Both said goodbye to their friends, assistants in Professor's case and mother in Naruto's case. When the car finally zoomed out of view, did Nurse Joy stopped waving and left for the Pokemon Center. When they had been driving for at least few hours, Naruto finally asked, "Where are we going Uncle Rowan?" Rowan kept his focus on the task at hand but answered, "We are first going to Celestic Town. I have to collect some research documents and then to Hearthome City, where we will take the plane to the Hoenn region." The blonde was surprised to hear that. "I thought we were going to Kanto region because you wanted to study under Professor Oak." Rowan then answered, "Yes, we will go there, eventually. But first, we will make a few stops along the way in each region, so I can meet different professors and share knowledge among us." Rowan smiled and looked at the boy. "Don't worry Naruto. Think of this as an opportunity. You will learn a lot about Pokemon of different regions and what the professors of the region specializes in. Naruto was excited at the prospect of learning more about Pokemon, but at the same time he liked on-hand's approach, not reading from books. He was silent for the rest of the journey, while carefully holding the egg he was given and examining it. It was unlike any other egg he had ever seen, and while learning from Uncle Rowan he had seen a lot of them. His mother did said it was from the Kalos region, but Naruto took this as a challenge. He will learn all there is to learn about the egg and the Pokemon, even if he had to go to the region himself. Naruto was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice when the information about the Pokemon and the egg started flowing in his head. His eyes turned red for the moment but went unnoticed by both of them. The blonde was surprised when he realized that he already somehow knew whose egg this was. He shook his head. He will think about this some other time. Now was not the time, as they had already reached their destination. Some time later, on the way to Hearthome City, Naruto was introduced to Professor Carolina, who he later learned was Cynthia's grandmother, and also the one who gave her Gibble. She was very outspoken and cared for her grandmother very much and was very proud of her. Professor Rowan didn't waste any time in getting the documents he wanted, and then both the professor and the blonde started off for their real journey. They were currently going to Hearthome City, from where they would take the airplane to the Hoenn region. After some hours of driving they finally arrived their destination. It was still few hours before sundown, so Naruto decided to look around town a bit. Hearthome City, Naruto knew, was 5th largest city in the world, but he was quite annoyed with all the noise and traffic and settled for a peaceful clearing. It was not far, just a few minutes walk away from the main road. He settled against a tree and picked out a sandwich his mother had packed for him. Suddenly the dark Pokemon appeared in front of him. "So this is where you were," he stated. Naruto was startled at first but quickly settled, knowing it was just Darkrai. "Yeah, I wanted some peace and a break from all the traveling." He extended his other sandwich to the Pokemon, to which he accepted. They both were sitting in silence when they heard a loud noise coming from some distance and decided to check it out. Several Zangoose were attacking a Chimchar. He was about to interfere when the small fire type activated his ability Blaze and charged a super-powered flame wheel. It took out almost all of them, but 2 were still remaining and were growling at it. Chimchar was too tired to continue and was injured. The Zangoose was about to pounce at him when he shouted, "Darkrai, Dark Pulse!" Quote, the dark type didn't know why, but it compelled to the boy's command and fired the Dark Pulse at the remaining normal type Pokemon, scaring them and making them run away. Naruto then approached Chimchar and noticed how it flinched. He lifted his hand to show that he was not going to do anything to it and gently picked it up from the ground and ran to the nearest Pokemon Center. He was getting some weird looks from the people who saw him carrying an injured Pokemon. He head Hearthome City Pokemon Center few minutes later and immediately approached Nurse Joy. "Hey, Nurse Joy," he nearly shouted, "I found this Chimchar like this, can you please help him?" Nurse Joy took the Pokemon from his hand and without any delay, proceeded on to the hospital room. All she said to him was to wait here. The boy was worried about the small fire-type Pokemon. He waited for some time when Nurse Joy finally appeared, bringing Chimchar with him. When she was the boy, she smiled and said, "Your Chimchar is fine, he wasn't injured much but was very tired after using Blaze. All you have to do now is take it easy, begin training again." After hearing that, Naruto sighed in relief, but the pink-haired nurse frowned. "Aren't you too young to be a Pokemon trainer though?" she asked. Naruto chuckled and replied, "It's not really my Pokemon, as I am not a trainer yet, but I found him at a state like this and immediately bring him to the Pokemon Center." "So now what are you going to do with him, oh dear nephew of mine?" she asked playfully. Naruto was surprised to hear that. "Your nephew? You know about me?" The nurse giggled at his expression. "Of course, silly, all of us know about you, and why wouldn't we? One of our sister has a son." Naruto smiled at that. He didn't know why, but the thought of his extended family really made him happy. Like it was what he craved all his life. But he knew he was never alone, so these kinds of thought was really confusing at times. "So, do all of the Nurse Joy know me, or just this region's?" he asked. The nurse was thoughtful for a moment before she answered. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I think all of the Sinnoh region's Nurse Joy know you. You will have to find out for yourself, I guess." She gave him a real warm smile before asking, "So what are you going to do with him?" Pointing towards the chimp Pokemon. "I'm not a Pokemon trainer yet, but I'm sure Uncle Rowan wouldn't mind him coming with us, if he really wants to." He looked directly at the fire-type Pokemon. Do you want to come with us? The small Pokemon was really happy that someone was asking him to come with them and accepted without much thought. Naruto pulled out a Pokeball from his backpack and captured Chimchar. Well, now that's out of the way, I really need to get going or Uncle Rowan would be worried about me. It was nice meeting you, Aunt Joy, he said. The nurse dropped to his height level and hugged him. Naruto was taken aback for a moment before they returned the embrace. Bye, she said softly. The boy nodded, smiled and left. He was in deep thoughts. As he was returning to the hotel, he were staying for the night with his uncle. His was debating on the matter, whether or not he should tell him, his uncle, about the Pokemon he had caught. In the end he decided against it. If he found out, well, he would not find out until they reach Hoenn. He hoped. After spending more than 4 hours on the plane, Naruto was more than ready to jump off, if it didn't land soon. Fortunately the plane landed only few minutes later. Naruto immediately made his way out of the flying machine. It was no fun just sitting around for 4 hours, doing nothing. At least he had some books on Hoenn Pokemons. While not his favorite pastime activity, it helped a lot. The blonde boy and the Sinnoh's professor both left the airplane. Professor B. Urch was already there in his SUV waiting for both of them. Professor smiled at seeing his colleague and waved his hand in greeting. Professor Birch, Naruto noticed, was quite casual, wearing khaki show RTS and dark blue t-shirt under usual lab coats. He greeted both of them and signaled them to hop in. Professor Rowan and Naruto joined and both the elder man were soon engaged in their small talk. The blonde was still holding on to the Pokemon egg, which was in incubator. He didn't know how he knew what Pokemon's egg was. That, sure, Professor Rowan had asked his colleague from the Kalos region A. ND had collected all the data of their regional Pokédex, and now knew that it was a Froakie egg. He didn't even realize when they reached Professor Birch's lab and Uncle Rowan had to shake him to get him out of his thoughts. He shook his head and followed them inside the lab. Professor Birch's assistant was there welcoming them. Naruto tiredly put his backpack down and sat on the bed, which was G. Ivan to him for the duration of his stay in Hoenn. He pulled Chimchar's Pokeball out and decided what he was going to do now. No doubt sooner or later Uncle Rowan would find out, so it was no point in hiding him. He wanted to train the fire-type Pokemon so that when it was time for him to start his journey, he would be ready. He pressed the button on the Pokeball and called him out. He had to feed him after all. The small fire-type looked around before setting his eyes on to his blonde trainer. At the moment both their stomach made sound. He sighed. He too hadn't eaten much before and during the journey. Let's go and get something to eat, Chimchar. His Pokemon nodded and followed his trainer out of the room. They spotted Professor Birch's assistant, Joshua, feeding the starter Pokemon that we re-given to the new trainer of the Hoenn region. Mr. Joshua, he said, gaining the attention of the assistant. Can you give my Chimchar and me some food too? He asked. Joshua smiled at the little boy and nodded. Of course, Naruto. By the way, I haven't seen that Pokemon before. Who is it? He took out a bowl from the compartment and filled it with Pokemon food and placed it in front of the fire type. Naruto motioned for the chimp Pokemon towards the food while he answered. He is Chimchar, a fire-type Pokemon. He is one of the starter of the Sinnoh region, along with grass-type Turtwig and water-type Piplup. Joshua was watching the Pokemon intently. He, just like any other in his field of profession, loved to learn more about different types of Pokemon. He himself wanted to specialize in Pokemon habitat and their behavior. It was one of the reasons he became Professor Birch's assistant. Naruto too was watching starter Pokemon of the Hoenn region. If he was right, they were Torchic the fire type, Trico the grass type and Mudkip the water type Pokemon. He was still watching them when his tummy screamed for his attention, second time. He sighed again. I think I too need some food, he said. Joshua laughed nervously. The boy had asked him for some food for his Pokemon and for himself after all. Just give me a second and I will get you something to eat. After have a quick lunch, he and Chimchar decided to go out and explore. He reached near a pond and thought it would be a good place for his training as this place had a lot of water. If things got out of hand, water would be available in a second. All right, Chimchar, it's time for your training, he said. You and I are going to run several laps around this lake to build up stamina and then we will focus on your move set. The fire type nodded and joined his trainer. After completing 10 laps around the lake, both were tired and decided to take a few minutes break. Naruto pulled few berries from his pockets and gave them to Chimchar. It will help you regain your energy," he said, and the Pokemon tiredly ate them. He instantly felt some of his energy returning and slowly filling him. "Now why don't we work on your moves?" The fire type nodded his head, got ready for a tedious workout. Few hours later, evening time, Naruto and the fire type Pokemon worked on Chimashar's fire type move, namely Ember and Flamethrower, in his dig, and needless to say, he improved quite a lot. When both were so tired that even walking was tiresome, they decided to call it a day. Naruto noticed that the sun was about to set and thought it was time to return. He recalled Chimchar in his Pokeball. He was satisfied with the amount of progress he had in a single day. When he reached the lab, he noticed that both Professor Birch and Rowan had returned and were talking to Joshua, and the assistant was talking about him, specifically his Chimchar. Naruto sighed. It was time for another tongue lashing. He prepared himself and entered the lab. Rowan noticed him immediately and walked towards him. "Naruto, Joshua was telling me about you and your Chimchar. Mind telling me when and how exactly you got a Pokemon?" he asked, but it was more like he demanded the answer. Naruto gulped. The tone at which Uncle Rowan was talking made him nervous. He rubbed the back of his head and laughed a little. "You see, I was just walking in the little forest in Hearthome City, when I found him injured and lying on the ground. So, I decided to help him out and took him to a Pokemon Center. After that he chose to follow me, so I thought he said cheerfully as he pulled out his Pokeball and called out his Pokemon. Chim-Char. The little Pokemon blinked, confused, as to why his trainer had called him out. "Meet Uncle Rowan Chimchar. They." He pointed towards other professor and his assistant, or Professor Birch and Mr. Joshua. The chimp Pokemon waved his hand a little in greeting, which Professor Birch and Joshua returned. Professor Rowan, however, and why is this the first time I had heard about him? Naruto bended his head downward. "I thought if you knew about him, you wouldn't let me keep him." The old Pokemon professor heaved a sigh. "Naruto, if he wants to be so much with you, then you can keep him. But remember, it is a great responsibility and you will have to take care of his every need." Naruto's face instantly brightened. It was like a switch turned on. "Of course I will take care of him, isn't that right, Chimchar?" Chimchar nodded happily, obviously pleased with his trainer's word. "Char-char Chimchar." Owen smiled at the little boy's enthusiasm. "All right, you can keep him. Yada," screamed the boy with joy as he punched his hand up in the air, a move which was mirrored by his Pokemon. Few days later, studying and training in Hoenn was going on nicely in Naruto's opinion. He couldn't be any happier with the way things were going. He would study under Professor Birch in the morning, play with Chimchar in the afternoon in the wild, and train him in the evening. Darkrai came and visited time to time before disappearing to Arceus nowhere. He did help in training Chimchar though, being the experienced one. His Chimchar had already learned Brick Break, Flame Charge, and was now working on Overheat. He had checked his progress with Joshua's Pokédex and learnt that he was on level 12 and was ready to evolve after 2 more levels. "Now, why don't we go fight some wild Pokémon? It will not only give you some experience but also the push needed to evolve," he had said to his Pokémon, who just nodded happily, eager to evolve. So basically that was what they were going to do today. When they were finally free for the day, after finishing homework given to him and playing in the afternoon, they left in search of some wild Pokemon. They were wandering from place to place in search of some wild Pokemon. They spotted some flying time Pokemon, but decided they were too far away to target. They came close to a pond and noticed a wild Mudkip, just sitting, resting in peace. Naruto felt a little bad, but he wanted to catch a Pokemon to extend his team. "All right, Chimchar, we are going to catch that Mudkip." The small fire type looked nervous. "Don't be like that. I know it's a fire type, but we have trained a lot to lose now." They got a little close before Naruto ordered his Pokemon to attack. Flamethrower. A torrent of flame left Chimp Pokemon's mouth and contacted directly with the water-type Pokemon. It didn't take kindly to be attacked and retaliated with Water Gun attack. Chimchar dodged it with Dig. Then Brick Break. Chimchar disappeared underground. The water type looked around trying to find the fire type. The Pokemon surfaced from the side of the water type and hit it hard with a Brick Break. Now Flamethrower again. Chimchar again tried his signature move, but Mudkip proved to be more resilient than they thought originally and retaliated with Water Gun Wick. H was far stronger than the previous one. It not only doused the flames but managed a critical hit on the fire type. "Chimchar, are you okay?" he nearly cried. The fire type looked injured but still got up, his determination to win pushing him to go on beyond his limits. Alright, Chimchar, we can still win this. Are you ready? He asked and got Chimchar in return from his Pokemon. This Mudkip is lot tougher than it looks. While Flamethrower may not have done much damage, but it got direct hit by Brick Break and reacted fast enough to block a second one. Now what to do? Chimchar Ember then Flamethrower. Chimchar released various embers and got another water gun in return. The fire type didn't let up and added more power to the attack. Steam rose from the exchange and visibility diminished. Now Flame Wheel. His Pokemon cried in affirmation and charged at the confused water type. Mudkip couldn't see from where his opponent was coming, but it hurled mud in every single direction. One did connected with Chimchar and forced him to stop. Fortunately, he was using Flame Wheel, so the damage was reduced, but it was effective nonetheless. The stem that present was slowly fading, and his Pokemon was visible again. Naruto gritted his teeth. This was a lot harder than he had thought. They played, they trained, they learned new moves, but nothing was enough to take down one single Pokemon. Sure, they were at type disadvantage, but it was not everything, as many trainer had proved before, he had watched in TV. So what can he do now? Chimchar was too tired, and as the battle progressed he was taking a lot of damage. I have to think of something fast. Otherwise I am going to lose. He looked around, anything he could do to gain advantage, but nothing came to his mind. He was running out of option and fast. Then an idea suddenly came to his mind. Chimchar use area-wide Flamethrower and cover the whole ground. Naruto ordered. The small fire type did just that and the whole area was covered in flames. Mudkip tried to put out the flames with his own water gun, but Chimchar had already superheated. This got the normally docile Pokemon to become enraged. It fired Mud Slap, in and covered the whole ground and then targeted the fire-type Pokemon. Dodge Chimchar, he exclaimed. This Mudkip was smart and was using his own technique against him. Chimchar dodged the Mud Slap but failed to notice a water gun. Headed his way and was hit. The small fire type was floored. Chimchar, are you alright? The blonde asked. Get up, I know you can do it, we have trained a lot to lose here. Chimchar, hearing encouraging words from his trainer, shakily got on his knees. His determination to win pushing him beyond his limits. He then suddenly started glowing. His form changed as new power flowed through his body. He grew in size a little. He tested out his arms and tried a few punch. Naruto was watching all of that with fascination. How his Chimchar finally evolved, how his form changed, how he grew up in height and was trying out a new move, he instantly recognized as Mach Punch. Alright Monferno, you learned a new move, let's try it out. Mach Punch, Naruto exclaimed. Monferno's speed had increased too, it seemed, as he reached Mudkip far faster than before and hit the water type with Mach Punch. The Mudfish Pokemon was thrown back a few feet. The boy didn't waste any time in throwing a Pokeball. It hit the water-type Pokemon and sucked it inside. The ball clicked a few times and Naruto watched in anticipation. Ding! And with it the blonde had successfully captured his first Pokemon. Both the Pokemon and his trainer jumped around in joy, when the fire type suddenly collapsed, tired from the ordeal. Naruto gave him a faint smile and returned him to his Pokeball and ran towards the lab. As usual, Professor Birch and Rowan were not there. Instead, Joshua was tending the Pokemons there and generally looking after the lab. Mr. Joshua, he yelled, TLING the assistant and few of the Pokemons there. Guess what? My Chimchar evolved and I caught a Mudkip. He was too excited to calm down. Joshua was surprised, to say at least. While he preferred watching and taking care of Pokemon, he knew sometimes battling with them could be just as hard. He was forced out of his thoughts by the enthusiastic 7-year-old. Mr. Joshua, can you please check them if they are fine? The blonde boy asked. Of course Naruto, just give me the Pokeballs. He took the Pokeballs from the 7-year-old, made his way towards the medical room. The boy followed him. They have started teaching him basics of first aid when they saw how fast he was learning from seeing them work, so Naruto was allowed in the medical room as LS was going on and he was accompanied by someone. Joshua checked them, they were fine and healthy. Minor cuts and bruises was nothing for Pokemon as they could handle far more. They would be right as rain in the morning, and their exhaustion will be gone too. They are fine, Naruto, and will be ready to train again in the morning. Oh yeah, can you check their level too? Sure Naruto, just give me a minute. He pulled out a device which Looked out a lot like Pokédex, but the difference was it was issued only to professors and their assistants, as they could tell move of any Pokémon caught by them or not. He scanned his newly evolved Monferno first, and a mechanical voice droned out, "Monferno, the playful Pokémon in the evolved form of Chimchar. It controls its flaming tail to keep its opponent at an ideal distance when battling. This Pokémon is male, level 15, and known moves are Scratch, Ember, Mach Punch, Flame Wheel, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Overheat and Brick Break. It has ability Blaze." "Awesome, what about the other Pokémon?" Naruto said. Joshua scanned his second Pokémon and the same voice as before called out, "Mudkip, the Mudfish Pokémon. Mudkip uses the sensitive radar receptors on its head fin to determine what's going on around it. In a pinch, it can brandish enough power to crush rocks. This Pokémon is male, level 12, and known moves are Tackle, Growl, Mud Slap and Water Gun. It has ability Torrent." "This is one good Mudkip you got there, Naruto. It is healthy and will be able to join you in your training," said Joshua. Naruto, being the enthusiastic one, celebrated his success with his F.A. Vorite dish ramen and invited both Professor Birch and Rowan and his assistant to celebrate his success in catching his first Pokémon. After a battle, that is, a full month later, starting of third month in Hoenn, it had been few days that Naruto had caught Mudkip, who joined them on their afternoon games and evening trainings. Darkrai still visited them from time to time and helped both Chimchar and Mudkip with their training. When the Mudfish Pokémon had first seen the Dark type, needless to say he was scared. Every Pokémon living in the wild knows about legendary Pokémons. It helped both Monferno and Mudkip learn new moves and master their already known ones. Monferno had mastered Overheat, learned Double Team, and was currently working on Low Sweep. He had already learned Low Sweep, but it was hard to actually use it in a battle. Mudkip learned Whirlpool and was currently working on Hydro Pump. With the help of Naruto's training regime, they were both increasing their speed and general power behind the attack. The egg Naruto's mother had given him hatched few days later after catching Mudkip. As expected, it was Froakie, water-type starter of the Kalos region. He was like every other Pokémon of Naruto, was male. He joined Naruto, Monferno and Mudkip in their afternoon games, but Naruto refused to allow his to train with them in the evening as he was still too young. Unknown to Naruto, Froakie was working behind his back and learned Bubble. Their training was going along nicely, and with Darkrai helping them time to time, they sure were coming along. With games, Pokémon training and many other tasks, Naruto never neglected his studies, and with his intelligence and knowledge, surprised both the Pokémon Professor Birch and his assistant Joshua. He was amazingly able for one so young, and took great care of all of the Pokémon he came across, not just his. Now Naruto was addressing his team. Monferno and Mudkip stood in attention while Froakie was behind them just playing. "You know, my dream has always been to not only become a Pokémon master but to learn as much about them as possible. While acquiring that amount of knowledge will take a lot of time, I'll start my Pokémon journey when I am 10 years old. To become a Pokémon master, I need to have a team of at least 6 Pokémons to take part in any league. So we are going to add another one to our growing family. I have already decided which one I am going to catch. This Pokémon is grass type and live in a tree. I know which, so let's go and catch it." Both of his Pokémons give their affirmation in their own ways and started following Naruto to the small forest surrounding the lab. They reached a tree. Well, simple calling it a tree was understatement. It was huge. There were few grass type Pokémons of the same species were living. "You see that Pokémon?" he asked, pointing towards the grass type. Both of his Pokémons shook their head in affirmation. "This is Trico. Like you, it is given to newbie trainers. Along with fire-type Torchic. And we are going to catch it," he stated. There was not even a sliver of doubt in his statement. His both Pokémon were confident in their abilities too and loved their trainer enough to work hard for him. "Alright, Monferno, get ready for your second battle." The fire-fighting type Pokémon was excited by the prospect of fighting. "Hey Trico," he yelled, gaining their attention. "My name is Naruto and I want to battle one of you to catch you. Is anyone willing to cooperate?" he asked. Most of them scoffed at the boy's proclamation and denied him. But there was one who accepted his challenge. The Trico looked young compared to the rest of his clan and had a branch of a tree in his mouth like a toothpick. "You ready, Monferno?" The playful Pokémon who loved to battle nodded his head, the flame in his tail growing stronger. "Monferno, start with Flamethrower." The part fire-type Pokemon didn't reacted with words but unleashed a torrent of flames. These flames were hotter and larger than when he was Chimchar. Trico was nervous, sure he wanted a good challenge but he didn't realize how much powerful or fast the attack would be. He tried to dodge but got caught in some of the flames. And being the grass-type Pokemon he took extra damage from the fire. Monferno, now Mach Punch. Monferno raced towards the grass type, his hand glowing with energy. It was not fast enough to dodge and had already take damage from Flamethrower. A direct hit formed the Mach Punch send him crashing onto the tree. But it tried to stand up but everybody present there could see he was on last legs. Naruto was impressed by the determination showed by Trico and decided to end the fight quickly so as not to harm him any further. Using fire-based attack would not only hurt it badly but also the surroundings so his option was obvious. Monferno, get in close and finish it with dual Mach Punch. Monferno. The dual fire fighting type Pokemon got in close and hit the grass type with Mach Punch with both hands. It was powerful enough to knock it out. Naruto threw the Pokeball on the floored grass type, swallowing it in red light. He ball barely chimed 2 times before getting still, signifying the capture. Naruto picked up the Pokeball, thanked his Monferno and they got back to the lab. This time, and probably the first time since they had come here. Both the professors were in the lab and not in the wild, observing Pokemon. They noticed his arrival, both of his Pokemons on his side and a new Pokeball in his hand and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the rest. Professor Rowan sighed, now which Pokemon have you caught Naruto? Naruto proudly pushed the button and called out his newly caught Pokemon. Come on out Trico, and came out the Hoenn grass type starter, still slightly burned and tired from the fight. Well he do needs a checkup. Birch gave a light laugh which was mirrored by Joshua's slight laugh. Naruto's grin and Uncle Rowan's big smile. You were right, let's patch him up, said Professor Birch this time. Mr. Joshua will you scan it with you device? Asked Naruto. Sure Naruto, just give me his Pokeball will you? Said the assistant. When scanning him, the device a voice, mechanical in nature, droned out. Trico, the wood gecko Pokemon. Trico are able to climb smooth vertical walls and use their thick tail to attack opponents. Since Trico build their nests in large trees it is said that those are long life. This Pokemon is male and is at level 7. Its known move is Pound and ability is Overgrow. It seems that this Pokemon is fairly young. Where did you find him Naruto? Asked Uncle Rowan. I wanted to have a Trico, ever since I have laid my eyes on one. And I know the one here would be reserved for a trainer, so I got out into the wild, with Monferno and Mudkip and caught him. He barely put up a fight against Monferno. He beat him without even trying. Well as I said, he is fairly young. He still has a lot to learn. It was Professor Rowan who said that. Yes, you are right, said the boy, but he got some serious determination. He got up even when he took a direct hit from Monferno's Mach Punch. After the grass type was all patched up and had eaten, he returned him to his Pokeball and went to his room, to prepare for the next day. Next day, evening training session. Naruto was walking towards his usual evening training place, all of his Pokemons were in their Pokeballs. Soon as he reached the clearing Naruto took all of the Pokeball all called them out. Alright, everyone time for evening training session. This time both Froakie and Trico will be joining us. Monferno I want you to teach Trico some fighting time moves alright, all know as Pound. After he has learned Brick Break we will start working on his speed. The fire type give him a mock salute playfully. Monferno, he said. Naruto's eye twitched but he let it slide. Mudkip, you help Froakie learn some water type moves. Mudkip nodded and took the Bubble Frog Pokemon with him to train. A couple hours later both Trico and Froakie were starting to get the hang of the moves they were taught. Trico could cover his hand in white energy but was having trouble maintaining it. On the other hand, Froakie couldn't channel enough power to trigger Hydro Pump. As sitting under the tree reading a book. If there was one thing different from learning from Professor then school was that professors here took constant tests. And it was getting harder and harder to maintain his grades. He was also keeping an eye on his Pokemons, noticing progress. He was happy with their improvement. They were training daily to improve and sometime Naruto joined them in their tasks. He was so lost in his reading that he was startled when a voice spoke just next to his ear. What are you reading? Asked the Dark-type Pokemon. Naruto jumped from his position, On hand was on his heart, trying to calm him down. How many times I have told you not to do that, he yelled. I swear you love spooking me. And for your information, I have a test in few days. The Dark-type Pokemon was amused, though it didn't showed in his face. You caught a new Pokemon, it stated. Yeah, I did, just yesterday in fact, Naruto said as he looked at the Grass-type Pokemon, who was struggling to complete the move he was given. He collapsed from the exhaustion but was still pushing himself to stand. He is still very young, though he has some determination. Hey Trico, he yelled, guy, ning the attention of his only grass type. Why don't you take a break? Come over here, I want you to meet someone. Trico was curious as to whom his trainer was referring but advanced towards him nonetheless. Trico, this is Darkrai. He is my friend from the Sinnoh region and decided to travel with us. Trico, who was still very young and didn't knew of the legendary dark type, so just stood there calmly and nodded in greeting. Darkrai returned the nod. Someone is coming, I have to go, it said. Now Trico was in awe. He had never heard of any Pokemon capable of human speech who was not psychic, at least. Naruto turned and soon enough saw it was Joshua. Hey Naruto, time to head back, he yelled from the distance. The boy picked up his book and motioned his Pokemons to follow. Time skip. 2 days before leaving Hoenn. The year was coming to an end since Naruto had come to Hoenn with Professor Rowan. His birthday had come and gone. He was 8 years old and it was only 2 more years and he would be able to leave on his own journey. His training with Pokemon was going along nicely. Mudkip had evolved into Marshtomp and had learned Mud Bomb, Take Down, Earthquake, Ice Beam, Dig, Brick Break, Surf, Whirlpool and Waterfall. Trico too had evolved into Grovyle. His speed had also increased considerably. He too had learned many new moves like Quick Attack, Leaf Blade, Agility, Detect, Brick Break, Double Team, Solar Beam, Energy Ball, Grass Knot, Bullet Seed, and Acrobatics. Froakie had evolved into Frogadier and learned Quick Attack, Lick, Smokescreen, Double Team, Ice Beam, Dig, Acrobatics, Surf, Waterfall and Dark Pulse. Monferno was the one who showed greatest improvement. He had learned Taunt, Fury Swipe, Close Combat, Acrobatics, Flare Blitz, Double Team, Flame Charge, Focus Blast, Incinerate, Rock Smash, Blaze Kick, Double Kick, Fire Punch, Focus Punch and Heat Wave. His test had gone great too. He had not only passed with flying colors but got highest marks achieved. Though he didn't know that yet. Currently, they all were taking a break from studies and research and were visiting the Sky Pillar. It was quite a famous place. Many Pokemon made Sky Pillar their home and there was also rumors of a legendary Pokemon living there. They didn't find the legendary Pokemon they were looking for but Naruto did caught a Pokemon. It was Baynet, the ghost-type Pokemon. His nature was at times too playful for Naruto to handle and was an overall troublemaker. They were staying in the hotel for a few days, Naruto being the curious boy he was decided to explore the city a little. As usual he looked for a place for his Pokemon to come out and play, and called them out of their Pokeballs. He sit down next to a tree and sometime later drifted into sleep. He was woken up from his sleep when he sensed a distress coming from a Pokemon. He left his Pokemon there and didn't disturb their games and looked for the troubled Pokemon himself. Only few minutes he came across the Pokemon, who was sending distress signal. It was Bagon, if he remembered correctly. It was laying down on the ground. Naruto checked and found he was burning from fever. The blonde captured the Pokemon in his Pokeball and rushed towards the hotel. Surely 2 professors would know how to help it. His Pokemon knew something was up and followed him quickly. Their playing move evaporated. Naruto didn't bother to knock on the door of the hotel room, and rushed in. Uncle Rowan, he yelled, I need your help. Both professors were there immediately became attentive and looked at him. Naruto rarely acted this way. If it was a minor problem the boy would have handled it himself. It's got to be big for him to act like that. What happened Naruto? Asked Professor Rowan. Naruto showed them the Pokeball and told them what happened. Both of them didn't waste any time and called Bagon out of his Pokeball. It was so hot with fever that their hand nearly burned by just touching it. We need some ice, said Professor Birch. Naruto ran to the kitchen and picked a large bowl. He called out his Marshtomp and have him use a low-powered water gun in it, which was then frozen by Ice Beam. He ordered Marshtomp to break the ice into smaller pieces and return to them. Here, I have some ice. Both the professor replied with a, thank you, and started working. Naruto, who had nothing to do, decided to get out of their way and waited outside the room. He leaned against the door and impatiently started tapping his foot. Finally, for what it seemed severe hours, which in reality were only 2 hours, Naruto was called inside. The Pokemon was looked fine and Naruto could see that it was now relaxed in its sleep. The boy sat next to him, watching over it. Professor Rowan decided not to ask any question, till Naruto was ready. Right now he was too focused on the Pokemon front of him. The rock-head Pokemon woke up several hours later. It was nighttime as it could see through the window. Then he saw the boy, sleeping, resting his head on its head, when a human came and saved him. It would have died without someone help, he knew for sure. It was Soof, faring from high fever after its one more, probably the 1000th, unsuccessful attempt at flying. Then after some time the boy opened his eyes. The first thing the rock-head Pokemon could see in it was pure unadulterated worry. For someone he barely knew. "Hey, you are awake, are you all right now?" he suddenly said, when he realized that the Pokemon was conscious again. The dragon-type Pokemon jerked its head back, startled, but nodded its head. Naruto gave him a small smile, happy that the Pokemon was all right. He then checked the clock. It was 12 o'clock. It meant he still had few more hours to sleep. He left Bagon there to rest and returned to Red. Next morning went pretty quickly. They all once again checked the Pokemon. Naruto asked Bagon if he had Joshua scan him with his device in. D was confirmed as male, would like to join his team, to which he agreed. Their time at Hoenn was coming to an end. The year spent there was quite fruitful for both Professor and Naruto. They all learned many things about Pokemon. And now they were at the airport. They were going to Johto as planned. Naruto was intently looking at the twin Eevee eggs Professor Birch had given him as a gift, for doing so well in his examinations and taking good care of not only his but all the Pokemons. Naruto smiled. New year, new Pokemons, new journey. He was practically living his dream. If only he was 10 years old, thing would have been perfect. It had been 1 month after coming to Johto and he could officially say he was fed up with things. He was studying under Professor Elm about the various special abilities of the Pokemon. He was learning a lot, that was for sure, but Professor Elm would at times just disappear, to not be seen for many days. He was sometimes so engrossed in his studies he would completely ignore everything else. Sure, he was Professor Oak's greatest student, but he was boring as hell. Not to mention, he had the habit of long and boring lectures. Naruto at times was barely awake at the lessons. He was also very clumsy. Naruto had to help him out so many times. In just 1 month they had arrived, that he lost count. Misplaced or lost documents were commonplace for him. Uncle Rowan was no help at all. He was enjoying it all too much. He knew how active and energetic Naruto was and purposefully set him to listen to his colleagues' mind-numbing lessons. The only good thing that happened to him was that the twin Eevee eggs Professor Birch had given him, for doing so well in his studies, finally hatched into 2 healthy, a male and a female Eevee. He, in his SP, time trained his Pokemons occasionally, but most of the time left them to play or train on their own. Darkrai hadn't made an appearance yet and he was already missing his friend. He was still helping Professor Elm and his aid in helping and feeding all the Pokemons that lived there, and every so often with first aid. He was trying to and failing to control Bagon's need to jump off a cliff. He had at least toned it down to 3 to 4 times a day. Naruto had reminded him that he would eventually be able to fly when he evolved. Then the dragon-type Pokemon requested him to train him so that he could become powerful and be able to evolve quickly. And by requested, I mean pestered him until he gave up. He would constantly try to fight Naruto's Pokemon and challenge them to battle. L of his Pokemon beat him up regularly, but it was getting harder and harder for them too. And how could he forget his only ghost-type Pokemon? That damned marionette Pokemon had taken upon himself to startle and scare Naruto every chance he get. It was getting quite annoying, but the blonde was able to get back at him at time, but was too busy doing other things, so he just left him alone mostly. Eevee twin were quickly becoming his nightmare. They started to chew everything they could their hands on, or paws. Thankfully their behavior was maturing day by day, but their troublemaking tendencies remained. He was very grateful that his other Pokemon, namely Monferno, Marshtomp, Grovyle and Frogadier, were relatively calm and helped their fellows, but even they failed to keep them out of trouble. Today was gonna be something different from the usual. Today New trainer will be coming to get his first Pokemon. He wanted to be there when he made his choice of partner. So he completed his study. Essen waited in the lab instead of going to play with his Pokemons. The 3 starter Pokemons were already there. First was the Grass-type Chikorita, second was Fire-type Cyndaquil, and the last one was Water-type Totodile. He had help taking care of all of them, so he knew they all had a great potential. Chikorita was really cute and loved to play with everyone. Cyndaquil was a little shy, but nothing some trainer Pokemon bonding session can't overcome. Totodile was, well, he loved to dance was for sure. He was really confident and powerful, more so than his fellow starters. Naruto was feedy. Them when a boy roughly 11 years of age came, he didn't even bother to knock and came barging inside like he owed the place. His attitude really put Naruto to edge, but he write it off as excitement. The boy, he was wearing red shirt. Under his matching sleeveless jacket, dark blue pants and red shoes. This boy sure loves red color, huh? Thought Naruto. His eyes then saw Naruto feeding the Pokemons and immediately came over running and nearly knocked him over. Move over, twerp. One of them is gonna be mine today, he said. Naruto steadied himself and frowned. You are really rude, you know. What is your name? Asked the blonde boy. The boy gave him a cocky smirk and said, my name is Alan, next Pokemon Master. You better remember that, twerp. Naruto scoffed at his attitude. My name is Naruto, not twerp. And you better remember that, he said using his own words against them. Anyway, Professor Elm should be here any moment. So who will you choose? The boy, now named Alan once again looked at the 3 Pokemons and observed them a little. Chikorita was not really his type. It was too playful and childish for his tastes. Cyndaquil was too much of a coward. That left Totodile. I will go with Totodile. Others are too weak, he said. Now the blonde was officially pissed. There is no such things as weak Pokemons, only weak trainers. The boy openly mocked him. Oh really? And how would you know, twerp? You don't even have a Pokemon. Naruto took a deep breath. Anger would not really help him at the moment. I have more than you at the moment, he said calmly. Though he did not wanted to boast, he boy certainly didn't give him any other option. Before Alan could retort, Professor Elm came inside in his usual clumsy self. Ah, you must be Alan, the new trainer here to get his first Pokemon. The boy nodded. So have you already made a choice? Do you know which Pokemon are you going to choose? Yes, Professor, I choose Totodile, he said. Ah yes, he is a fine choice, though a little handful. Where have I put it? Ah here, it is your Pokédex. It is also your trainer ID and Pokemon Encyclopedia, giving you data on various Pokemons and their moves and special abilities, said the Pokemon professor. He gave him 5 Pokeballs and also a badge case to keep all the badges he would win. Naruto didn't said anything and left to tend to his and all of the Pokemons living in the backyard of the lab. There weren't many, but those that were, needed attention. He didn't notice when Alan followed him. He was feeding his own Pokemons, but the older boy interrupted him. Hey, what are these Pokemons? I've never seen them before, he said as he put his Pokédex. Pokemon? Unknown. No data available, said the mechanical voice of his dex for most of his Pokemons. And where did you get them? He asked. Naruto had an internal debate but decided to answer his question truthfully. For your information, that is Monferno, evolved form of Chimchar, a fire-type starter from Sinnoh. This I form of Mudkip, a water-type starter from Hoenn, that is Grovyle, evolved form of Trico, grass-type starter of Hoenn. This is Frogadier, evolved from a Froakie, water-type starter of Kalos. This is Banette. I caught him at the Sky Pillar. Then there are Eevee twins. Professor Birch gave me 2 Eevee eggs from which they hatched, and this is Bagon. I caught him just before coming to Johto, Naruto said as he introduced the older boy to all of his Pokemons. He didn't notice Alan's face turned redder and redder as he continued. His jealousy was getting the best of him. Oh right, and how were you able to keep those Pokemons, when you are not even a Pokemon trainer? He nearly yelled. While I may not be a licensed trainer, I have license to carry all these Pokemons. Since I'm traveling with Professor Rowan of Sinnoh and learning from all of the regional professors. Naruto replied. You think you are so good, that you can carry Pokemon, then I challenge you for a Pokemon battle, he said as took out Totodile's Pokeball. Didn't I just told you? I don't have a trainer's license, I cannot battle you, Naruto said. I don't care. You, me, now, he said. Naruto knew he wouldn't leave him alone until he have to Pokemon battle with him, so he agreed. Sure, it will be a one-on-one battle, seeing as you only have one Pokemon. You can choose which one of my Pokemon you want to battle. The blonde said calmly. It's not like it would make a difference. Alan clenched his teeth in anger. How dare that twerp mock him? He would show him. All right Totodile, I choose you. And out came the dancing water-type Pokemon. And as for you, I choose to battle that Monferno of yours, he said smugly. Going with the type advantage huh? Sure whatever you want. Naruto looked at the fire-type Pokemon. You up for a battle buddy? Monferno nodded enthusiastically. It had been a long time since he had a good fight outside of the usual team sparring. All right Totodile water gun, Alan said. The small water type released a powerful compressed jet of water, which was reaching the fire type at a very fast pace. Dig then Mach Punch. I want to finish this as fast as possible. The fire type disappeared underground and after a moment materialized just behind it, his hand glowing and delivered a direct hit to the big jaw Pokemon. Totodile shakily got on its feet. It had clearly taken a lot of damage from that last move and was on his last legs. It is really powerful to take a direct hit from Monferno's punch and still staying up. Naruto commented, but it's time to really finish it. Monferno Flare Blitz. Quote, Alan wasn't even able to give a command to his Pokemon before the fire type came towards it, covered in flames, barely visible. He was hardly able to make out his outline before he collided with the small water type with great force. The power of that move was enough to send the big jaw Pokemon hurling towards the tree, where it made a dent. Monferno took slight damage from the recoil and flinched, but it went unnoticed by Alan, who was gritting his teeth in anger while looking at his starter Pokemon. Naruto didn't said anything, just turned his back and continued with the task he was originally given. This just pissed him off more. He too returned his Totodile in his Pokeball and left without saying a word. Time skip. 1 month. It had been 1 month after his first battle with that arrogant trainer and things were going nice enough for him. He trained all of his Pokemon harder than before because they all loved it, and had mock battles with each other. His Monferno had evolved into Infernape during this time period. The evolution of fire type only motivated the Rockhead Pokemon to train harder, and he finally evolved into Shelgon just couple of days ago. His Eevee twin too were demanding tougher trainers so they could evolve too. Bennett was training on his own leisurely pace but was getting better nonetheless. Currently he was reading the book which showed pictures and gave general details about different evolutions. He was showing both the pictures and reading details to his Eevee twins so they could choose their evolution. His male Eevee was really fascinated with and really liked Jolteon, while his female Eevee wanted to become Umbreon. So after a lot of talk with his Pokemon and taking everything in consideration, he decided to ask Professor Elm for a Thunderstone, which was required for an Eevee to evolve into Jolteon. He returned all of his Pokemon to their respective Pokeballs except his Eevee's and returned to Professor Elm's lab. It was late evening and sun had already set, so both of the professors were present in their lab. Hey Professor, do you have a Thunderstone with you? He asked the Johto regional professor. One of my Eevee wants to evolve into Jolteon. Professor Elm was more excited than normal, the blonde noticed, at the prospect of seeing an evolution brought about by a stone. Everyone seemed eager to witness one of the evolution. Of course Naruto, I have one in store. I am fascinated with these kind of thing, you know. Why do Pokemon evolve, how they evolve, How does certain Pokemon evolve only when in contact of a particular stone? You know these kind of things, so I do have a Thunderstone, he said passionately. Let me bring one. And with that he left to get the stone, and knowing him, it would take some time before he would finally find it. So Naruto, how is your Pokemon's training coming along? Asked the Sinnoh regional Pokemon professor. It's going fine uncle. We haven't been working on any new moves as I want the moves they already know to be perfect. But things are going along nicely. After Bagon evolved into Shelgon, both the Eevee twin were pestering me into training them so they could evolve too. So I took a book, which shows all the possible evolutions, so they could choose one of them. So here we are, as one of them wanted to be Jolteon. EVV, said one of the Eevee, happily agreeing with his blonde trainer. At that exact moment Professor Elm came running. Thunderstone was in his hands and with the looks of it he was going to crash. Fortunately he regained balance, before continuing on a more sedate pace. Here you go Naruto, a Thunderstone, said the professor. Naruto stared intently at the stone. He knew the stones from the books and knew how it looked like, but it his first time actually holding one of them. He then looked at one of his Eevee who too was watching it fixedly. "Do you really want it?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Eevee nodded his head. Naruto bent down and extended his hand. The Eevee gently put his paw on the stone. The effects were immediate. The Eevee started changing his shape, and just a moment later in his place was Jolteon. Naruto asked Professor Elm's assistant to scan his newly evolved Jolteon with his device. The assistant complied. After a moment a mechanical voice called out, "Jolteon, the lightning Pokémon. When angered or frightened, the hairs on Jolteon's body become like needles that are fired at its opponents. It absorbs charged atoms and can produce 10,000 volts of electricity. This Pokémon is male. It has ability Volt Absorb and Quick Feet." Eevee. Now Jolteon looked at his trainer, and when he saw his trainer smiling, he returned at full force. Naruto affectionately and gently rubbed his fur. Only after rubbing his fur few times, it became charged with static electricity, which made Blonde's untamed hair even more spiky. He laughed lightly, which was returned by slight smile in everyone's faces. Other Eevee, well now only one, yipped to gain his trainer's attention. The boy gently picked his only female Pokémon and placed her on his shoulder. "Well, for Eevee to evolve into Umbreon I have to train her in the night, so I will see you some time later," he said, mainly to Uncle Rowan. He was his guardian in absence of his mother after all. "Don't be up too late, Naruto. And come back after 2 hours," said the professor. "Sure, Uncle Rowan," he said. "Let's go, Jolteon, Jolteon." And with that the lied his trainer. The tea time in New Bark Town was very quiet, to say at least. The serenity and calm was really indescribable. It filled Naruto with tranquility and strange happiness, like he himself was a part of nature. When they reached their usual training ground, Naruto called all of his Pokémons and told them to train, while for the time being he would focus on Eevee. Nobody objected, and get to their assigned task. "Anyway, now what to train you in?" he asked himself while looking at the Pokémon in front of him. "I know, there is a move called Moon Blast. It is like Solar Beam, but instead of sun, it absorbs power from moon. You ready to give it a try?" After getting a nod he continued, "For you to absorb power from moon, you first have to feel moonlight. Well, I actually don't know how to describe it, but you will feel it. I know you can. So give it a try." Few days later, after training for few days in the night time, Eevee was nowhere close to evolving. The process of learning Moon Blast was going really slow. He don't why, but he didn't had any real progress teaching it to Eevee. He never had this much difficulty teaching any moves to any of his Pokémons. He kept motivating Eevee and didn't let her quit. No matter how much time it took to learn, he will help her and support her. Sometime later Eevee had made some progress and now could absorb moonlight, but forming it into a beam was really difficult. Then an idea came to his mind. His Grovyle had just learned Solar Beam and would be able to help her. "Hey Grovyle," he called out to his only grass-type Pokémon. "Can you come here for a moment?" The wood gecko Pokémon came towards his trainer. "Grovyle, Eevee is having some trouble learning Moon Blast. Would you help her? It is really similar to Solar Beam." The grass-type Pokémon nodded. After some time of training with Grovyle, Eevee finally managed to learn Moon Blast. Naruto affectionately picked her up and nuzzled her. The female Eevee purred in delight. The blonde also avenue her a berry and some poffins as a reward. Eevee felt all of her energy returning to her body and increasing at an alarming rate. She started glowing. Naruto stared at her changing form, no matter how many times he saw it. Witnessing the evolution of a Pokémon was always fascinating for him. After evolving, the Pokémon looked nothing like he have ever seen before. This Pokémon was covered primarily in pale cream-colored fur with pinkish feet, ears, and tail. There were 2 bows on it, one on its left ear and one around its neck, from which 2 feelers adorn it. The bows were pale cream with pinkish centers, while the feelers were pale cream with pinkish and blue tips. It had short, slender legs and small paws with 3 visible toes on each foot. Its eyes are blue with white pupils and no visible sclera. The newly evolved Pokémon covered his trainer with her bows, and it was sending a soothing aura from these bows, Naruto dubbed as feelers. "Wow, you evolved, and into a Pokémon I've never seen before." He was happy that his Pokémon finally evolved. Naruto looked at his only female Pokémon. Her eyes were hopeful, but there was also fear of rejection. Fear that her trainer would not want her, that she evolved into something he didn't wanted. She left like she was some kind of freak. The blonde gently rubbed her head. He didn't know how, but he knew those emotions all too well. The fear of rejection by someone who you truly care about was something no one wanted to feel. You are really beautiful, he started. Do you fear that I would throw you away? The look in her eyes said it all. There was need for words. Naruto sighed. Don't be afraid. No matter what, you are my family, and we took care of each other and never abandoned them. And no matter what, you don't turn your back on your family. The blonde gave her a slight smile, which the newly evolved Pokemon returned. Now let's get back to the lab. Uncle and Professor must be waiting for us. He returned all of his Pokemons in their Pokeballs and made his way towards the lab. As usual, they were still there, discussing something Naruto didn't care about or totally ignored. Hey Uncle Rowan, guess what, my Eevee just evolved, he said. Oh really? It was Professor Elm who answered him. He was easily exited by the prospect of evolution. Can we see it? Sure. And with that he called her outside of the Pokeball. All of the people present there, except Naruto for obvious reasons, gasped at the sight of a Pokemon they didn't even knew existed. What kind of Pokemon is this? Questioned Professor Elm. She evolved from Eevee. Isn't she beautiful? Asked the boy as he picked up his Pokemon and cuddled her. Yes she is, said Uncle Rowan, but he was more interested in the type of Pokemon his Eevee had evolved into. Needless to say, he had never encountered that particular type before. Amazing, could she be the 8th possible evolution of Eevee that we knew nothing about? Professor Elm asked the rhetorical question. He was talking mostly to himself at this point. Also he had taken out his documents and was taking notes on only Arceus knew what. Can we go to sleep now? He asked, yawning. It is quite late in the night. Rowan nodded and Naruto returned her to his Pokeball and went to sleep. The next morning, Naruto was up early that morning. He knew professors will be going to ask him a lot of question regarding his newly evolved Eevee. And come to think of it, he hadn't actually decided what he would call her, as her species was still unnamed. All of the professors plus his aide were already there, discussing what could have triggered the new evolution, or what type it was and things like that. Not a moment later they noticed Naruto as asked him to join them in their debated. Naruto, are you going to tell us how the evolution actually happened? Asked the ever-exited Professor Elm. Well, I had read that when an Eevee is trained enough and at night is exposed to moonlight that it will evolve into Umbreon. So I taught her Moon Blast, cause you know the whole absorbing the moonlight thing. Everyone nodded at that, but it didn't go as expected. I was feeding her some berries and poffins as a reward when she evolved. And that's about it, he said. The professors nodded and thanked him for the info. Few hours later Naruto completed his studies and went to his daily task of feeding and taking care Pokemons and then to his Pokemon's training. Few months later, it had been several months after his Eevee evolved into Sylveon, a name he had given, when they realized that she was the first of her kind. He had already taught her a lot of moves and was working on her speed along with everyone else's. He realized that most of his Pokemons were speed-oriented, and one could easily find way to neutralize it, and he had started training them in move resistance and durability, and also the moves that could give them the advantage over their opponent when they are in type disadvantage. Infernape had already learned Thunder Punch covering his weakness to water type. His newly evolved Swampert was part ground type, so he was immune to electric type attack, but he add 4 times weakness to grass type attack. Fortunately he already knows Ice Beam and had learned Ice Ball. His Grovyle was fast enough to dodge most fire type attack, which was his main weakness, and had learned Dig and Rock Slide. Frogadier was weak to electric type and the only move that could help him against them was Dig. Jolteon had learned Rain Dance. Bayonet, being the ghost type, had Elise type weakness and knows many moves. His Sylveon was another story altogether. He didn't know what to teach her, so he started creating new moves and told her to follow her instincts. Shelgon was quickly becoming his powerhouse. Being the dragon type, his attacks were strong and he had learned various moves. Sadly he won't be able to learn much dragon type moves until he evolves. Things were once again looking good for Naruto. His Pokemons were doing well, studies were going as good as he had hoped, and he had ONCN, this time in 3-on-3 battle. Flashback. I challenge you to a Pokemon battle, this time 3-on-3. Alan said, it would be good warm-up before my match in Johto League. Naruto asked for Uncle Rowan's permission, which after some nagging was granted. He himself became the referee of the match. Alright, this will be a 3-on-3 battle between trainers Alan and Naruto. Anyone can switch Pokemon during the match. This match will end when 3 Pokémon on either team will be unable to battle. Do you both understand? He asked, to which they both nodded. As the challenger, Alan will choose his Pokémon first, said Professor. Well, Referee Rowan. Ursaring, I choose you, said Alan, and came out Ursaring, the hibernating Pokémon. It roared straight away. Naruto knew about its ability Guts but decided to activate it anyway. It would surely make things interesting. Jolteon, I choose you, called out Naruto. You can have first chance, Alan, he stated. Ursaring, Fury Swipes, said Alan. Let it come then, Thunderbolt, Naruto said calmly. The hibernating Pokémon came close to the lightning Pokémon. When it was struck by Thunderbolt, it made it flinch and Jolteon was able to easily dodge the incoming attack. Jolteon Pin Missile, Naruto stated. Many needle-like projectile was fired from his Jolteon's body and struck his opponent's body several times. Ursaring didn't even flinch but instead looked more pumped up. Ha! These puny little attack won't even scratch it. You will have to do something better. Alan openly mocked him. Naruto frowned at his behavior. It was no secret that they disliked each. Then what about this? Jolteon Sand Attack, then Thunder. The electric-type Pokémon threw sand at his challenger and charged his most powerful electric-type attack. Alan didn't said anything as he was waiting for the exact same moment. Few seconds were all it took Jolteon to charge the strongest electric-type move, and then the hibernating Pokémon was struck with lightning. It roared in anger and pain but was still able to fight. The electricity was coursing throughout its body. It tried to move but was paralyzed. Then its ability kicked in. Its body was surrounded by a crimson aura and its eyes turned red. Alan smirked. It was the moment he had been waiting for. Ursaring had activated its ability Guts. Jolteon Return. Naruto recalled the lighting Pokémon and picked another one. You always wanted a tough battle, right? Here is your chance. He pressed the button on the Pokeball, making it increase its size. It's U-turn Infernape. And out came the flame Pokémon, in all of his flaming glory. He stood at an impressive height of 3 feet 11 inches, larger than its pre-evolution form. Let's heat things up, Infernape Flamethrower. The flame Pokémon let out a torrent of flames, which was much, much hotter than anything felt before. He sure was training hard. Ursaring Dodge, then Bulk Up. The hibernator Pokémon managed to avoid the attack and used the status-increasing move. Now Hammer Arm. Naruto didn't show any emotion on his face. Infernape Close Combat. The Sinnoh Fire-type starter Pokémon was very fast, well faster than his opponent, and avoided any physical attack it could deal and punched and kicked the hibernation Pokémon. While it didn't do any serious damage, it managed to annoy it to such a level that it started attacking without restraint. Ursaring, listen to me, Alan yelled. Hyper Beam. Fortunately he did listen and fired the fabled Hyper Beam. Naruto, not wasting any time, ordered a more powerful fire-type attack. Infernape Overheat. The two attacks collided and exploded in an impressive display of power. Infernape Flare Blitz. The blonde took advantage of the fact that Pokémon need time to recharge after using such a powerful move. Blue flame covered Infernape's body as he charged at his opponent. His speed so great that he looked like a blue missile. The attack struck Ursaring with such a great force that it was thrown back a couple of feet. Red Spark Sue rounded Infernape's body as he took recoil damage. The hibernating Pokémon managed to get on his feet but was struggling. His activated ability had vanished. Alan gritted his teeth. This was not going as he had thought. But didn't get the chance to make a comment as Naruto called out the next attack. Infernape Finish it with Overheat. The strong fire-type attack, which was noticeably weaker Han the last time hit Ursaring, who was too tired to dodge. Ursaring is unable to battle. Infernape wins, announced Professor turned Referee Rowan. Blastoise, I choose you, Alan called out his second Pokémon. Going with the type advantage again. It's not like it had helped you before, Naruto stated. Alan didn't bothered with comeback taunt and immediately called out the attack. Blastoise Water Gun. A stream of water left its cannon and accelerated towards the flame Pokémon. Infernape Dodge, then Flame Thrower. Infernape used his superior speed to dodge the incoming attack and retaliated with flames. Blastoise Withdraw. Rapid Spin, then Hydro Pump, stated out Alan. The shellfish Pokémon withdrew itself in its shell and started spinning rapidly, and at the same time released a huge amount of water. The water was spinning around it, making it immune to any fire-type attack. Infernape Return. Naruto said softly and returned Infernape in his Pokeball. Shelgon, I choose you. It was time for Endurance Pokémon to join the battle now. Blastoise Hydro Pump, stated Alan. Protect yourself with hidden power. The two attacks collided but no one managed to gain the upper hand, they were equal in power. Now Dragon Dance. Blastoise Hydro Cannon. The shellfish Pokémon charged the most powerful attack and aimed the endurance Pokémon. Naruto knew if the attack made the direct contact, it would spell trouble and will deal a lot of damage, the type Shelgon may not be able to handle. Dragon Pulse at full power. He stated softly. The two attacks met each other in the middle of the ground and created an explosion. Well, an understatement is the power behind those two attacks was incredible. Blastoise's pure power compared to Shelgon's Dragon Dance enhanced Dragon Pulse. The Dragon-type Pokémon was annoyed at the result, to say at least. Shelgon used another Dragon Pulse, while it recovers. It was one of the main problem with stronger attacks, if your Pokémon is not trained well. It would take a lot of time to recover or recharge from such a move. Blastoise Withdraw. Fortunately it could still use with the defensive move. The shellfish Pokémon with D. Drew itself inside the shell and protected itself from the incoming Dragon-type attack. Shelgon Flamethrower and keep at it. The blonde said. His opponent did nothing and let Blastoise recover what lost strength it could regain. Now keep the flames and charge Zen Headbutt. He stated. Now Alan was surprised. The endurance Pokémon who was spouting powerful flames charged at his Blastoise. He as not able to give command to his Pokémon and it was hit. The attack was strong enough to launch the water type a few feet back. It came out of his shell, and the blonde didn't waste any time. Shelgon finished with Dragon Rush. The endurance Pokémon covered himself in Dragon-type energy and charged his downed opponent. He slammed into the water type, hard, and it didn't manage to get up this time. Blastoise is unable to battle. Shelgon wins, announced the referee. Alan gritted his teeth as he returned his Pokémon to the ball. He had lost 2 Pokémon while Naruto had yet to lose 1. For Alligator I choose you. Alan called out his last Pokémon. So your Totodile evolved. Not bad, Naruto stated. You will see what he is actually capable of. Ice Beam. Alan had figured that his opponent's Pokémon was a Dragon type when it used both Dragon Pulse and Dragon Rush. And Ice was effective against them. Shelgon counter with hidden power. This time the Ice Beam completely overwhelmed the Dragon type and dealt an effective attack. Now Feeny before Shelgon could recover from the last attack the Big Jaw Pokémon was already in front on him, its fist coated in ice. The super effective attack combined with natural strength of the water type was too much for the small Dragon type and he fainted. Naruto silently returned his Pokémon and thought what he was going to do next. Jolteon, time for battle. For Alligator start things with Hydro Pump. Alan called out his first attack. Jolteon Thunder Bolt at the incoming Hydro Pump, then dodge. The lightning Pokémon charged the RFUL electric attack and aimed the incoming move. The water from Hydro Pump conducted electricity and struck the water type. He dodged the attack in the meantime. The electric attack did little damage to the Big Jaw Pokémon, which surprised Naruto. Jolteon discharge quick, Naruto said. If the Thunderbolt was not enough to damage the water type so the wide area attack would have to do. Jolteon let loose an impressive amount of electricity in a wide arc that covered a lot of area. For Alligator, Blizzard, Alan called out the next attack in surprisingly calm voice. It was like he was sure he would win. His Pokémon exhaled very cold icy air, the discharge did nothing to it. Jolteon return. Naruto knew it was futile and returned the lightning Pokémon to his ball. Infernape time to battle. Alan didn't said anything. For Alligator Hydro Pump, Infernape dig, then Flare Blitz. The flame Pokémon dodged the incoming attack by digging and they used the fire type attack. Alan was surprised and lost his calm. The ground was turning too hot to be comfortable. For Alligator Hydro Pump in the whole ground, drew that monkey out. The Big Jaw Pokémon followed the instruction to the T and drenched the whole ground. Infernape come on out and Mach Punch. The fire-type Pokémon was still faster and hit the water type with the fighting-type move. Don't give him a chance to recover, use Mach Punch in close combat. The fire-type pressed his advantage and attacked the water type with the Mach Punch close combat combo. Both Pokémon were now panting. It seemed that the drenched field did a lot of damage to Infernape. For Alligator Rain Dance, the water type shot some sort of energy ball toward the sky and immediately the clouds began to form. Infernape counter with Sunny Day. The clouds disappeared and the sun shone brightly once again. Alan gritted his teeth. No matter what he did, Naruto always found a way to counter it. For Alligator Hydro Pump once again. he said desperately. He knew his Pokemon was tiring and it was never good. Infernape dodged with quick attack, then Mach Punch. The fire type was fast enough to avoid the incoming water type attack and hit his opponent once again with the fighting type move. Feraligatr Hydro Cannon. His water type Pokemon charged the attack a lot faster than Blastoise and fired at the fire type. Infernape dodged once again, then Thunder Punch. The electric type attack came as a surprise to Alan, but it was already too late. The super effective attack connected and it made the water type, who was already tired, flinch. Now finish this with Flare Blitz. The attack struck within both the water type and fire type fainted from the effort. Both Infernape and Feraligatr are unable to battle. This is a tie, but since Naruto still has one usable Pokemon, he wins. Flashback end. Time skip. After the defeat, he had not seen hair nor hide of his challenger. The year had passed relatively slower from then on, with his studies, exam and Pokemon training. Naruto was at least busy. His birthday had come and gone. He received several gifts from the professors and his mother sent him new clothes. He had gained a new friend in Larvitar. He had helped Professor Elm with taking care of the egg and hatched the little guy. But he rarely left his side and screeched when someone else even approached him. They left the Johto region for the last stop in their journey, Kanto. But first they were going to Alto Mare for a deserved vacation. When the plane landed, Naruto was more subdued this time. Things that happened last year were weighing heavily on his mind. How his rivalry with Alan increased to the level of bitterness. How the poachers tried to kidnap his Pokemon, and also the legendaries of Alto Mare, and the overall Alto Mare incident and all that. The only good thing that happened was that his bond with his Pokemons increased to such a level that it was nearly impossible to break. He had gained a new friend and battler in the form of Larvitar. He, like his every other Pokemons, loved to train and battle. Flashback. The Alto Mare incident. Naruto with Professor Rowan was visiting the island town of Alto Mare. They both needed a break from their studies and research, so they decided why not the island town of Alto Mare. Professor Elm had gotten the news of their annual chariot race and Naruto decided to participate in it. After a lot of pleading, Uncle Rowan gave in and let the blonde participate in it. It was a close one, but Naruto and Swampert won against the last time's winner and got a beautiful medal as a prize. He met a girl named Bianca and her grandfather Lorenzo, and also the legendary guardians of Alto Mare. He and all of his Pokemons played with both Latios and Latias, the Eon duo. He learned that both were just children and their father, the Latios, sacrificed himself to save the whole city. At later that night, Latias came to his room to ask for help, as Latios had been captured and was in a lot of pain. With Latios' ability of sight sharing, they learned the two girls had captured him and was using him to control the power of defense mechanism of Alto Mare. They were successful in saving Latios, but it was already too late and there was big wave coming their way to destroy the city. Both Latios and Latias managed to combine their power to save the city, but it was 82 late of the male Eon Pokemon who had to give up his life and become the new Soul Dew. With tears in both of their eyes, Latias and Naruto said goodbye to each other. "I still wish I could come with you, Naruto," she said. Naruto was heartbroken at seeing her in so much pain. After the death of her brother, she was more subdued and her playful nature evaporated. It was like that a part of her died with her brother. "I know and I want you to, but you know that I am not strong enough trainer to protect you, and as you are legendary, many people would be after you." He cried a little more but looked up in determination. "But I promise, I will return for you. Will you be willing to wait for me?" he asked. Latias too dried her tears. "As long as it takes, Naruto," showing same determination and courage as the blonde. "I will be here waiting for you." Flashback end. When they left the plane, a young boy was there with the famous Professor Oak, greeting and welcoming them to the Kanto region. He said his name was Tracy. They all boarded the vehicle and made their way towards the Pallet Town, where Professor Oak Ranch was located. Naruto had heard it was a home for many Pokemon. Trainers who started their journey from Pallet Town left their Pokemons there when they had more than 6 Pokemons, as almost no other trainer had the license to carry more than 6. He was lucky enough to carry more than 6. Those who did either were exceptional trainer or were field researcher. Professor Oak was really interested in his Sylveon, the newly dubbed fairy type. He was always resent when the blonde tried to teach her new moves or tried to learn her weaknesses and strength. He had already taught her and most of his Pokemons that were fully evolved, Hyper Beam, the strongest normal type attack. Training with her at times was mostly trial and error. After months of rigorous training and testing, he figured out that she was immune to dragon type and very resistant to dark and ghost type. It was one of the reasons that he named her as fairy type. She reminded him of the angels and fairies. His other Pokémons at times were rather jealous of the attention she was getting from the Ivatar and Bayonet. Others were mature enough. His studies under the guidance of Professor Oak improved to unprecedented level. He had to study a lot harder than before to keep up his grades. He had promised to the legendary Dragoness that he would return for her when he was powerful enough, so he trained his body along with his Pokémons. In the meantime he also met with Gary Oak, grandson of Professor Oak. He was nice enough kid, though at times annoying, as he asked the blonde a lot of questions regarding the Pokémons of different regions he had never seen before. Fortunately he was too young to be allowed near to them. Next in his social list was the Ketchum family. Delia was a single mother, who took care of her son Ash. What happened to her husband he never asked. She was very loving and kind-hearted woman. She invited him and Professor Rowan for lunch and sometimes dinner with Professor Oak. Her cooking was really awesome. Ash Ketchum was really nice kid, though no less annoying than Gary at times. Sure, he loved to learn more about Pokémon, but rarely touched books, and only when he needed to pass some exams. Though the excitement and genuine joy he had on meeting new Pokémons was what melted his heart. Even then he kept his Pokémon away for both him and Gary. His rivalry with Gary was both amusing and annoying. In their arguments and contests they made his so mad that he avoided them like a plague for weeks. Current time. Few months after reaching Kanto. Currently he was studying for his next set of exams. Even though Professor Oak taught him many things, he had to give many tests too, to show that he had learned everything by heart. Today was something different, however. There was some Pokémon wreaking havoc in the electrical tower nearby. They were having near constant electrical breakdown because of that, and more often than not had to rely on generator backup. It was getting quite bothersome, so Naruto was tasked to investigate the scene and catch the responsible Pokémon. His reward was that he could keep the Pokémon he caught. He asked Infernape, Swampert and Jolteon to come with him as they were more than enough to catch one electric-type Pokémon. They all went to tower and started looking around. They separated and Infernape decided to stick with the blonde. After some time of fruitless searching, his Swampert managed to find the source of their discomfort and alerted him. It was a small mouse Pokémon, Pichu, if he remembered correctly, who came in contact with the electricity and lost control. It was so small that Naruto wondered how it could handle that much electricity. But there was one problem with it. It was not in control of its action, and in blind rage, that was no doubt due to large amount of electricity, was attacking anything in sight. Naruto was amazed. That little thing could produce more electricity than his Jolteon. Sure, the electrical source nearby was enhancing its power, but that was ridiculous. It was constantly attacking his Swampert with powerful thunderbolts, which thankfully were less effective due to him being the part ground type. Infernape knocked it out Mach Punch. His flame Pokémon didn't responded but charged at it in an impressive display of speed and attacked with Mach Punch. Unfortunately the little mouse was fast enough to dodge it and retaliate with another thunderbolt. The flame Pokémon cried out because of the amount of electricity coursing throughout his body. Naruto gritted his teeth. This was surely a powerful Pokémon, of that, there was no doubt. But it needed to be stopped right now. The boy didn't want it to take any chances. Swampert, cover it with mud shot. The mudfish Pokémon shot relatively huge amount of mud and covered the electric mouse Pokémon, hampering with his ability to shoot electricity. The little mouse tried but failed to charge another thunderbolt and was tiring itself. Infernape Fire Spin, then ended with Mach Punch. The little mouse, who was stuck, was faced with a gigantic amount of flames, well, gigantic to him at least, but could do nothing as it was trapped in the mud. Fortunately the flames didn't touch it except trapping it in another barrier. The flame Pokémon charged again with Mach Punch, this time holding nothing back, because he knew the little mouse could handle it. This time there was no place to dodge and was struck, the force of which knocked it out in an instant. The boy didn't waste any time and threw a Pokeball. The little mouse did not put up any resistance and was captured. Naruto picked up the ball and eyed it carefully. Pichu was in a really bad condition, from what he could tell, and while he had some basic first aid knowledge, it won't be enough for it. So he did the best thing he could think of. He ran towards the laboratory, as he knew professors know a lot about medicine and all that. His friends were close, following him. They too were worried about the little guy. The blonde didn't bother to knock on the door and just barged in. Upon seeing the expression on his face, a Pokeball in his hand and his panting, Rowan had an idea of what was wrong. What happened this time, Naruto? He sighed. Pointing towards the Pokeball in his hand, the boy answered. I caught the Pokemon responsible for electrical breakdown. It was this small Pichu, really. I was awed at the amount of electricity the little guy was discharging. Its Thunderbolt were more powerful than Jolteon's, he stated. This got both of the professor's attention. Surely no Pichu was strong enough to overpower a fully evolved Jolteon. Are you sure about that, Naruto? It was Professor Oak who asked the question. Yeah, but there is something wrong with this one. Could you please check it out? Of course, Naruto, just give me his Pokeball. He took the ball from the younger boy and immediately started to scan the Pokemon from the outside. There is nothing wrong with it, aside for it to give off high amount of electrical energy. To know more we would have to do a thorough checkup. Professor Oak said. Well, I'll be off then. Next day, Naruto was up early that morning. He was getting worried about that small electric-type Pokemon. The little guy was not only putting off more electricity that it could handle, it was also exhausted. There had to be side effect of that kind of power. There is always one, well, at least one. He knew that worrying over something would not help him in the least, so he settled for learning more about the little electric type. On the device used to scan Pokemon, there was an entry of it. Pichu, the tiny mouse Pokemon. It is still inept at retaining electricity. When it is startled, it discharges power accidentally. It gets better at holding power as it grows older. So according to the device, it was still inept at retaining electricity and could discharge its power accidentally when amused or startled. But this one was capable of using Thunderbolt, a really powerful electric-type move. He was brought out his thoughts with the sound of door opening. He looked up to see Professor Oak and Rowan exiting the hospital room. Naruto instantly stood up and get towards them. How is it, Professor Oak? Well, pouches on his cheeks are overstrained and took a little bit of damage. So aside from that, it is okay. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. So all we have to do is not make him use electric-type attacks. That's the gist of it, yes. It was Professor Rowan who answered this time. So how are your studies going, Naruto? It's going great, Uncle Rowan. I'll be ready to take the next exam in a week. Both the professors were amazed at this. The work they had given his should have taken at least a month or two, by even a grown-up man, but this child will be able to do it in less than 2 weeks. He cleared his throat. Very good, Naruto. At the rate you are going, expect a gift from me at the end of this year. Yay, he exclaimed in childish enthusiasm. Thanks, Uncle Rowan. Yes, expect one from as well, Naruto, said Professor Oak with a smile. Time skip. So the time flew by, and the boy learned from the elder professor, which was a lot. All of his Pokemons were doing great. They were not learning any new moves but mastering the old ones. His Grovyle and Frogadier had finally evolved and were now proud Sceptile and Greninja. His Bond with every single one of his Pokemons was great and they were closer than ever before. Though he was having some trouble controlling them, Baynet was still a troublemaker and the blonde was having a hard time dealing with his prank. The marionette Pokemon loved to scare everyone and nowadays everyone was getting annoyed of his behavior. His Sylveon did everything she could to curb his behavior, or at least tone it down but to no avail. Thankfully his Pichu was now completely healthy and was training with his other Pokemons. In absence of electrical source, his power was considerable. Weakened but he was still powerful enough to match Jolteon's, which infuriated the lightning Pokemon to no end. So he decided to completely focus on his defense and speed, and left attack alone, they both decided they would work on later. His Jolteon's speed as a result was great, which was only matched by his Sceptile and Greninja. Larvitar and Bagon were growing up nicely. They surely were his powerhouses. They loved to play or train all day. Not only that, they loved to learn new moves and Naruto was at lost on what to teach them next. They had already learned Hidden Power and Vario as other moves and were working on mastering them. Infernape and Swampert were arguably his most rounded-up Pokemons. They had few weaknesses and had already covered them, while the dual Water Ground type focused more on attack power. The dual Fire Fighting type focused on speed and close combat. Though his speed was lesser than Sceptile and his other fast Pokemon, he was more than a match for them. Same was with his Swampert. He was powerful enough to wipe the floor with many of his team. Now the year was coming to an end. After 3 long years of hard studies, in 3 different regions, EY both were more than eager to return home. Both had learned a lot from their journeys. Friendship, rivalries, training and bonding. He had given his test and had done well, how much, even he didn't knew. But the professors were once again surprised with his knowledge, and decided to give him the gift they were talking about. Naruto, my boy, you have done quite well and exceeded all of the expectation we had. For this, we decided to give you a gift. Professor Oak paused, giving a dramatic flair. We give you the rank of field researcher. Naruto's eyes widened at this. You also have permission to carry 20 Pokémons. Are you serious? We are Naruto, said Professor Rowan. You have already proved that you are responsible enough. But here is the deal, you cannot catch more than 20 Pokémons. Naruto's smile vanished, but he understood that it was not a bad thing. I will be able to catch only 20 Pokémons in total. But I already have Infernape, Swampert, Sceptile, Greninja, Banette, Shelgon, Jolteon, Sylveon, Larvitar, and Pichu. It means I can only have 10 more Pokémons. This got him thinking. Now that I can catch only 10 more, I have to be careful, but aside from that, it's not bad. I will be able to focus more on the current team and bring out their strength and cover their weaknesses. Professor Oak gave him a light laugh and Rowan a slight smile. Yay, things were looking good for our favorite blonde hero. And now they were returning home. The moment Professor Rowan and Naruto left the plane, they were greeted by none other than Alina Joy, Sanjum Town's Nurse Joy and Naruto's mother. The pink-headed mother immediately enveloped her son in a tight hug. So tight that the blonde had trouble breathing. Mom can't breathe, he gasped out. His moth. Relaxed her grip a little bit but still didn't allow him to move. The boy noticed tears leaking out of her eyes. It's great to see you, Mom, I missed you so much. He wiped his mother's eyes with his sleeves and gave her a warm smile, which was returned by her. I missed you too, honey, I missed you so much. Ahem. It was Professor Rowan who interrupted the mother-son bonding moment. He was feeling a little left out. Aw, sorry there, Professor Rowan, welcome home. How was your trip? She asked politely. It was fine, Alina, he started. It was a great learning experience. For both of us. And Naruto caught a few Pokémons. She started cooing over her son. Oh, you have grown so much in these 3 years and a lot of Pokémons. I want to meet all of them. Of course, even though she knew about the Pokémons. As both Naruto and Professor talked to her over phone, she wanted to see them. There was a jeep waiting for them, but without any drivers. It was evident that Nurse Joy was the one to drive the vehicle. It seemed she had finally learned driving. They dropped Professor Rowan in his lab as he wanted to check up on how his assistants were handling the lab without him. They sometimes liked to slack off. His professor's eyes at least. He was rarely happy with his assistants. They entered the house and Naruto sat on the couch. Their couch was really comfy and the blonde loved every part of it. I have made your favorite food, including ramen, said the pink-haired nurse. Naruto gave a slight cheer, you're right, slight for him at least, at the mention of his much-loved and desired food. It was not often his mother let him eat the nice stuff. His enthusiasm was infectious as she too found herself smiling with him. I want to meet all of your Pokémon, sweetie, she said. Naruto nodded. Sure, Mom, let's go outside and I will introduce you to everyone. They were outside the house momentarily and the boy started with his introductions. First, the egg you gave me before I left for my journey. The egg hatched into a little Froakie which evolved into Frogadier and then, come out Greninja. And out came the ninja Pokémon. Greninja was a large, bipedal, frog-like Pokémon. His body and legs were dark blue, with single large white bubbles on his legs and arms and white spots over its eyes. His feet were webbed and he had a yellow chest and a yellow and blue face. His mouth was hidden behind a large, pink tongue that wrapped around Greninja's neck and extends outward behind his head. Greninja, he said. He was looking overly serious and resolute. The next Pokémon I caught was Chimchar. I had helped him Hardhome City and he decided to follow me around. Now that he is all grown up, Infernape time to come out. The flame, unlike his team member, looked fun-loving, and goofiness was practically rolling off of him. His mother gave a light gasp upon seeing the Sinnoh Fire-type starter. While they were not rare, they weren't common either. And this one was fully evolved. The flame Pokémon, Infernape, was a bipedal, primate-like Pokémon that was primarily reddish-brown with sections of white fur on its chest, head, and lower legs. Several gold markings adorn its body. On top of its head is a large flame. There were 5 blue digits on both his feet and hands, and had a long tail. He was giving both of them a mock salute with a goofy grin. His mother smiled at the sight of such a powerful and happy Pokemon. Well, this is the first Pokemon I actually battled before capturing. He is one of the Hoenn starter. Come forth Swampert. Swampert was a bipedal Pokemon. His body was cobalt blue and had large 3-fingered hands. He had 2 orange-colored gills that protrude from round patches on his cheeks. His head had 2 large semicircular black fins that extend from the top of his orange eyes to the back of its head. His tail fin was large, broad and black-colored. He easily towered both the boy and his mother and had an intimidating presence, which was ruined by his docile behavior. Nurse Joy was nervous at the sight of such a huge Pokemon, but she was relieved when Naruto rubbed his head and the big mudfish Pokemon let out a happy sigh. I caught him when he was a little mudkip. He was so cute back then. He gave a playful sigh. Then he evolved. Tush getting annoyed by his trainer's comment and shot him with a weak water gun which drenched him from head to toe. Both his Pokemon and his mother giggled at the interaction between the blonde and his Swampert. Ah, Infernape, can you please help me dry myself? It is getting a little cold. He flame Pokemon shot embers at his trainer. Now Naruto was warm but his face was covered in soot. All of his Pokemon was on the floor laughing and his mother was giggling madly. The blonde wiped his face clean with a hanky and continued with the introduction. The next on the list of Pokemons I caught is this one, he said, pulling out another Pokeball. This was really young grass type when I captured him, and now he is a proud Sceptile. Come on out, buddy. Sceptile, the forest Pokemon, was a reptilian, bipedal Pokemon. His neck was somewhat long and he had 2 crests on its head. His tail was shaped similar to that of a palm tree's branch. Both of his long arms had 2 sharp, elongated leaves and 3 claws. He looked cool, calm and collected and was green in color, like most of the grass types. He also had a twig he kept in his mouth like a toothpick. Sceptile, he said as he waved his arm in greeting, which his mother returned with a smile. Afterwards, when we were on a holiday before leaving Hoenn, I met this Pokemon. He was really ill and needs some help. Professor Birch and Uncle Rowan restored him to full health and he decided to come with us. After a lot of training he evolved into Shelgon. Time to meet my mother. Shelgon, the endurance Pokemon, was a quadruped Pokemon that resembles a pupal stage. There were bone structures covering most of his body, which formed a shell with 2 openings and 3 ridges on top. One opening was in the front, revealing 2 yellow eyes. Oh my, I have heard of his type before. They are very rare and belong to pseudo-legendary category. Yes, so you can guess how lucky I am, he stated. Afterwards Professor Birch gave me twin Eevee eggs, as a gift for not only passing the exams but also gaining the highest marks in history. They hatched into 2 Eevee. One male and second female. This one wanted to become Jolteon, so I asked Professor Elm for a Thunderstone, so here he is. Jolteon, the lightning, was a quadruped, mammalian Pokemon. He was covered in yellow fur with a spiky fringe around its tail, and a white ruff around his neck. His ears were large and pointed, and his eyes and small nose are black. He had a little crazed look about himself, which means he needed to discharge his electricity soon. The female Eevee evolved into something we have ever encountered before, so I got the chance to name her Sylveon. Come on out. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokemon, was a quadruped, mammalian Pokemon covered primarily in pale cream-colored fur with pinkish feet, ears, and tail. There were 2 bows on her, one on her left ear and one around her neck, from which 2 feelers adorn her. Her eyes were blue, the same color like his trainer, with white pupils and no visible sclera. His mother squealed like a little schoolgirl and immediately picked up Sylveon, hugging her. The intertwining Pokemon relished in the attention and purred in contentment and rubbed her face with the kind nurse. Both Naruto and his Pokemon sighed in defeat. Sylveon was such an attention whore at times. I helped Professor Elm hatch an egg, but he saw me first and decided to come with me. Come on out, Larvitar. Larvitar, the rock skin Pokemon, was a small, green reptilian Pokemon with, well, rocky skin. He had a blunt spike on top of its head and triangular, black markings below and on the upper corners of his red eyes. Red scales cover his diamond-shaped belly, and there are several small holes in its body. He had a tail with a conical center surrounded by a ring of plate-like scales. His mother smiled kindly at the small dual rock ground type Pokemon. I caught this little guy, when he was creating trouble at the electrical power plant back in Kanto. You wouldn't believe the amount of power this little electric type was giving out. Pichu, come on out. Pichu, the tiny mouse Pokemon, was a small, ground-dwelling mouse Pokemon with pale yellow fur. His ear tips, collar, and tail were black and angular. The tiny mouse also had pink pouches to store electricity on his cheeks, and its tiny nose which looked more like a dot. His mother repeated the behavior and picked the little guy. Pichu was startled by this. ND immediately shocked both the mother and Sylveon, who was still in her arms. The pink-haired nurse smiled sheepishly. Oops, I forget that Pichu could not control the electricity and can accidentally zap someone when amused and startled. Sorry baby, she said to both Pichu and Sylveon. Naruto smiled slightly at his mother's behavior but breathed heavily at the thought of his last Pokemon. And last but not least, I caught this one at Sky Pillar. This is really mischievous and sometimes downright nasty. Say hello Bayonet. Bayonet, the marionette Pokemon, was a dark gray, doll-like Pokemon. He had 3 short spikes on his head and a long zigzagging ribbon trailing off the back of his head. A zipper acting as his mouth, and had purplish pink eyes with slit pupils. He also had a yellow, brush-like tail. He was laughing darkly, which made both his mother and him nervous. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I don't think I can handle him at this rate and I am afraid I will have to exchange him. Don't be so harsh on him, sweetie. He may be a little naughty but there is not enough to exchange him for someone else. You do not know him as I do, Mom. He likes to scare people, for no other reason than to amuse himself. And before you say that this is normal ghost-type behavior, he also loves to prank, which sometimes can be harmful. His mother frowned when she heard that. Have you talked to Professor Rowan about it? The blonde nodded in affirmation as he returned the ghost type in his Pokeball. Yes, I have, and he agrees with me on this. He has already contacted Fantina, the Hearthome City Gym leader, and says she may have a Pokemon for me too. Alright, if he agrees, but I still don't like it. We'll think about it later. For now, let's eat. It's already late for lunch. After having a nice meal, courtesy of his mother, the blonde decided to head towards Uncle Rowan's lab. He reached the lab few minutes later and as usual barged in without knocking. The saw most of Professor R.O. Wen's assistant were running around scared. He gave a light laugh and moved on. Hello Uncle Rowan, have you talked to Fantina? He asked. Ah, Naruto. Yes I have, and as I said, she does have a Pokemon. Naruto, ever the curious boy, couldn't help but ask. Which Pokemon? Is she willing to trade with me? Don't worry about that, Naruto. You are going to love the new Pokemon, as it's already here. All you have to do is place Bayonet's Pokeball in the trading machine. Naruto did as was asked and placed Bayonet's Pokeball in the trading machine. After the successful ding voice, the picked up the ball again. It now contained a new Pokemon, which Fantina sent and wanted to trade. He pressed the button and called forth the Pokemon. It was a bipedal Pokemon with a white body. Its body and legs seemed to resemble a nightgown or an oversized dress. Its green hair resembles a bowl cut, which covered most of its face. Its hair is split by 2 flat red horns, a large one toward the front and a smaller one at the back. The blonde was really surprised at what he was seeing. It was a Ralts. It was his first psychic type. The blonde picked the small feeling Pokemon and lifted it into his lap. Ralts at first was nervous and mistrustful but relaxed after some time, when it could feel no ill intentions coming from the blonde. Few seconds later she returned the embrace. It's really nice, he stated. He then scanned the feeling Pokemon. The signature mechanical voice of the device called out. Ralts, the feeling Pokemon. Ralts is the pre-evolved form of Kirlia. It can use the horns on its head to read human emotions. Ralts rarelens, but may occasionally approach when it senses positive or happy feelings. This specimen is female and knows move, confusion, psychic and double team. It has ability synchronize and hidden ability telepathy. I'll go see Mom, she would be delighted to see her. He said, pointing towards the feeling Pokemon. Professor Rowan nodded and they said their goodbye yes to each other, and Naruto left for home. When he reached home, his mother was still doing the dishes. Naruto introduced Ralts to his mother, and after she stopped cooing over her, they both finished the work together. The pink-haired nurse thanked her son and the blonde walked with all of his Pokemons towards the clearing they had, which was closer to their home. He called out every one of his Pokemons and introduced Ralts to the group and left them to play. The feeling Pokemon quickly took to the group like Psyduck to water and started playing with them. Naruto sat down against the tree and watched as his friends played or just lazed around. He remained oblivious to his surroundings as a dark figure approached him. He so absorbed in his thoughts that the voice literally behind his head spoke. "Welcome back, Naruto." He blonde was startled out his thought and jumped in the air and fell down on his butt. He was about to yell when he noticed it was his old friend. "Damn it, do you have to do it every single time we meet Darkrai?" he exclaimed. As always, the Dark-type legendary Pokemon was amused with the boy's reaction and this time even let out a light chuckle. "If that's the reaction I get, then yes," it said. "Where were you when I was in Johto or Kanto? I followed you in the Hoenn and then to Johto, then I felt like a stalker, so I stopped doing it because I knew you were going to come back here, so I waited." Quote. The blonde's sweat dropped at its answer. "I will start my journey in few months, 2 at most. Do you want to come with me?" "No," it stated flatly. "You are not powerful enough to be my trainer. When you are strong and experienced enough, come find me. I will be waiting for you." And with that it disappeared. Naruto heaved a sigh. He met the pitch-black Pokemon after so long and it just left so early. After some time he picked himself up and motioned for his Pokemons to return. It would be night soon. Time skip. 1 month and 2 weeks later. He said goodbye to his mother, collected all of his Pokeball and left to see Professor Rowan in his lab. Today's the day he would be registered as a trainer. It had been his dream for so long as he could remember. He entered the lab, still lost on his thoughts, and the moment his eyes saw Professor Rowan they lit up. "Uncle Rowan." The Pokemon professor saw Naruto was on the door. "Come Naruto, I have already done everything. All that is left is to give you an ID and few more Pokeball." Naruto was nearly jumping up and down in joy. No pun intended. The Pokemon professor did rest of the formalities before he announced the blonde as a brand new trainer and gave him a Pokédex, a few more Pokeball and "Naruto," he started, "I have known you since you were a small kid. Your passion for learning has inspired me to travel and reach new height. You also have excelled in all of your tests and obtained highest marks ever achieved. You are world's youngest person to attain the rank of field researcher. So I am giving you this to say congratulations and good luck for your journey." He finished giving Naruto another Pokeball. "You want to travel through Kanto first, right?" When the blonde nodded, he continued, "The Kanto, or Indigo League it is more commonly known as, will start in 2 weeks. You will have to head to Professor Oak's lab if you want to register for the league." Professor gave him a slight smile. "Good luck Naruto, and make me proud." Naruto returned the smile with a grin and replied, "You can count on me, I will become the greatest trainer in the world and Pokemon master. Believe it." He finished pumping his fist out. "Right, I have taken the liberty to book the flight directly to Kanto. You should inform your mother and leave. The plane leaves tomorrow morning. So be ready and good luck." The blonde nodded and left. He told his mother what he was planning on doing and left for the Kanto region. Few days later, Naruto Joy, the young trainer, left Professor Oak's lab. He had already registered for the Kanto League. But that was 2 weeks away before any gym will start taking challenges. So for that 2 weeks they did nothing but train. The Pokeball Professor Rowan had given him turned out to be a Turtwig. The tiny leaf Pokemon was a small, light green, quadruped Pokemon resembling a turtle. After scanning with his new Pokédex, it was revealed to be a he. His eyes, feet, and lower jaw were yellow. The shell on his back had thick black stripe and a black rim. His Pokédex had this to say about him: "Made from soil, the shell on its back hardens when it drinks water. It lives along lakes. It undertakes photosynthesis with its body, making oxygen. The leaf on its head wilts if it is thirsty. It has ability overgrow and shell armor." With the help of his older grass-type Sceptile, he had taught Turtwig synthesis, Leech Seed, Mega Drain and Giga Drain. Of course he already knew Razor Leaf, Withdraw and Bite. He was having difficulty training Ralts, with her being his only psychic type. But with the help of Sylveon he was managing it quite well. She already learned Calm Mind, Hypnosis. But she was much too young to learn any powerful move like Teleport. During this period his Pichu already evolved into Pikachu and had learned Thunderbolt, Thunder, Double Team and was working on Iron Tail and Dig. It was really difficult since he was an electric type. So after 2 long weeks of long and hard training, he felt ready to take on his first challenge. But first he was waiting for his Pokemon to be healed at the Viridian City Pokemon Center. He was patiently waiting for his younger Pokemons to heal when the alarm suddenly got off in the Pokemon Center. He saw two people, one girl and other boy, wearing some weird dress with "R" on it on the side of destroyed wall. One annoying motto later, "What do you two think you are doing?" he asked. There was no amount or any trace of emotion in his voice. He knew people like Jenny and Prince, the two Team Rocket grunts. All they were interested was in causing mayhem and stealing Pokemon. They were nothing but a nuisance to the society. And he will take care of them. "What does it looks like, kid?" asked the boy. Prince was his name, in really arrogant tone. "We are here to catch any Pokemons we could find," answered the girl, who introduced herself as Jenny. Naruto gritted his teeth and pulled out a Pokeball. "Oh, looks like the little baby is going to battle us," Prince said in a mocking tone. "Let's teach him a lesson," the girl said, as they both pulled out a Pokeball. "Go Raiden," they both said at the same time. Naruto scanned one of them with his Pokédex. Raiden, the evolved form of Rhyhorn. It is known as the drill Pokemon. Its large horn gives it formidable attack power. Raiden's horn can crush even uncut diamonds. One sweeping blow of its tail can topple a building. This Pokemon's hide is extremely tough. Even direct cannon hits don't leave a scratch. "Raiden, he murmured, before pulling out a second Pokeball. "Go Sceptile and Swampert." The two Team Rocket grunts were surprised to see Pokemons not native to their region. "Well, what do you know? T.S. kid have some of the Pokemon we haven't seen. They would make a nice collection. Don't you think?" said the girl, Jenny. "Quite right, Jenny, let's get to work," he said. "Megahorn Raiden," said Prince. The drill Pokemon charged, its horn glowing white and extended. Before it could connect, however, Sceptile charged Solar Beam. Swampert protect him with Hydro Pump. The forest Pokemon's bulb, at were in his back started glowing as he collected the energy necessary for the attack, while his partner the Mudfish Pokemon attacked the incoming Raiden with the Soup attack. Raiden Hyper Beam. The second Raiden charged the fabled Hyper Beam and fired just before he could be hit with Solar Beam. The two attacks connected and created a loud enough explosion for all three of the trainer to hide and seek cover behind something. Sceptile don't give them chance to recover. Leaf Blade. Swampert Ice Beam. The leaves on the forest Pokemons glowed green as he charged it on the drill Pokemon. On the other hand, the Mudfish Pokemon charged and poured much power in the Ice-type attack. What he released was nearly a straight beam, as opposed to zigzag pattern of the normal one, testament to the amount of power poured in it. It seemed that his Swampert, his normally very docile and fun-loving Mudfish Pokemon, was pissed at their behavior. The attack connected with the other Raiden. It was immediately encased in ice with no chance of getting out, unless someone helped it. The other one was struck with Leaf Blade but held on. With one of their Pokemon down, the two grunts to Team Rocket reviewed their plan. This was getting out of their hand. They thought, getting Pokemons from the Pokemon Center would be easy as there were no notable trainer in the immediate area. This should have a piece of cake. But this was getting ridiculous. Some newbie trainer was kicking their butt. Raiden Earthquake, then Hyper Beam, called out the girl. Sceptile Jump, then Energy Ball. Swampert counter with your own Earthquake. The drill Pokemon stomped on the ground, hard, creating shockwave. Fortunately, the forest Pokemon jumped in time and Mudfish Pokemon countered the ground-type move with his own. The oncoming Hyper Beam was blocked and exploded when it came in the contact of Energy Ball. "Let's finish this." Sceptile Leaf Blade, Swampert Hydro Pump. The both attacks connected. The drill Pokemon couldn't take it and they fainted. The two Team Rocket's grunts decided to cut their losses and left, at the same time returning their Pokemons to their Pokeball. It was Al. So the exact same moment Nurse Joy of the Viridian City came running to him. "Are you alright?" She was near hysteric in her questioning. "Yes, I am. Are my Pokemons all right now?" "Yes, they are fine. I wanted to thank you for helping us out. Without it they would have taken all the Pokemons for sure." The blonde just waved his hand in dismissal. "It was no big deal. Anyone in my position would have done the same. But I need to get going now." He picked up all of the remaining Pokeball and left the Pokemon Center. Sometime later at Pewter City Gym, after walking for some time and training in between, the blonde reached the Pewter City. He checked in the Pokemon Center and called home before going to challenge the gym. He knew it was a rock-type gym and the gym leader mainly used Geodude and Onix in a 2-on-2 match. He knocked on the door politely and got inside when he heard the sound with called him in. "Who are you?" said the man with gruff voice. Challenger Naruto Joy of Sanjim Town. The boy replied, very well, I am Flint, gym leader of the Pewter City, and I accept your challenge. He turned around towards and asked one of his son, Brock, would you mind being the referee? The oldest of, he didn't, knew exactly how many siblings and pulled out a green and a red flag from somewhere and went to the middle of the field. Alright, this will be an official 2-on-2 meters. Watch between the challenger Naruto of the Sanjim Town and gym leader Flint. Only the challenger will be allowed to substitute his Pokemon. The winner will be decided when they knock out all of the opponent's Pokemon. Do you have any question? When both the gym leader and the challenger shook their head in negative. He continued, then begin, as the gym leader Flint will call out his Pokemon first. Go Graveler. Graveler looked like a living, bipedal boulder. It had a rocky crest about its small eyes. It had 4 arms, each with a 3-fingered hand. The blonde checked his Pokedex. Graveler, the rock Pokemon. Rocks are Graveler's favorite food. This Pokemon will climb a mountain from the base to the summit, crunchily feasting on rocks all the while. Upon reaching the peak, it rolls back down to the bottom. Go Larvitar, he said as he called out the rock skin Pokemon. The blonde knew he was close to evolving and needed the little push, which was the reason he decided to choose him. Graveler, start things off with rollout, said the gym leader. The rock Pokemon starts spinning and rolling out, gaining the momentum and charged the rock skin Pokemon. Larvitar hardened and Brick Break. Graveler collided with Larvitar, but it didn't even faze him. Before his opponent could do anything else, he smashed it with his tiny glowing fist. The rock type was thrown back and struck the wall behind him, instantly losing consciousness. There was silence in the gym before Brock said, Graveler is unable to battle. Winner is Naruto Joy. Gym leader, please send out your next Pokemon. Gym leader stared at his challenger for a moment before he called out his second Pokemon. Go Onyx. The blonde once again checked his Pokedex and the mechanical voice called out. Onyx, the rock snake Pokemon. It tunnels through the ground, which shakes when it raises its thunderous roar. It can move the ground at 50 miles per hour. I am sticking with Larvitar. The blonde stated. Onyx, Rock Tomb. Large boulders appeared around the rock snake Pokemon's body and it hurled it towards his opponent. The blonde was calm. It was nothing he couldn't handle. Larvitar blow them away with Dark Pulse. Larvitar put his hand together. A ball of purple appeared around his tiny fists and launched a beam of dark energy at his opponent. It destroyed most of the boulder, and the one that managed to get through the dark type attack struck him. Fortunately, he was still protected with hardened Onyx Iron Tail. The large snake made of rock lifted its tail, which was glowing white, and struck the small rock ground type Pokemon. Larvitar was thrown back but managed to get on his feet. His endurance and willpower was great. The blonde frowned. He had to be careful. Larvitar Dark Pulse one more time. Larvitar once again used the dark type move and launched a beam at the rock snake. Onyx Dig. His opponent saved itself by making it go underground. The blonde cursed at this. He should have taught Larvitar Earthquake. Look out for it, Larvitar. Onyx use Bind. The rock snake Pokemon came out from behind the rock skin Pokemon and wrapped itself around him before he had the chance to retaliate. He was squeezing Larvitar. Small Pokemon cried out in pain. Naruto gritted his teeth. This was getting out of hand. Larvitar tried to move your hand and use Brick Break, but it was all for naught. Onyx's grip was just too powerful for him to break out. Onyx throw it away and used Double Edge E. The Onyx's body glowed gold as it tackled Larvitar. The small Pokemon was once again thrown backwards, and this time was struggling to get on his feet. Larvitar refused to back down. He had trained as hard as his trainer's other Pokemon and was just as powerful as them. He would prove to everyone that he was not some weak Pokemon. With his willpower alone, he managed to get on his feet. His body was surging with new kind of energy and he welcomed every bit of it. His body glowed white and his form changed. He grew in size and started floating few feet above the ground. When the light disappeared, there was totally new Pokemon in his place. Naruto was ecstatic. His Larvitar was always nagging him, asking for more training so he could evolve, but wasn't able to until now. No matter how hard he trained, he just wouldn't evolve. He pulled out his Pokedex and checked out his brand new Pokemon. Pupitar, it said, the hard shell Pokemon. Pupitar is encased in a nearly indestructible shell and has enough power to topple a mountain. Alright Pupitar, let's wrap things up here. Finish things with Hyper Beam. The hard shell Pokemon launched an all too familiar attack and it Pokemon before it had the chance to dodge or do anything to protect itself. After the explosion, when the dust settled, Onyx was lying on the ground unconscious. Onyx is unable to battle. Pupitar wins. As gym leader is out of usable Pokemon, the challenger Naruto wins. Flint, the gym leader, looked speak HLESS for a moment before he congratulated the blonde on his win and awarded him with the Boulder badge. Naruto was about to take the badge when a voice called out from behind. "Hold it right there." They all turned to see a woman. She looked pretty pissed off, and her brown eyes were filled with anger. Both Flint and his son Brock flinched at her look. Her arms folded over her breast did nothing but accentuate that fact. That she was angry. She came right in front of Flint and rounded him. "Who gave you permission to give Boulder badges to anyone?" she asked. The gym leader raised his hand in a non-threatening manner and tried to calm her down. "Don't be like that, honey. I am leader of this gym." "But that's not true," she said. She was about to continue, but the blonde interrupted her. "Excuse me, but who are you, lady?" He couldn't help but ask. "My name is Lola and she pointed towards herself with her thumb, "am the real gym leader of this gym." Naruto was surprised to hear that. But Brock was one to reply. "Mom, please, father is the gym leader of this gym." He tried, but his mother would have none of it. "No, he is not. He still haven't managed to beat me, so he can't be the gym leader." "And you?" She looked directly at Naruto. "Will have to beat me to get that badge." The blonde gritted his teeth. He had just defeated one gym leader, but apparently that was not enough to get that damned badge. "Fine," he muttered. "Get ready." Lola proceeded to the part of field which was occupied by Flint not long ago. And Naruto returned to his place a moment later. After few minutes of silence, she was getting impatient. "Brock, start the match." The boy gulped and immediately started the match, explaining all the standard rules and such. He knew better than to argue with his mother. It was again a 2-on-2 match. "Meryl, I choose you." Using water-type Pokemon, in a rock-type gym. The blonde's sweat dropped. "Pikachu, time for your debut." Brock waved both the flags and announced, "Begin." Meryl defense curl, then bubble beam. The small aqua mouse Pokemon first curled into itself, then let out a continuous stream of bubbles. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The electric Use retaliated with his signature move, the Thunderbolt. The electric-type attack tore through the bubble beam and hit blue Pokemon. Even with the raised defense, it was a critical hit. But Meryl managed to stay on its feet. Lola frowned. This was getting bad for her. She realized Meryl was one of her new Pokemon, and it didn't know how to battle and was fairly inexperienced. If she uses long-range water-type attack, the blonde would just order his Pikachu to attack with Thunderbolt, and if she got closer somehow, the electric mouse was fast and one more hit would finish it. So decided the next best thing. Meryl used Surf. The Aqua Mouse Pokemon created a huge wave and was riding it. Naruto's sweat dropped. "I mean, seriously," he thought, "she thinks using that kind of attack is a good idea against electric type." He sighed. He had to finish it. Pikachu Thunder. Pikachu collected a lot of electricity and fired it directly upwards, and it connected the sprinklers and blasted a hole in the roof. The water sprinkler system turned to life and water poured out from it. Naruto chuckled nervously. Heh, oops, do I have to pay for it? Damn, I forget something like this. All of the present sweat dropped anime style. No, it was Lola who answered. "I was going to redecorate it anyway, so don't worry." Meanwhile, the surf continued on and hit Pikachu. The electric mouse was sent skidding back, out cold. Pikachu is unable to battle. Meryl wins, and first round goes to the gym leader. Brock, being the referee, announced, "I have to be careful of my surroundings." Naruto thought, "Challenger, send out your next Pokemon." Shelgon. "It battle time," said Naruto as he called out the endurance Pokemon. Meryl, Water Gun. The evolved form of Azurill let out a water gun, aimed directly at his opponent. Shelgon, just charge and headbutt. The endurance Pokemon charged at his opponent, not the move, just running forward, and tore through the water gun with sheer physical power. The hit connected with the Aqua Mouse Pokemon, who fainted. Apparently it was too much for the small water type. Meryl is unable to battle. Shelgon wins. Gym leader, send call your last Pokemon. Vaporeon, show time, baby. Everyone's sweat dropped at her words. Shelgon, focus energy. This caused both Lola and her husband to look more intently towards opponent's Pokemon. With the use of focus energy, its chances to connect a critical hit was raised. Let's test her a little. Shelgon, start things off with Ember. The fire-type attack did nothing but annoy the Bubble Jet Pokemon. Oh well, It is the only long-range attack I can use without revealing Shelgon's power. Vaporeon Water Pulse. Vaporeon charged a concentrated pulse of water and fired at its opponent. Shelgon matched it with Dragon Pulse. It was matched or outmatched with Turquoise Pulse of Dragon Energy fired by Shelgon. Both of the attack, the Dragon Pulse from Shelgon and Water Pulse from Vaporeon, was returned back to its owner. The Bubble Jet Pokémon melted itself in water, which was there because of Meryl's Surf, to protect itself. Oh no you don't. Shelgon Dragon Breath full power and cove the whole ground. The Endurance Pokémon in the evolved form of Bagon released a huge amount of green energy. The Dragon Breath, sharing some of its properties with fire, evaporated all of the W8 present and forced the evolved form of Eevee to come out of hiding. The Bubble Jet Pokémon was more annoyed than anything else, and it showed in its face. Shelgon, keep up the pressure. Headbutt. The evolved form of Bagon charged another headbutt, but this time Lola was ready for him. Vaporeon Ice Beam. The attack formed and hit, even before the blonde had the chance to call for his Pokémon to dodge. The super effective attack managed a direct hit. He gritted his teeth. She was good, but so was he. His Shelgon looked a little shaken up, but otherwise okay. He smirked. His Pokémon was called Endurance Pokémon for a reason. But his opponent was really surprised with the turn of events. What? She exclaimed. How could it get up from a super effective hit? Naruto smirked smugly. Quote, it will take a lot more than that to take him out. Shelgon Dragon Dance. The Endurance Pokémon stayed still. Ironic that the dance meant staying still of the little dragon type. Lola frowned. That last more would surely increase its power. Vaporeon Ice Beam one more time. The evolved form of Eevee opened its mouth and collected its energy and fired a beam of bluish-white color at its opponent. Shelgon Dragon Rage. The little dragon type fired a huge amount of fire-like energy directly at the incoming ice-type attack. The attack was obliterated and continued towards the Bubble Jet Pokémon, and an explosion of all the energies followed. Everyone covered their eyes. All people present there had an expression of disbelief at the display of power. Vaporeon got on its feet. It had managed to avoid the worst of it, but was still damaged. Its breathing was ragged and was wincing every now and then. At this rate Vaporeon won't last long. I have to do something, and fast. Lola thought. Vaporeon Hydro Pump. The water type let out a strong jet of water directly at the dragon type Pokémon. Shelgon Dragon Claw. The little, in height department at least, dragon type Pokémon charge dragon type energy on his claws and ripped the oncoming jet of water in two. Now finish it with Zen Headbutt. The front of Shelgon glowed blue as it charged again. His opponent was not only Dama Jeed but cringed at the sight of him charging in Che Wei in time. The Endurance Pokémon collided with the Bubble Jet Pokémon head-on, and after another explosion, knocked it out. Brock was stunned for a moment and after some time announced, Vaporeon is unable to battle. Shelgon win, and since the gym leader is out of usable Pokémon, the challenger Naruto wins. The blonde and his Pokémon celebrated their first gym victory by cheering loudly. Lola happily presented him with the boulder, and the blonde proudly kept it in the case, which was given to him by his mother. Naruto headed towards the Pokémon Center once again and left the next day after all of his Pokémons were healed and rested. His next stop was the Cerulean City for the Cerulean Gym battle. He decided to take the long route and skipped Mt. Moon. He took rest at the neighboring city before he once again headed towards the Cerulean City, where his second gym badge was waiting for him. He trained his Pokémons in between, focusing mainly on Turtwig and Ralts. His Turtwig learned Sunny Day and Light Screen. Despite being unfamiliar with the psychic types, Ralts' training was coming along nicely. She had learned Light Screen, Double Team, and surprisingly enough Magical Leaf. Naruto was mainly working on her strength of the psychic power. She was tasked to lift logs, stones, and virtually whatever he could find on the road with just her psychic powers. His older Pokémons were old enough to train on their own. A day or two later he was in front of the Cerulean City Gym. He ranged the doorbell and got inside when he heard the "come in." Cerulean City Gym was based on water type, he figured. There was a lot of blue around. He introduced himself to the gym leader, Daisy. She was a blonde girl, with a pink daisy on one side of her hair. She had green eyes and was wearing pink dress. "I'm Naruto and I would like to challenge Cerulean City Gym," he said when they both got inside. "I accept your challenge," she said. The battlefield of the gym was a pool with platforms on it, for the trainer. This is official battle between Gym Leader Daisy and Challenger Naruto, said the girl with violet hair. Ironically, her name was Violet. She was younger sister of the gym leader. This will be a 3-on-3 match, where only Challenger will be allowed substitution. When all three of the Pokemon of either side will be unable to battle, the winner will be decided. Do you understand? She asked, and when she saw Naruto nod, she continued. Then begin. As a gym leader, Daisy will call out his Pokemon first. Corsola, I choose you. With that, she called out the Coral Pokemon. Corsola was a small, pink, round Pokemon with branch-like growths on its back, which were similar to coral. It had black, oval eyes. It also had 4 legs and 2 arms. Truthfully, it really looked like a coral. He checked it with his Pokédex. Corsola, the coral Pokemon. A combination of both water and rock types. It sheds and regrows the horns on its head numerous times. Corsola's branches glitter very beautifully in 7 colors when they catch sunlight. If any branch breaks off, this Pokemon grows it back in just 1 night. Pikachu battle time, he said as he called out the electric mouse Pokemon. Pikachu Pika, he said as he stood on the platform, facing the water type. Electric type, how very predictable. Lily, the second younger sister of the gym leader, commented. Everyone ignored her, however. You can have the first move if you'd like, she said. With pleasure, was his reply. Pikachu, start things off with Thunderbolt. The small electric mouse charged and let out a powerful electrical attack. Corsola Mirror Coat, the advancing Thunderbolt was stopped in its track when the coral Pokemon's body glowed with yellow-orange color and the attack was reflected back at Pikachu. The little electric type looked unconcerned and didn't move an inch. The Thunderbolt was absorbed and he looked more vitalized. What was all his opponent could say. It's Pikachu's ability Lightning Rod. Any lightning attack directed at him would simply be absorbed and would help him. Of course, he couldn't handle a large amount of it. But that was left unsaid. She frowned. Corsola, Spike Cannon, she ordered the next attack. Pikachu get in close with quick attack then Iron Tail, he stated. The incoming spike-shaped projectile was dodged by Pikachu, who ran across the different platforms to get in close to the coral Pokemon. His tail glowed and jumped and swing at his opponent. Corsola, Iron Defense. There was a loud, clang, noise when Iron Tail struck Iron Defense. Corsola was sent skidding back a few inches. Pikachu, Thunderbolt once again. And the super effective attack managed to connect this time. The coral Pokemon was bathed in the color of electric yellow and cried out in pain. But it refused to give up. Corsola, are you alright? She asked. Corsola, was the reply. It was pained but determined voice. Calling to its trainer. Corsola Aqua Ring. 3 rings of water surrounded the coral Pokemon. Oh no, you don't. Pikachu Thunderbolt full power. Before Aqua Tai L could take effect, Corsola was hit with the super effective electric type attack. The coral Pokemon fainted, unable to continue. Corsola is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Gym leader, please send out your next Pokemon. Violet announced. Not bad, the female gym leader commented. But can you continue your winning streak? The blonde stayed silent, opted to just stare at her. Seeking, I choose you. She called out her next Pokemon. Pikachu return, Jolteon, I choose you. The electric mouse Pokemon was replaced by lightning Pokemon. Start. Jolteon start things off with Pin Missile. The evolved form of Eevee fired yellow needles at his opponent. Seeking match it with Bubble Beam. The incoming Pin Missile were matched by Bubble Beam and both of them collided and created several small explosions. Jolteon Shadow Ball. Jolteon let out a ball created from Ghost-type energy and fired it towards his opponent. Dodge Seeking. The Goldfish Pokemon managed to dodge the Shadow Ball. Now Horn Drill. Seeking's horn started rotating at a very high speed and it charged at Jolteon. Jolteon Thunderbolt. The lightning Pokemon let out a powerful Thunderbolt but it was instead redirected towards Seeking's horn and it continued with its attack. That's Lightning Rod ability, now it makes things complicated. Jolteon Dodge. Jolteon made an effort of dodge and jumped but the Goldfish Pokemon redirected his own Thunderbolt towards himself and being in midair, he couldn't avoid it. It was a direct hit. Jolteon, he murmured in pain. They were not known for their endurance after all. Jolteon Discharge. The evolved form of Eevee released a lot of electricity and discharged all of it. He knew he was his last legs. Seeking's Lightning Rod ability could not help it any. From the amount of multiple electric bolt that Jolteon released, the powerful super effective attack knocked out the Goldfish Pokemon. Seeking is unable to battle, Jolteon wins. Gym leader, please send out your last Pokemon. The referee announced. The gym leader looked perturbed for a second before she smiled. Seeking return. You are good, Naruto. It had been so long since I had so much fun. Jolteon return. Thank you, Daisy. Now as for my last Pokemon, Horsey, I choose you. Well, since all of the Pokemon you have used were in his water type, it's time I use my own. Swampert, time to battle. The full evolved mud fish Pokemon looked impressive against his tiny dragon opponent. Swampert, this is the final match. Let's wrap it up and get the badge. Swampert, swam Swampert. His Pokemon agreed with him. Horsey smokescreen. Quote. The blonde smirked, but it was unseen behind the smoke screen created by the dragon Pokemon. Swampert, ice beam. Daisy was startled when she heard pained cry of her Pokemon. But how? She managed to ask. Swampert has very good vision, he can see even in the muddiest water. When the smoke cleared, the dragon Pokemon was covered in so much ice that it was practic and took advantage of that. Swampert, hyper beam. The strongest of the normal type attack struck Horsey without any difficulty. It was not only thrown out of the pool but also got stuck in the wall because of the power behind the attack. Horsey is unable to battle. Swampert wins. Since gym leader is out of usable Pokemon, the challenger wins. The gym leader returned her Pokemon, thanking it for the effort. Naruto, here, take this. This is the Cascade badge. It is the proof of your victory in the Cerulean Gym. The blonde put the badge in the case, thanked the gym leader and her sisters, and left. Next gym was awaiting him. Turtwig, Razor Leaf. After defeating the water-type gym leader and gaining the Cascade badge, Naruto left Cerulean City. After his latest gym badge, he had his eyes set on the electric-type gym leader, Lieutenant Surge. But currently he was having a one-on-one battle with some trainer, out in the open. His opponent was interesting to say at the least. He won. Ted to be the world's greatest grass-type master, so choose Bulbasaur as his starter, and since Naruto's actually registered starter Pokemon was Turtwig, since he was the first Naruto scanned with his newly acquired Pokédex, he challenged the blonde to a Pokemon battle. Naruto jumped at the chance to battle, of course. The tiny leaf Pokemon needed some battle experience too, and since he was not only young but fairly inexperienced, the only Pokemon in his team that young was Ralts. Even Pikachu was older than the two of them. His other Pokemon that haven't actually fought in the battle before were Greninja and Sylveon. He just didn't get the chance to use them in a battle after all. But enough of the rambling, there is a battle going on. Bulbasaur dodge. The seed Pokemon jumped left and right and dodged the incoming leaves. Now Bulbasaur Vine Whip. Two vines emerged from Bulbasaur's bulb to hit its opponent. Naruto smirked. Turtwig bite on one of the vine and let the other vine hit. After training with his older Pokemons like Sceptile and Greninja, Turtwig could take a hit from Bulbasaur. The tiny leaf Pokemon bit on one of the vine and winced when the other hit, but aside from that, he was relatively unharmed. Now Turtwig Giga Drain. The Grass-type Sinnoh starter caught his opponent, Grass-type Kanto starter, in green vine-like beams and started draining its power. The small wound that were on him healed. Bulbasaur, get yourself out of there, use your second vine to Vine Whip it. His opponent cried frantically. Fortunately for him, Bulbasaur managed to get free, but the damage was already done. The seed Pokemon was on the ground, panting. Turtwig, Leech Seed. The tiny leaf Pokemon lowered his head and the sprout on his head released a brown seed, which he threw at his opponent. The seed latched onto the Kanto Grass-type starter and sprouted multiple vines which wrapped it up. Now Turtwig finish it with Energy Ball. Bulbasaur's frantic movement increased to free itself. Turtwig opened his mouth. The leaves on his head started to glow green as he formed the Energy Ball in front of his mouth. He was still struggling to form the grass type attack, and before it could destabilize, he fired it at his opponent. The Energy Ball exploded on impact. Bulbasaur cried out in pain but lost his consciousness soon after. "Ah, I lost again," his opponent said in shame. "Don't worry about that, it was a good fight." Naruto tried to console him. "But what's the point if I didn't even win?" The boy's eyes were red and the tears threatened to escape. The blonde's sweat dropped at his behavior. Win or lose happens in a game, but what matters most is not giving up. They looked at him with big, hopeful eyes. Frankly, this was getting ridiculous and a little bit creepy. After all, Naruto was nearly the same age as him. "Really?" he asked. "Yes, but never forget, your Pokemons are not your tools but friends, and you have to form a bond with them. You have to understand how they feel, how they react, what are their strengths and weaknesses. Then work with them to overcome them. He lectured and at the same time motivated the kid. Well, he too was the kid, but regardless of all that, he won and the other boy lost. Thank you, I guess. The boy said. He then took a deep breath and gave a genuine smile this time. Thank you again, and when the next time we meet, I am going to beat you. Believe it, he had already returned Bulbasaur to his Pokeball, so he just picked up the backpack that was resting securely against one of the trees and left after waving goodbye to the blonde. Naruto too smiled at the gesture and left for the nearest Pokemon Center to get his Turtwig to heal. After walking for some time he reached his destination. The kind new RSE took his Turtwig and returned him after he was healed. As the Nurse Joy of Hearthome City had said, no Nurse Joy aside from those in the Sinnoh region knew him. It was, he don't know what, but this feeling was strange. He wanted to be known by all of them, but he was far from attention-seeking. At times his own thoughts confused him. Bah, he would worry about that later. It was time to train. He was focusing today's training on Ralts and Turtwig. They were the youngest and less experienced, so they needed a lot of work, and being the grass type, the tiny leaf Pokemon would be at type advantage against the electric type gym. Lieutenant Governor Surge had the reputation of being strong and ruthless, so he needed all the training he could get done with them. Alright, time to work. And with that he spent all the day's time working on his Pokemon's endurance and move execution. Turtwig, today we will be focusing on your energy ball. I noticed it was not stable when you used it against that trainer, he stated. The grass type nodded and started working on mastering the move. He formed a tennis ball size. He was struggling with making it bigger and maintaining the control at the same time. The evening P asked in the same manner, and they did a lot of work and made some progress with their training. Naruto returned all the Pokemons to there, and as he was about to return Turtwig, a mechanic arm came out of nowhere and grabbed him. He squealed in surprise. The blonde was trying to figure out what was going on, but as he turned he found the source of his surprise. It was those Team Rocket goons again. Hello once again, twerp, called out female of the duo. Jenny, yeah, last time you managed to stop us from stealing any Pokemon from the Pokemon Center, but we noticed you have some Pokemon we have never seen before, so we decided to take them off your hands, Prince stated, grinning once he finished. So then, bye-bye, Tada. She waved happily and they both jumped on their car and took off. This time I won't let them escape, he mentally promised himself as he chased after the escaping thieves. I so wish I had a flying type right about now, was his thoughts. He quickly picked out a Pokemon and called his out. Sceptile, come on out. The grass type was already running along with his trainer. They are moving out fast. You have to chase them. Once they stop, I will be able to find you, don't worry about that. The forest Pokemon nodded and increased his speed as he gave pursuit. It was quite easy for him to follow in the forest area. Naruto never stopped running, as he followed the tracks left by both the vehicle and his Pokemon. Thankfully his Sceptile was thoughtful enough to left the tracks for him to follow, but the forester was ending fast. After some time he was beginning to get tired. He leaned against a tree and tried to get his breathing under control. He called out Ralts from her Pokeball. Ralts, I need your help in founding out Sceptile. Can you do that for me? The little feeling Pokemon looked unsure of herself. The thugs from the Team Rocket caught Turtwig and I send Sceptile after them, but I need your help to locate him. Please, you have to at least try. He encouraged the little Pokemon, who nodded and swore to do her best for her trainer. She closed her eyes and started focusing all the psychic energy on Finaner was depending on her and Disappoint. Him was the last thing on her mind. After a few failed attempts, the little feeling Pokemon managed to find Sceptile, who was not very far from where they were. The blonde thanked her and they both stated, running towards the location provided by Ralts, the Pokemon riding on her trainer's shoulders. Minutes later they reached there and found Sceptile already caught in a trap, imprisoned, and Team Rocket waiting for him patiently. With some other members of their team joining them, it seemed they called for backup, and it was here. Naruto gritted his teeth. He never thought that the two NTS were smart enough to call for backup, or they were so high in the food chain that they would actually get one. Give me back my Pokemons, he exclaimed. Give me back my Pokemons, mocked one of the goons in baby voice. Hand over all of your Pokemons, kid, and you might stay alive to see your next sunset. There were total of 5 of them. He was not worried about that, not one bit. But the problem was they had captured both Turtwig and Sceptile. so he had to be careful while dealing with the hostage situation. This didn't help Ralts at all, who was getting nervous feeling from her trainer. He carefully chose his Pokémons. Someone who could work in teams and had not only speed but experience to take on all of them. Infernape, Greninja, Pikachu, Pupitar. Come on out and help, he said as he called out his powerhouses. He intently didn't call Swampert because he may need a backup too. The grunts of the Team Rocket were surprised to see the Pokémon they had never seen before. What kind of Pokémons are they? Asked one of them. Who cares, we are going to take them eventually, was reply from one of the grunt, arrogant as he was. Let's show him what Team Rocket can do. Yeah, came the sound of agreement from the rest of the team. Magby, Raiden, Victreebel, Bellsprout, I choose you, cried the whole of the Team Rocket in perfect sync. Magby, Flamethrower. Raiden, Hyperbeam. Victreebel, Bellsprout, Razor Leaf. So the battle started with the small fire type giving out impressive amount of flames followed by two Raiden's twin Hyperbeam and the grass duo's Razor Leaf. Infernape counter with your own Flamethrower then Mach Punch. Greninja use Water Shuriken on the oncoming Hyperbeam. Pupitar use your own Hyperbeam to counter the second one and Finn. Ally Pikachu Thunderbolt the Razor Leaves. In a remarkable show of strength Naruto's Pokémons countered Team Rockets and used attacks of their own. The flames from Magby was swallowed in whole by Infernape and then the Mach Punch connected before the goon could even give it a command to dodge, sending the small fire type flying into him. The ninja Pokémon countered the incoming Hyperbeam with his Water Shuriken making it explode on the contact, while the hard shell Pokémon let loose a Hyperbeam of his own overpowering the incoming one easily and hitting the opponent Pokémon and lastly the L of the Razor Leaf were fried by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. That's 2 down, 3 to go, the blonde thought. The two hoodlums recalled their Pokémons, gritting their teeth all the time. Greninja don't give them the time to react. Use Hydro Pump on the Raiden. Infernape overheat Victreebel and Pupitar Dark Pulse on Bellsprout. Naruto stated. The ninja Pokémon let loose a powerful jet of water YCH made a direct contact with the rock-type Pokémon who fainted after being hit with the super effective move. Infernape on the other hand used his current most powerful move beside Flare Blitz and it contacted Victreebel knocking it out and finally Pupitar knocked out Bellsprout with his Dark Pulse. All of them recalled their Pokémon but instead of showing signs of frustration, they were smirking. Even the previous two hoodlums were smiling evilly at him, which sent a bell of alarm in his head but before he could even react one of them opened his mouth. You may have defeated us, but your Pokémons are exactly where we wanted them to be in the first place. As soon as he finished his sentence, small prison cell traps came to life and captured all of his other Pokémons. Only Ralts, who was standing beside her trainer, was left. The blonde gritted his teeth, this was getting out of hand. First Team Rocket asking for backup then trapping his Pokémons. He still had his Swampert, Jolteon, Shelgon and Sylveon, but Team Rocket didn't knew about that and he didn't wanted them to be caught too. Ralts was already out of her Pokeball and she was the only one who could get them out of their traps being psychic and all. Ralts, he began, without looking at her. His complete focus was on the front, looks like only you and I are left. I know you can do it. Please help me. The feeling Pokemo. N nodded her head hesitantly and prepared for the battle. Jenny, Prince and the three others, whose name he didn't even bother to remember, laughed at him and his Pokemon, who being shy was getting more and more nervous. Naruto gave her an encouraging smile. I know you can help me and our other friends they caught. Trust in yourself. She nodded and readied herself for the fight. Jenny pulled out a second Pokeball and called out another Pokemon. Firo, come on out and take down this little weakling, she stated. Firo was a large, brown Pokemon with a vulture-like neck and broad, large wings. It also had a long, pointed, pink beak, and a decorative red coxcomb on top of its head. It had shaggy feathers on the base of its neck and covering the upper portion of its wings. It was intimidating to say at the least to the small dual psychic and fairy type. Firo start with aerial ace, she said. The normal flying type took to the skies and disappeared with an impressive display of speed, reappearing very close to the little feeling type Pokemon. Ralts dodged with double team. Ralts created several copies of her and managed to evade the beak Pokemon. Now hold it with psychic. Firo was covered with psychic, not allowing it to move even a little. Now Ralts Psyshock. The little Pokemon created a weird blue-colored beam in front of her and fired it at the trapped Pokemon, who gave a cry of pain but otherwise looked relatively fine. It will take a lot more to take out my Firo. Now Firo faint attack, she stated. The blonde was surprised with the sudden dark tip. Move from the normally idiotic Team Rocket's normal type Pokemon. It was a type of attack which could not be dodged, so he knew Ralts will have to take it. The dual normal and flying type took to the sky and feinted the attack, connecting it with Ralts, sending the small feeling type Pokemon on the ground. She gave a cry of pain and was struggling to even get up. She had to, for her trainer, Naruto, to ran towards her intent on checking up on her. Jenny gave another evil smirk. Firo Hyperbeam. The blonde's eyes widened upon hearing this. He saw clearly as the beak Pokemon charged the strong-est normal type attack and aimed it at his downed Pokemon. He was panic-stricken, his mind was getting blank on what to do now. He watched it all as the beam formed and coming, everything around him was slowing down. His mind focused on the incoming attack and his injured Ralts. He never noticed his eyes turning red with two black Tomo spinning rapidly. In the end he threw his body in order to protect the small Pokemon. At the same time a blue-colored shield formed in front of him, taking the brunt of the attack, but the explosion was powerful enough to knock him around. He looked up from his position on the ground and saw Ralts was unharmed. He gave her a warm but pained smile. The feeling Pokemon was now openly crying and his other Pokemons were clenching their jaws or hands, paws or both depending upon their body structure. Frustrated at their helplessness to protect their trainer. At the same moment something changed inside Ralts, with the feeling of being powerless and helpless. He found energy surging from deep within her and she welcomed every bit of it. She was willing to protect her trainer. And with this determination, she began to glow and her form was changing, she was growing. After the transformation was complete, standing in place of Ralts was Kirlia. It was a white bipedal Pokemon that was wearing what appears to be a tutu. It had green hair that reaches down to its shoulders, and two red horns looking like hairpins. It had skinny green legs with pointed feet and thin, white arms that had 2 fingers. She was glaring with narrowed eyes at the hooligans of Team Rocket. Her behavior changed completely and was in contrast of the normally timid Ralts. Her eyes glowed as she used Psychic on the prison cell, captivating her teammates and destroyed them all at the same time. Team Rocket gulped nervously in unison as they watched the events unfolding in front of them. Kirlia raised her hands above her head, then bring them forward and released multiple glowing light green leaves from her hands at Firo. The beak Pokemon took to the air but the leaves followed it before finally connecting. The dual normal and flying type Pokemon fainted from the attack. As at the time they heard police sirens coming close to them that broke them from their trance as they decided to cut their losses and escape. "Oh no you don't," Naruto said as he was standing up with the help of Infernape. Kirlia used Psychic and stopped them. Unknown to him, his eyes were blue again, though he was feeling a great amount of fatigue. He chalked it up to his first usage of aura. Yes, he understood that he unconsciously used his aura to protect both himself and his Pokemon. The emotion Pokemon once again used her psychic attack to stop the goons from escaping. Sometime later Jenny and some other policemen came and arrested members of Team Rocket. Officer Jenny helped Naruto to her bike's sidecar and immediately took him to hospital and his Pokemons to Pokemon Center to heal and rest. The officer thanked Naruto for his help and praised him for calling for help before confronting the dangerous and notorious Team Rocket. Though she apologized for coming late and then left. A few days later he was in front of the electric-type gym. It was intimidating to say at least, and by going with the reputation gym leader had, this was going to be his toughest battle yet. He was not scared though. He was as prepared as he was going to get. He pushed the doors open and entered the eerie-looking gym. Just by a single glance at the gym interiors, Naruto could tell the gym leader loved the electric type of very much, maybe a little too much. Outside, the gym was decorated with electric symbol, various lightning bolts sprouting from the roof. Inside was much similar, a glay bolt of lightning was in the middle of a side wall. He looked around and finally voiced, "Hey, anybody here, coming?" Came a feminine voice, the blonde to the side, and sure enough a girl, teenager, was coming with a boy of approximately same age. They were wearing pretty unique dress, to say at least. The girl was a redhead while the boy had black hair. They both were wearing army uniform pants with black shirts. In girl's case a top. The girl raised her eyebrow at him, looking up and down. "Why are you here, kid? Are you lost or something?" The blonde's eyebrow twitched at the kid comment but swallowed the annoyance. He politely bowed and introduced himself. "My name is Naruto, and I am here to challenge Gym Leader. They both openly laughed at him. The blonde's face was twitching up dangerously in infuriation. Go home, kid. Do yourself a favor and don't come back until you actually grow up. You would be destroyed in seconds. Snidely remarked the boy. Naruto's face was getting red with anger and embarrassment. It was not his fault that he was short for his age, he just hadn't hit the growth spurt yet. What's going on here? Came booming voice here. Naruto looked up a huge man coming towards them. The duo visibly flinched upon seeing him. Who's the baby? He asked, completely ignoring him. I can introduce myself. I am Naruto Joy of Sanjum Town, and I am here to challenge the gym leader. The smaller blonde said with straight face. The older blonde laughed, just like two other had laughed at him. You baby, think you can handle me? He asked. Sure, it's not like I can just turn down a challenge being a gym leader. Naruto didn't even blink, his expression remained the same. So you are the famous Lieutenant Surge. It was more of a statement though. The newly identified lieutenant. Surge stopped laughing when he saw his face. It seems I have to take him seriously, he thought. Until now the only challengers he had faced had been newbie, who thought they could handle everything and left crying when he plowed through them using only his Raichu, but this kid, Naruto, felt different. Like he actually knew what he was doing, which was good for a change. I am ready when you are, kid. This would be a standard 3-on-3 match and only you would be able substitute Pokémons. Understand? Naruto nodded his head, but both his assistants looked surprised. It was not very day their boss took on someone 3-on-3, he was more 1-on-1 type. For his to go against his usual routine, it meant the trainer in front of them was something different. Lieutenant Governor. Surge could get a good read on people. It was one of his abilities he gained during his time at military. They made their way towards the battlefield. The girl decided to referee the match. This is a 3-on-3 battle between gym leaders Lieutenant Surge and challenger Naruto Joy of Sanjum Town. Only challenger is allowed substitution. Are you both ready? She asked. Naruto and his fellow blonde nodded their head, signaling her to continue. Gym leader will choose his Pokemon first. The gym leader pulled out a Pokeball and threw it forward. With it came his first choice. Magnemite, I choose you. Excuse me, he said, looking at the referee. Can I call one of my Pokemon out so that he could watch and learn something from the match? He asked. The referee, teenage girl from before, looked a little surprised at the strange request. It's all up to the gym leader, I guess. Though he would not want to be distracted from a fight. There was a tick mark on Surge's head. I am right here, you know. He asked rhetorically. Well, you can call your baby Pokemon, as long as they don't interfere in the fight. Thank you. He really looked grateful for a moment. Come on out, Pikachu. He called out his electric mouse Pokemon. Stay here and watch how Master of Electric type fight. You might learn a thing or two from him and he have a Raichu. The little electric type nodded his head and looked excited. On the prospect of watching a great fight. His opponent even has his evolved form to boot. This was definitely something he was not going to miss out on. Let's not delay it any longer. The smaller blonde stated, pulling out a second Pokeball, this time to battle against his opponent. Come on out, Swampert, and came out the Mudfish Pokemon, the water-type starter of the Hoenn region, Swampert. He had grown from the small little Mudkip to his giant, well compared to its fully evolved form. You're from Sanjum Town, Sinnoh, and have starter from the Hoenn region too. Not bad, they are not common to come by. Just like looking at it, I can tell it had been raised well. But enough chit-chat. His demeanor changed suddenly and became serious. His assistants were startled by his unusual behavior. They were used to see their boss playing around with newbie trainer, but this was trainer he was acting differently against, and they were about to find out just what was different with this one. Magnemite Thunderbolt. With that command, the magnet Pokemon let loose a large amount of electricity directly at his opponent, who, while impressed with the power behind the attack, looked confident. The attack made a direct hit and a small explosion followed. Dust was everywhere. What a newbie trainer, using water type against electric master Lieutenant Surge. One of the assistant thought. It was not until the smoke cleared that he could see that the Moodarmed. What? He mentally exclaimed. How's something like that even possible? Naruto was smirking from his position on the other side of the battlefield. He loved the shocked expression on their faces. Swampert is dual water and ground type. He is immune to electric type attack, but at the same time has weakness to ground and fighting type. He explained more to the assistants than to the gym leader, as he had proved himself to knowledgeable in Pokemon from different regions. Now my turn. Swampert bulldozed then Hammer Arm. The Mudfish Pokemon charged at the dual Steel and Electric type and then smashed his arms onto his opponent. The poor Pokemon fainted. Magnemite is unable to battle. Swampert is the winner. Gym leader, please send out your next Pokemon, announced the referee. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. Gov Lieutenant Governor, Surge commented. But let's continue. Electrode, I choose you, he said as he called out his next Pokemon. Return Swampert, the younger of the two blondes stated. Sceptile, I choose you. With this, his forest Pokemon was out, a twig in his mouth as he stared impassively his opponent. His opponent was grinning madly. He looked like a child, well, a ball-shaped child, on sugar high. You can start. Referee wasn't even finished when Naruto suddenly acted. Sceptile Bullet Seed. The attack that me from the Sceptile was surprisingly faster than the electric-type gym leader anticipated. And also the younger blonde changed his strategy, from first sticking to defense then going to offense to directly going to offense the second time. Electrode, protect yourself with Sonic Boom. The incoming bullet seeds were stopped by the Sonic Boom from the ball Pokemon, but barely. So not only his Sceptile is fast, it is also powerful. The electric-type gym leader thought to himself. This is getting interesting. Don't let up Sceptile Leaf Storm. The seeds on Sceptile's back began to white before he released a barrage of light green glowing leaves and sent them spiraling all around with his opponent caught in the middle. Electrode, cover yourself with Spark to protect yourself. The said Pokemon did as was asked and covered itself with blue-colored Spark which protected it from the leaf storm. Naruto frowned. This was getting nowhere. Sceptile Sunny Day. The environment inside the gym immediately warmed as Sceptile used Sunny Day. Now prepare a solar beam, he said. Jump and fire, Naruto instructed. Electrode Magnet Rise. The ball Pokemon's body began to glow yellow and raised itself just a little and managed to dodge the attack, narrowly dodging. But the resulting explosion covered everything from view. Naruto closed his eyes and smirked, which was hidden from the rest because of the dust. Sceptile Leaf Blade just in front of you but a little below. The forest Pokemon did as was asked and made a direct hit with the electric ball Pokemon. But how? Gov Lieutenant Governor, Sure exclaimed. You should be unable to tell exactly where Electrode was. Naruto was smiling. It worked. I purposely had Sceptile jump and fire the solar beam aimed below, which I knew you would dodge, creating a dust cover. But I have the ability to sense aura, which I must admit I learned about recently and have been experimenting ever since. So I could tell exactly where Electrode was, he said, as he finished his explanation. Sceptile finish it with Leaf Blade. The grass-type starter of Hoenn charged at his opponent, the leaves on his hand glowing as he intent to finish the match with this move. Sorry Electrode, but explosion. The downed Pokemon followed his trainer's command and glowed brightly before exploding. Sceptile no, Naruto exclaimed, but it was already too late to stop. When the dust from the explosion cleared, both Pokemon had fainted from the resulting move. Both Sceptile and Electrode are unable to battle. This match is a draw. Both of you please send out your next Pokemons, referee said, but Naruto was barely listening to her as he returned Sceptile to his Pokeball. He was surprised by the suicidal move used by the gym leader. Raichu, you're up next, he said, as he called out his third and last Pokemon. Naruto, who was thinking about using Pikachu for the next battle, choose a totally different one. Pupitar, standby for battle. The hard-shell Pokemon was looking as serious as his trainer. Raichu, Thunderbolt and don't hold back. The electric mouse Pokemon gave a smirk as he released a powerful bolt of electricity aimed directly at his opponent. Naruto didn't said anything and let the attack hit, but as he predicted it did nothing to Pupitar. Pupitar Dark Pulse. The rock and ground type Pokemon charged and fired a dark pulse at his opponent. Raichu dodge. Gov Lieutenant Governor, Surge exclaimed, but even then it was caught in small explosion and took some damage. This kid, what is with this kid? 3 different Pokemons and 3 different strategies. Raichu Thunder. Raichu, who was gritting his teeth from pain because of the last attack, started collecting energy to unleash his strongest attack. Only a few seconds later he fired it at Pupitar. Pupitar Stone Edge. Multiple light blue rings surround Pupitar's body. The rings began to glow white and form into stones the same color as his body. The stones were spinning rapidly and took the full NT of the attack before being cancelled out. Raichu was panting hard by now, having used most of his energy in his last attack. Pupitar Earthquake. The hard-shell Pokemon slammed his body on the ground. Raichu jumped, but the younger of the two was waiting for the exact same moment. Pupitar finished it with Hyper Beam. The Hyper Beam attack connected with the Electric Mouse Pokemon, sending it flying to the other side of the room, where it fainted. Raichu is unable to battle. Winner is Pupitar. Since Gym Leader is out of usable Pokemon, Challenger Naruto is the winner. Gym Leader Lieutenant Surg E awarded Naruto with the gym badge, which he silently accepts. The electric-type gym leader was so impressed with the boy that he gave him a luxury ticket to SS An, a luxury ship that would take him to the city where his next gym battle was. After getting a checkup for his Pokemon, Naruto decided to leave the city. Naruto was standing on the deck of SS An. Truly the ship was as luxurious as was rumored. He was looking at the peaceful sea. His moment was interrupted when he heard something interesting from the conversation going around him. Have you heard there is powerful and dangerous fire-type Pokemon in Saffron City? A type of species never seen before. The boy said to his friend. Seriously, a Pokemon never seen before. Could it possibly be a new species of Pokemon? Who knows? Interesting. A new type of Pokemon, huh? And powerful to boot. I have to look into it. He thought to himself as the ship took him to the next city. Saffron City was like any other city, he guessed. It had a marketplace, a Pokemon Center, and most importantly a gym. Saffron City Gym was a psychic type, he learned from the guidebook of the city. This was time for Greninja to make his first appearance in the gym battle. Being the half-dark type, he would be of great help. Training of his Pokemon was coming along nicely. The Pokemon who was showing most vigor in training was Turtwig. Who was intent on becoming powerful enough to match the older Pokemon, as did not want to be left behind. So Naruto focused more on his training. His Kirlia was doing great too. Her psychic powers had increased a great deal. From when she was a Ralts, and her confidence was good. She was learning new moves, Hypnosis and Dream Eater combo with Heal Pulse to help her teammates, who got into trouble more often than not. Aside from all that, she was working on perfecting Teleport and other moves like Imprison, she unknowingly used against Team Rocket. Even the blonde hadn't realized that she had used that move until he was congratulated by Officer Jenny on the job well done. He had his other Pokemon stick to the basics of strength and stamina building along with perfecting the moves they already knew. There was no poof moves and be barely able to use them. He himself was training in his aura. After the fight with Lieutenant Surge, he realized how useful it was for not only being able to find out everyone was, but to be able to actually protect himself and others when the time came. So far he only had a limited luck with the aura. While he was able to figure out and effectively use the sensing part, he was unable to do anything about the forming shield and the aura sphere. That was a lot of work, but training in calming down his mind was surely paying him. He looked into the rumors of AP, powerful fire type, but came up with nothing. He, with the help of Kirlia, even looked in the forest surrounding Saffron City, but the search came up in negative. Surely they saw some Pokemons here, but not the one they were looking for. They hadn't seen a hair no hide of the rumored fire type. He thought of challenging the gym here first before continue looking for the rumors. Elsewhere at the same time. Boss, I have some troubling news, said a man. He was wearing a black uniform with a big capital R on it. He was upper-class member of the Team Rocket. What is it now? The one they called boss asked irritably. There were a lot of bad news or disturbing news these days. Police arrest Jenny and Prince along with 3 others. He replied. The boss put some pressure on his mind, as if trying to remember something. He came up with nothing. Remind me, who are they again? He asked. The Team Rocket member sweat dropped. Sir, they were lower-ranking members of Team Rocket. They failed only 2 missions, and were arrested during the second failed one. We were going to promote them too. They failed 2 missions and got arrested, huh? As asked rhetorically, what mission was given to them and how they failed it? The member gulped as he answered, looking at the pissed-off face. His booze was intimidating. Sir, they were tasked with capturing and acquiring injured Pokemons from the Pokemon Center, but some kid named Naruto Joy from Sanjim Town, Sinnoh, stopped them. They managed to escape that time, but they targeted his Pokemons as he had been rumored to have some rare Pokemon. But the boy defeated them again, even with the backup, and the boy had already called for police before going after them. That's how they got arrested. He finished all of that in breath. Get some of the spies to work on him. I want every detail of this boy by the next week. The Team Rocket member nodded and left. With Naruto. Naruto was exploring the Saffron City, but like any other city, he found peace in the forest area. He felt close to the nature and he loved seeing his Pokémon, playing or just relaxing. He meditated for a while before getting bored and joining his friends in some of their games. After some time he noticed Turtwig was talking to Sceptile and working on some moves. He got curious and watched him trying to do a new move. He had already mastered Energy Ball a while back, so he was interested on seeing what move the tiny leaf Pokémon was trying to learn. His question was answered when he saw the tiny grass type to from a leaves, more importantly forming leaves of light green color and spinning. So he is trying to learn Leaf Strom. But why is he working instead of playing around like he usually does? The blonde thought to himself. Hey Turtwig, what are you doing? He suddenly asked, appearing behind the tiny grass type Pokémon, startling the poor Pokémon, who in response attacked him with Leaf Strom. The attack barely formed and reached the blonde, but it was a start. Turtwig, he said, as if saying, don't startle me like that. Naruto chuckled at the response, easily reading the meaning behind the look Turtwig was giving him. Seriously though, what are you doing? Why are you not with others, playing? He asked. The tiny leaf Pokémon in turn his head down in response, muttering something inaudible. He really looked sad though, and that's what concerned the blonde. 'Cause his Turtwig was always happy, and was positive. Well, if you really want to learn Leaf Strom, as your trainer I have to help you through this. He smiled warmly at him. Turtwig tried to return the smile, he really did, but the moment he was captured was repeating in his head. He felt too helpless at that time for himself and his trainer, to be of any help to them. He was feeling guilty over the whole issue, like somehow it was his fault that he got captured in the first place. Nevertheless he accepted what help his trainer could provide him. They spent the whole day and most of the evening trying to learn the move. But he was somehow unable to do the move and it frustrating him more and more. With increased frustration, his concentration was getting shot, meaning he was very far away from completing the move. All of his Pokémons were done playing or relaxing and were intent on watching over the little grass type. They all cheered for him, remembering when their trainer did the same for them. He believed in them when they too had the difficult time learning the move. An hour passed and progress was slow. Kirlia was using her heal pulse on Turtwig to keep him going, which he was thankful for. He took a deep breath. This was going to be his last try for the day. He didn't have the energy to go any longer. He collected the energy for the attack. This was the easy part. Now for the hard part. He shaped the energy into several leaves and threw them spinning at the wooden target he was practicing on. He closed his eyes in effort, keeping the flow of energy continuous. He opened his eyes when he heard everyone was cheering for his, congratulating on the job well done. He had finally learned the move. He was so happy and moved from support of his friends that he started crying, with Kirlia gently supporting him. He was feeling some kind of warmth coming from the inside and welcomed it with opened arms, feet. He started glowing, his form changing. He was getting bigger, a lot bigger. After the glow faded, in his place stood his new form. He had evolved. He was now a proud Grotle. Grotle was a quadruped Pokémon with light green skin and a large shell covering his back. The shell appeared sectioned and was yellow with 3 long, brown ridges atop it. There were 2 bush-like trees growing around the outermost ridges. His feet were yellow and had 3 claws each. The newly evolved Pokémon roared and launched an effortless Leaf Strom, showcasing his newfound power to his trainer. Naruto gave a large smile while all of his Pokémons were cheering or giving smiles of their own. Sylveon was even running around Grotle, in happiness. The tiny leaf Pokémon, who was now a Grove Pokémon, truly smiled for the day. He was grateful that he had such caring friends and a great trainer. The blonde didn't return any of them to their Pokéball. He made a tent and a campfire with the help of his Pokémons and they stayed like that for the rest of the night, sleeping and resting in each other's companies. Next morning he decided to put the ongoing search of the fire type on hold. They had wasted a lot of time in search of the fire type, but all of that came back as negative. He decided to take on the gym first, then continue with the search. With that in mind, he made his way towards the Saffron City gym. It was reputed with being the one, if not the strongest gym in Kanto region. It was rumored that the gym leader was a powerful psychic herself, one of the reason the gym was psychic type. Rumors. He scoffed. He Had been chasing a rumor for few days now and it led him to nothing. Oh well, let's get this over with. I do need that badge, which means I have to go to the gym now. Sometime later he was in front of the gym. That was reputed to be one of the strongest, with the gym leader being psychic as well. He was about to knock on the doors of the gym, when they were suddenly opened. And seemingly by itself, it craped the blonde out. But he entered nonetheless. Saffron City Gym was different from any other gym. The gym itself was giving the aura of being alive. He felt like he was feet the hairs on the back of his stand-up. But he continued towards the next door, which once again opened on their own. "Welcome, stranger," came a voice. Naruto looked directly in front of him. It was a young woman, holding a female child doll in her lap. Her eyes were covered by her hair, and seemed to be glowing in the dark. She finally looked up. "You are a strange person," she commented. The blonde sweat dropped. She was the one rumored to have psychic powers, and from what he could tell, it was true. And he was the strange one. "I can usually tell, if someone is going to come challenge me for the gym bad. Gee, but I couldn't feel your presence up until you were in the front of my door about to knock." Interesting," he said, "but I have come here to challenge you for the gym badge." "Very well then, I dislike battling, but if you wish, I will show you my powers," she dramatically commented, then used her psychic powers to control the doll and made her through the Pokeball, without moving an inch all the time. "So the rumors about her psychic powers are true. Let's begin," she said, without giving his much time. "This would be a one-on-one match. And for this I choose you, my friend. Come on out, Kadabra." Kadabra was primarily yellow, humanoid Pokemon. It had two large, pointed ears on top of its head, a red star on its forehead, and wide cheeks leading down to a thin snout. On his hand was a spoon that all Kadabra always seems to have. It was said that the spoon amplifies their power. "All right then, Greninja, I choose you." And from the Pokeball came out his trusty Greninja. He had grown from a small Froakie to this great ninja Pokemon. Kadabra Psychic. The Psy Pokemon's eyes glowed for a moment as he tried to hold his opponent down with the signature move of the Psychic-type Pokemons, which failed spectacularly. It surprised both the Pokemon and its trainer. "What?" She looked up to see the boy smirking. It was the exact reason he chose Greninja. Greninja is half-dark type, which means Psychic-type moves mean nothing to him. The ninja Pokemon was mirroring his trainer's smirk when he heard the explanation. "Now it's our turn, Greninja Dark Pulse." The Dew, Owl Water and Dark type collected Dark type energy and fired it in a beam-like fashion. "Kadabra dodge," she instructed her Pokemon. The Psy Pokemon was fast enough to dodge the incoming attack, but T made it vulnerable to its opponent's second attack. "Greninja Water Shuriken," he stated. The dark green-haired trainer and her Pokemon were surprised by the sudden and fast attack and could not react fast enough to counter, making it a direct hit. "Dabra," the Psy Pokemon, screamed in pain, but the attack was not enough to take it out. "Kadabra Psybeam." Kadabra's eyes glowed red and multicolored circles formed in front of it, which it launched at its opponent in the form of a beam. Greninja Dodge. It was simple in the basic but was effective nonetheless. The ninja Pokemon was too fast to be hit by a simple Psybeam, it seemed. Now, but he didn't get the chance to complete the sentence as a crescent blade of energy came directly for Greninja. When did her? Never mind. Greninja. A counter the Psycho Cut with feint attack. The ninja Pokemon leapt to the side to avoid Psycho Cut and appeared directly on the opposite side of his opponent, his fist in the pulled backwards as he punched the Psychic-type Pokemon. The Psy Pokemon was thrown backward from the force behind the simple punch. The green-haired frowned internally. Kadabra Future Sight. Kadabra's whole body glowed with light blue color, but it seemed like nothing happened. What was that? The blonde thought. It is not like her to make a failed attack. His question was answered when a multicolored beam appeared directly above Greninja. It was too late to avoid. That was Future Sight. Too bad, it will be a while before you can use that move again, he said. But that move did damage him. Greninja Night Slash. Greninja's hands were covered with crimson-colored energy as he slashed his opponent, making it cry in pain. Kadabra Miracle Eye, then Confusion. Kadabra's eyes glowed a different color this time, which confused the blonde. But then it was changed with the familiar glow of blue light. The attack made a direct hit and confused the dual water and dark-type Pokemon. Naruto was shocked from the turn of event. What just happened? He thought. How is the psychic type affecting him? It should not be possible. Greninja snap out of it, he cried, but it had no effect on the confused Pokemon. Meanwhile, Sabrina decided to give a little explanation to the blonde, since it was one of the duties of the gym leader. To teach the trainers about Pokemon. I had Kadabra use Miracle Eye. It negates the type advantage of Dark type, making them vulnerable to Psychic type attack. So that's what happened. But how do I snap him out of it? He thought as he gritted his teeth. Kadabra recover then Psybeam. The Psy Pokemon glowed a brilliant golden color while the damage taken from the fight was disappearing from its body. It's using Recover, but Greninja is still confused. He was thinking furiously what to do in a situation like this. His couldn't do anything as the Psy Pokemon recovered and attacked with Psybeam, making a direct hit. The Ninja Pokemon was floored. He was 80 confused and was under the effect of Miracle Eye. The blonde gritted his teeth. Things were looking bad for him. But he was not about to give up, not by a long shot. Get up, Greninja, please. We have come too far to get defeated now. He encouraged his partner, that he had helped raised from egg. Remember how hard we have trained. You can do this, I believe in you. Hearing some encouraging words of his trainer, something snapped inside of him. His mind was calm once again. His energy boosted. He was also glowing with blue color. The blonde was surprised but happy to see that his Pokemon was once again standing. It's Torrent, but he is on his last legs and won't last long. We have to finish this fast. He said to himself. What was that? Was the thought of green-haired gym leader. Where is this energy coming from? Does few words of encouragement can brought about this amount of change? Greninja cover it water shuriken from each side. The ninja Pokemon did as was asked and room multiple water shuriken surrounding his opponent with them. There was only one choice left for the gym leader. Kadabra protect. Single quote. Kadabra covered itself in energy to protect itself, but it was shattered by multiple water shuriken striking it. Greninja finish it with Hydro Pump. The Kalo's water-type starter fired a powerful jet of water from his mouth. Kadabra, who had already taken hit from water shuriken, was unable to dodge and was hit full force of attack. Kadabra is unable to battle, so you win. She herself announced as the doll on her lap raised the Pokeball and returned the Psychic-type Pokemon. Naruto and his Pokemon both cheered. This was really a tough battle and they were on the brink of defeat. But they won. I have never met a trainer like you, Naruto. She said. I can usually look into the future or at least be able to predict what is going to happen, but with you I always get a blank. Maybe it isn't possible to completely predict the future. She commented. Naruto was listening carefully what she was saying and shrugged. I can only say one thing, Sabrina. Future isn't set on stone. The green-haired gym leader nodded her head. Anyway, you have defeated me, so you deserve the Marsh badge. Here, take it, she said as she used her psychic power to lift the doll and gave him the badge. The blonde happily accepted the badge and left for the Pokemon Center, to get his Greninja healed. Sometime later, Naruto had once again decided to look into the rumors of the powerful fire type. He was going to the next city anyway, so why not look and see if he could find something. He had searched most of the forest surrounding the Saffron City and neighboring city both with his aura and Kirlia's psychic pod out. There was nothing coming up. As he was about to give up, before he got a powerful aura signature at the peripheral of his senses. It was faint, but there was no doubt about its power. Naruto thanked Kirlia for her effort and returned her to her Pokeball and started walking faster so as not to lose the only lead he got. After some time he was at the base of a cliff. The blonde sighed. This would be a pain in the butt to climb. He once again called out Kirlia. Kirlia, can you teleport us to the top of this cliff? He asked his only psychic-type Pokemon. The emotion Pokemon nodded her head and concentrated, and a few seconds later they were at their destination. Naruto could now clearly feel a powerful aura some Pokemon was emanating. Kirlia stiffened. It seemed even she unconsciously could feel the powerful presence. Don't worry, Kirlia, just rest for now. She nodded her hesitantly as she was returned to her Pokeball. There was surprising a large field on the top of the cliff. He was walking carefully towards where he could feel aura of the Pokemon he guessed was the rumored one. He silently made his way towards a boulder and peeked a look at the Pokemon. From what he could see, it was primarily black in color and looked draconic in his body structure. It also had a long tail, which was lit with blue flames. The blonde had never heard someone having a blue-colored flames. Even the Moltres, the flame bird and one of the legendary bird of Kanto, was said to possess red flames. Naruto tried to scan it with his Pokédex. He was surprised to hear what the device had to say about the strange Pokemon in front of them. Charizard, the Flame Pokemon. A Charizard flies around in the sky in search of powerful opponents. It breathes fire of such great heat that it melts anything. However, it never turns its fiery breath on any opponent weaker than itself. Its wings can carry this Pokemon close to an altitude of 4,600 feet. It is said that Charizard's fire burns hotter if it has experienced harsh battles. It is known to cause forest fire unintentionally. This Pokemon has different colors than the Pokemon of its species are supposed to have, meaning it is a shiny Pokemon. Once the Pokédex finished reciting its lengthy information, Ukton saw that the Pokemon was now awake and was staring directly at him. It had anger in its eyes. Now that it was standing, the boy got a good look at the Pokemon. As he had already seen, it was primarily black with sky blue underside from the lower jaw to the tip of the tail. Charizard with Mega Charizard X colors without the transformation. It is not an actual Mega evolution, just colors. Everything would be explained later. Now that he was close to the Pokemon and it was focusing on the boy, he could feel the true power of the Pokemon. He gave it a smirk. I can tell that you are powerful, and I want to fight you. And I can say that you want to fight too. So what do you say? He asked. His answer was a powerful roar, which Naruto took as yes. He pulled out a Pokeball and chose his Pokemon. Swampert, I choose you. The fire type in response opened his wings but stayed on the ground, challenging and daring the water type to make his move. Swampert Water Gun. Swampert let loose a powerful stream of water towards the fire type. The flame Pokemon didn't even flinch or blinked as he met the attack head-on with his flamethrower. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw that water evaporating at a faster rate than Swampert could produce, meaning the raw amount of power the fire type was putting in a simple move was astonishing. Swampert dodge. The mudfish Pokemon managed to left side to avoid the damage. The flamethrower continued and impacted with the boulder behind the boy, melting it immediately. Swampert Hydro Pump. The water-type starter of Hoenn region. Spit a powerful jet of water at his opponent. This move was far stronger than Water Gun. The flame Pokemon was still standing at same place but it released green and yellow beam of fire from his mouth. The draconic flames shredded through the hydro pump forcing Swampert to dodge in order to save his behind. The blonde was getting excited as the fight dragged on. That was Dragon Breath. This Charizard is really powerful. Charizard hadn't moved an inch since the start of the fight and Swampert was forced to move all over the clearing. He was already getting tired. Swampert Earthquake then Rain Dance. The mudfish Pokemon stomped on the ground, creating earthquake but the fire-type starter of Kanto region just lifted itself off the ground to avoid the seismic waves encountered the rain dance with his own sunny day. The sun was shining brightly and the temperature was raised, meaning its fire-type attack were going to be even stronger than before. Charizard was getting bored of fight and it evident from the expression on its face. It drew in a deep breath and released a powerful kanji made from flames which was not only powerful but fast. The mudfish Pokemon had no time to dodge as it connected directly with his midsection. He was immediately knocked out. Naruto silently returned the mudfish Pokemon to his Pokeball as he contemplated what to do next. That was Fire Blast. It can only be taught and not learned naturally. It mean you had a trainer. The flame Pokemon snarled angrily. Then he realized, it was the reason the Pokemon seemed angry from the start, or than they normally looked. You had a trainer that abandoned you. But what I don't know is why. Why would he or she do such a thing? You are obviously a powerful Pokemon and shiny to boot, he asked. Well, that would be answered later. Infernape, I choose you. The Sinnoh and Kanto fire-type starter looked at each other. Infernape Mach Punch in close combat. The monkey-like Pokemon rushed at the draconic-looking Pokemon. His fists were glowing with light blue energy. He was forced to dodge when his opponent spit out torrent of flame at him. Even he, who was a fire type, was uncomfortable by the hotness the flames were emanating. Infernape Overheat. The final evolved form of Chimchar released a torrent of white flames at Charizard, who looked unfazed. The larger flame Pokemon release white flames of his own that impacted with Infernape's and created a large explosion. Infernape Flare Blitz. The flame Pokemon covered itself in flames before he rushed at the other flame Pokemon. Charizard let itself be hit by the attack but it caught Infernape in his grasp. Sure, he took some damage too, but it was nothing compared to the pain he was going to dish out. It gave a cruel smirk before taking a deep breath and firing a point-blank overheat, knocking out Infernape. The blonde was too surprised from the fact that Charizard had managed to catch Infernape while he was using Flare Blitz. He silently returned Infernape to his Pokeball. This Charizard not only have great power but fast reflex too. But the question is, who was stupid enough to abandon this Pokemon? Shelgon, I choose. And with that the blonde choose his third Pokemon to fight against Charizard. Oh, he was not giving up that easily on such a great Pokemon. The small endurance Pokemon looked at the draconic looking flame Pokemon. It was impressive that how a Pokemon as small as Shelgon was staring at shiny Charizard without even flinching or batting an eyelid. Shelgon headbutt. The small dragon-type Pokemon charged at the fire type, who in response released a breath of fire. Naruto was not deterred though. Shelgon changed to Zen headbutt. The endurance Pokemon's front was soon covered with blue energy shield which protected him from the flames as he continued on his way to hit the flame Pokemon. At the last moment Charizard flapped its wings and took into the air, avoiding the small but heavy Pokemon. Shelgon was annoyed. It was his lifelong dream to be able to fly and this lizard was mocking him. Charizard in the air, drew in a deep breath and fired a green beam at the dragon-type Pokemon. Shelgon counter with your own dragon breath. Naruto instructed. The endurance Pokemon did his own draconic fire onto the oncoming attack, making both of them explode. The shockwave from the blast was powerful enough to push the heavy Pokemon back a few inches. Shelgon Dragon Pulse. A green ball of draconic energy formed in front of Shelgon and a moment later he fired it at the fire-type Pokemon. Charizard covered its claws with energy and slashed the Dragon Pulse into pieces. That was Dragon Claw. He didn't get much time to think as the fire type was already charging, its wings glowing white. Steel Wing. Shelgon meet the attack head-on with Dragon Rush. The Dragon-type Pokemon was covered with blue-colored energy as he too rushed at his opponent. They collided head-on, creating another explosion that sent both of the Pokemon flying backwards. Shelgon more than Charizard, but the flame Pokemon was pushed backwards quite a bit, which only served to anger it even more. The little endurance Pokemon returned the glare with full force. Shelgon Dragon Rage. Shelgon formed a huge pulse of energy that he threw at the flame Pokemon. The flame Pokemon released a torrent of white flames at his opponent. The two attack collided and another explosion followed that kicked up a lot of dirt. That was overheat. Even though its power was reduced, it was more than a match for Shelgon's Dragon Rage. Shelgon Double Edge. The endurance Pokemon covered itself in white-colored energy and charged at the fire type. The fire type who seemed angry that it was even hurt in the first place answered with his own charge, except he was covered in blue fire. Flare Blitz. It sure knows a lot of moves. The blonde thought. They once again met head-on and like the last time, both were pushed back, but this time they both felt the recoil of the move and flinched. Both were breathing heavily, but Shelgon had taken a lot more damage than Charizard. Things were not looking great for him. But then something happened. He began to glow. Like always, it was an amazing process. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always fascinating. Soon the glow became so bright that the blonde had to cover his eyes a bit. Shelgon's shape changed. His body grew to amazing proportion. Next was not only his wings taking shape but his lifelong dream of flying. He had evolved. He was now a Salamence, a flying dragon. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his newly evolved Pokemon. Salamence, the dragon Pokemon. Salamence came about as a result of a strong, long-held dream of growing wings. It is said that this powerful desire triggered a sudden mutation in this Pokemon's cells, causing it to sprout its magnificent wings. To express its joy, it flies and wheels all over the sky while spouting flames from its mouth. Single quote, came the mechanical voice of the device. They both took to the skies, and roared, both showcasing their power to the world. The dual dragon and flying Pokemon released a powerful breath of fire which was matched evenly by the dual fire and flying type. They again charged each other, their claws covered in green-colored energy as they slashed at each receiving quite some damage from the other. It had become a matter of pride for both of them. They were meeting each other's attack head-on, again and again. The blonde had stopped giving any instruction and was watching with the focus. They both released draconic flames at each other and the attack exploded, but they were already flying at each other with Dragon Claw ready. Next was the collision of Flare Blitz and Dragon Rush. They both flinched at the damage they took, and were huffing. They were at the last legs and knew it, so they prepared their current most powerful move. For Charizard, it was Fire Blast, and for Salamence it was Dragon Rage. They both prepared the attack and fired it at their opponent. There was a struggle of power before it exploded, the resultant of the explosion sent both of the Pokemon on the ground, where they were knocked out. Naruto returned Salamence to his Pokeball and threw a Pokeball at Charizard. It was captured without a problem. He called out his Charizard out. He was still knocked out from the fight. Then he called Kirlia. Kirlia, can you look into his mind and tell me what happened in his past? The emotion Pokemon nodded and placed her hand on the down Pokemon's head. After a few moments she released her hand. She was visibly angry when she finished looking for what her trainer had asked. She then placed her hand on the blonde's forehead and shared what she had learned. I don't know if she can do this or not, but for the sake of the story she can. She is a powerful psychic anyway. Something small like sharing some memory should not be impossible. It was morning time. A boy just woke up from his sleep. He tiredly rubbed his eyes, yawning. Then he finally realized what day it was. Today was his 10th birthday. He was going to get a Pokemon. He brushed his teeth, combed his hair and picked up the toast before rushing to Professor Oak's lab. He lived in the town next to the Pallet town, where Oak residence was. He too k'd his bicycle and hurried to his destination. His green hair were blowing wildly with the wind as he picked up speed. His black eyes covered by the glasses to protect them from the harsh wind slapping on his face. He was wearing a white jacket with red stripes and a simple blue denim and black shoes. He already had his backpack so he could leave on his journey as quickly as possible. Not even half an hour had passed when he reached Pallet Town and then Professor Oak's laboratory. He rang the doorbell and impatiently waited for someone to open the door. A moment later, Professor Oak himself answered the door. Memory. From Charizard's point of view, the old professor pressed the button on the Pokeball to enlarge it and called out first of his starter Pokemon. They already knew each other so they skipped to the giving of Pokemon part. This is Charmander, a fire-type Pokemon. He small Pokemon heard the old professor say. He did the same thing for the second Pokeball. This is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokemon. And finally, this is Squirtle, a water-type Pokemon. So who are you going to choose as your starter, Alvin? I had already decided, even before I came here, Professor. I choose Charmander. I one day hope to have powerful Charizard. He boy said passionately. The aged professor gave a little laugh at the enthusiasm of the young boy and handed him the Pokeball of Charmander and 5 extra along with Pokedex. Here you go, Alvin. To register for the Kanto League, you have to head to the nearest Pokemon Center. The professor said. The boy gave him an enthusiastic nod and ran off in his bicycle. Time skip. Memory. Charmander and his trainer was battling against some other trainer, and were losing badly. It's not like he was weak, not by a long shot. He was actual Ly powerful for a Charmander, and even his trainer knew this fact. This was the reason the small fire type had become his trump card of sorts. While it was not a bad thing, as many trainer had Pokemon they considered their trump card. Alvin was taking it a step further, making him fight all of his battles and expecting him to win every time. Charmander didn't wanted to disappoint his trainer, so he tried very hard and gave it his all. But sadly his 100% was not enough for his ambitious trainer. This battle was just one of the many proofs. Don't be such a weakling, and finish him off, use Flamethrower. He was battling with a water type, and was losing. He didn't even had proper training and was plunged headfirst in the heat of the battle. It was a good thing he liked to battle. Otherwise it would not had been good for him. The small fire type released a powerful jet of flames, which did nothing against his opponent. He was hit by a water gun and was floored. He had trouble getting up, but he did. He was shakily standing on his feet, determined to prove to his trainer that he was not some weakling. That's when it happened. He could feel power surging from within him. He gave a smirk as he glowed. His form changed tear. In his place was a Charmeleon. He let loose powerful green-colored flames that knocked his opponent out. It was his first time using Dragon Breath. Time skip. Memory. After he had evolved, things had become even worse. He had never once lost a battle, had when he did for the first time, his trainer made him train for hours without break and food. He was on his last legs, but his trainer showed no mercy. Sometime later he collapsed, having no energy to continue, and his trainer left him like that. He sighed, and dragged himself to the base of a tree, so at least he had a little support. Time skip. It was the last elimination round, before having 6-on-6 matches, and things were again not looking good for Alvin. His opponent was good, very good. He called himself a Dragon Master, and with having Dragonite in his team, it was not very far off from truth. He had already lost all of his team and the only remaining Pokemon was Charizard. That trainer's Dragonite had already wiped out Gyarados and Cloyster, his opponent simply negated the type advantage. It was like, it was never there to begin with. His Dragonite stood firm and strong, and though he had defeated 2 of his team, it was like nothing to the Dragon type. And that thought angered him beyond anything. Even his strongest Pokemon, Charizard, was having a difficult time. Just how ridiculously powerful was this Pokemon? Charizard could feel his trainer's frustration. He too was feeling that particular emotion. He had trained hard since he was a small Charmander, fought Bat-less almost constantly, but that was not enough. Not only that, the dragon had defeated 2 of his team and won with type disadvantage. He was not even tired, and that thought was worrying. He was the strongest of his team. He knew that fact, but even he would have trouble taking out Gyarados and Cloyster back to back. His trainer ordered him to use Dragon Breath attack. He poured his everything in it, making it as strong as he could. Knowing only Dragon-type attack were effective against Dragon-type Pokémons aside from Ice-type, and the only Ice-type of his team was already defeated. But that was that, and this was now. He gave a loud roar as the attack connected and the Dragon-type flinched and was pushed back quite a bit. But was still good to go. The dual Fire and Flying type was huffing. Already because of the amount of power he was pouring in every single one of his attack. If he made them any weaker, it would not affect the dual Dragon and Flying type at all. This thought was bothering him for a while. He was pushing as much power as he could and the dragon was matching the pace he set and was not affected in the least. Charizard Dragon Breath one more time. The dual Fire and Flying let out green draconic flames, aimed at his opponent. Dragonite counter with your own Dragon Breath. The trainer smirked as his Dragonite overwhelmed his opponent's Charizard. No matter what, this was in his bag. The draconic flames created an explosion that engulfed and swallowed the flame Pokemon whole. He was instantly knocked out. Charizard is unable to battle. Dragonite is the winner. Since all of Alvin's Pokemon are knocked out, winner is Lance and his Dragonite. Lance cheered for himself as he celebrated his victory, showing victory sign for the crowd, laughing. The crowd too cheered for him, impressed by the display of power from the young trainer. Alvin clenched his teeth as he returned Charizard to his Pokeball. He left without turning around or saying a word. After he left the island where the matches were held, he was approached by 2 people, both wearing Team Rocket's insignia. "Do you want to become strong?" was the only question they asked. The boy said nothing as he joined them. His only thoughts were getting strong enough to get revenge for his pitiful defeat. He would destroy Lance and his dragons, and with them, his hope and dream of being a dragon master. Time skip. They were standing in front of Device in a lab. There were people wearing the lab coat and everything. They were exited for some reason. The flame Pokemon could not tell what. When he actually came to his senses, he was inside some glass container, big enough to contain someone twice his size, filled with green-colored liquid. But what he couldn't understand was why. Why was he trapped like some lab rat inside a glass container? Where was his trainer and rest of his team? All of the people in the lab noticed that he was conscious and they cheered loudly. They even had a bottle of champagne to celebrate their little success, but what was this success? All he could remember was that coming to this lab with his trainer, when he had suddenly given him up to these scientists. He only allowed himself to be taken because of his trainer. He was convinced that this would make him even more powerful. At first it was only training, with little amount of drugs in his food. He had already realized that simple fact, when he suddenly had more energy than he knew what to do with. He got tired easily too, as he was not used to spending so much energy in too little time. Then the next thing he remembered was now waking up in some kind of giant test tube. He then noticed, his body color had changed. He was black now instead of his usual orange, with blue underside replacing cream color. His flames had also turned blue instead of red. He snarled, as the scientists cheered for their first successful gene splicing experiment. He had an idea of what they were talking about and roared, which was muffled by the liquid, and came out as gargled noise, with air bubbles escaping from his mouth, where a breather was supposed to be. He put as much energy as he could behind the attack as he used the basic flamethrower in anger. His species respected power but also nobility. He had done everything he could to earn the approval and love of his trainer, but the boy had audacity to throw him to be experimented on. He had trained hard, harder than he could, and even then it was not enough for his trainer. Well, No more, he was breaking out. The liquid in the glass chamber was bubbling from the heat. A moment later it exploded outward. If his trainer wanted nothing to do with him, then he would grow strong on his own, with his own methods. He would not the coward's way out. He roared once again, this time without any restraints. It was deafening. The people there scrambled to get out the way of the obviously enraged and super-powered Pokemon. Charizard in his anger set the whole lab in fire and destroyed every single equipment in sight. He spread his wings, noticing it was larger. Now that he thought about it, he had grown even larger. He was already big compared to Avenue Average Charizard, but he could now easily tower over one now. He blasted a hole through the roof and took to the skies. Once he was quite some distance away, he started using Overheat, Dragon Breath and Flamethrower to destroy the whole facility. He could hear the screams of the people as they ran to save their own hide. For a moment he hesitated. He was not a murderer, nor did he want them to suffer no matter what they did to him. But he was also concerned what they would do to other Pokemons if he did not destroy and actually let them continue. Finding his resolve, he released all of his anger, rage and contempt he had in one single fire blast. The explosion was enormous. It covered the entire facility, and nothing remained but Char's to remind his of the horrifying experiments, and then when he was sure it was all ruined, he left, hoping to find seclusion for the rest of his life. End of memory. Naruto was already panting from the amount of information that was suddenly transferred to. It had put a lot of strain on his mind. He opened his eyes to see Kirlia, watching him with concern in her eyes. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said, after taking a couple of breaths to steady himself. Quote, "We need to go to the Pokemon Center to get all of them healed, and I need to contact Uncle Rowan and Professor Oak to give him my monthly reports and to tell them about Alvin." The emotion Pokemon Nodn. Ditham returned her to her Pokeball and continued on his way. It took him a lot longer to reach the nearest Pokemon Center, and it was in Celadon City. He rushed towards the Pokemon Center and immediately gave Nurse Joy his Pokemons. He then called both Uncle Rowan and Professor Oak, at the same time, in a three-way conference call. Professor Oak was the first one to answer the call. "Ah, hello Naruto, you haven't called in a while. Last was nearly a month ago, when it was time for your latest report. So what is it this time?" he asked. He kindly asked. Naruto was not amused, not in the least. He was frowning. "I'm sorry Professor Oak, I have already completed my next report, but that was not a reason I called you." Whatever was he going to say was cut off as Professor Rowan joined in on the conversation. "Hello Uncle Rowan," he politely greeted him. "Sorry Naruto, I was held up by some material. Now have you completed your report assignment?" he asked. "Oh, and hello to you too Professor Oak." "Ah Rowan, I was wondering why had Naruto called both of us at the same time. He could have given report to any of us," he stated the aged professor. "Yes, you are right about that." The Sinnoh professor wholeheartedly agreed. "I am right here, you know," he asked irritably. "I can answer that question for myself." "Yes, you can. Now what's the matter?" Professor Rowan asked. "I heard a rum, or of powerful fire-type Pokemon in the region, and it was supposed to be of some new species. But I found out that it was a shiny Charizard," he started. Both of the professors were intrigued by the prospect of meeting a shiny Pokemon. After all, they are quite rare. Of course I was after the rumored new Pokemon, but it was something unique anyway. I captured him. He was quite powerful as he mana G to beat Swampert and Infernape before tying with my newly evolved Salamence," he told them with a smile, but frowned after that. "I learned, with the help of Kirlia, that he belonged to a trainer named Alvin. Do you know anything about him, Professor?" Both of the professors frowned upon hearing about abandonment of a Pokemon. "I don't remember anyone by this name. Why Naruto?" the aged professor asked. The blonde took a deep breath. He was wondering how to break out that kind of information. The aged professor would surely feel guilty about the whole situation. "Alvin got his first Pokemon 2 years ago from you Professor Oak," he said. "And can you take a guess, which was his starter Pokemon?" The native of the Kanto region was thoughtful for a moment. "I should have remembered if I was giving away a shiny Pokemon Naruto. No matter how long it has been," he commented after a moment. "It's because you never gave him a shiny Pokemon to begin with." Both of the professors' eyes widened at the prospect. If there was something that could do that, it could be only one thing: gene splicing. But it was banned and forbidden, and not to mention taboo, for a professor to do something so inhumane. The most a professor could do in terms of genes was studying them and how they alter upon evolution, not how to alter them. What are you implying, Naruto? Uncle Rowan finally asked, not liking where the conversation was going. Alvin participated in the Kanto League 2 years ago, where he was defeated by Lance. He was bitter and swore to take revenge on him. After that he was approached by Team Rocket. He wanted to become powerful so badly that he let them to do experiments on his Pokémons. They used some kinds of drugs, which I know are illegal. After some time they decided to perform a gene splicing experiment. They chose Charizard since he was strongest of them, so after that the Charizard was so enraged at his trainer and those scientists that he burned down the lab and flew away. Do you remember there was report of explosions in Kanto about 6 months ago, where no one could figure out what happened? That was one of their labs. He finished. The normally kind professor was visibly scowling upon hearing this. Even the Sinnoh native professor was clenching his fist in anger. I know what you are going to do, Naruto. He asked. Uncle Rowan nodded. But please be careful. Don't worry, I won't take unnecessary risks. He said, giving them a small smile. I'm more worried about the risk you think are necessary, Naruto. Professor Rowan said. On a lighter note, I'm sending my new report. It was completed a while ago. It contains more in-depth information on fairy types. Their weaknesses, abilities, what they are effective against and that sort of things. If I'm right about things, we will need to regroup a whole lot of species. The blonde stated. Both of the professor nodded at the same time. Thank you, Naruto, but please be careful. Professor Rowan said. I will be, uncle. See you soon. Bye, Naruto. I am excited to read your new report. Professor Oak said. Bye, Naruto. It was Uncle Rowan who said final goodbye. The blonde sighed, as he ran a hand through his hair. He didn't know what he was going to do next. He was contemplating on his next course of action when an announcement caught his attention. Naruto Joy, please come to the reception area of the Pokemon Center. He stood up and made his way towards the reception R. He was thinking what could be wrong. If everything was all right, the announcement would have said so. There was already Nurse Joy of Celadon City waiting for him. Her face was stern, like he was in trouble or something. Are you Naruto Joy? She asked. The blonde nodded his head, unsure of where this was going. We treated your Pokemon, Infernape. Swampert and Salamence would be fine by tomorrow, but I would like to go over the results I get from diagnosing your Charizard. Naruto frowned but nodded again. Is there something wrong with him, Nurse Joy? I just captured him tomorrow and it took half of my team to take him down. He was too strong, but he was really injured after the fight. He feigned ignorance to the matter. He had already reported things to both Professor Oak and Rowan, so it was not like he was doing something illegal. Nurse Joy of Celadon City was not happy with the results she got. I have detected trace of several drugs that are illegal and banned. Use of such drugs can get you into jail. She said, and not only that, but I have detected several inconsistencies with his DNA structure. The blonde shrugged. Professor Oak knows about that and had granted me the permission to help rehabilitate Charizard. You see, he was abandoned by his previous trainer and was experimented on, as tasked with capturing him and help him through his rehabilitation. You can contact him, if you want. The blonde stated. He know he was using half-truths and white lies, but Professor knew enough about him to support him and smart enough to go with the plan. Sure, I will, she said, before she left abruptly. She came about a few minutes later. Her face was still stern but had lost the hostility. I had contacted Professor Oak and assured me that you were doing a good job, but I don't get is, why are you getting such a task handed to you? It's quite a big responsibility and you are too young. She asked. Even she had trouble understanding, why was he entrusted with such a job? I am youngest field researcher to date and am a trainer. Not to brag or anything, but there are only a few off who can actually help Charizard right now, was his answer. The pink-haired nurse was surprised to hear that. She, like all others, had heard the rumors, of course, that there was a boy who was made a field researcher, but she never expected to meet him like that. Ah, so you are the rumored prodigy, huh? I am not a prodigy or anything. He answered sharply. He don't know why, but that term really annoyed him. I have worked hard to reach where I am and didn't get this position just because I am a prodigy, so please don't call me that again. Nurse Joy was taken aback by the tone. Of course. Even if you are talented, it would take a lot of hard work to be given your position. Can I see him, Charizard, I mean? He asked. Yes, sure, but you doim him in the battle, as he had been subjected to drugs, right? Naruto once again nodded his head. I know about that. but I would get the permission after I earn his respect and he wishes to fight in the battles again. He answered. Nurse Joy smiled behind his back. There were only few people who were this kind and not too much concerned about fame or money but put feeling of other before them. They walked inside the room, where Charizard was resting. He was currently sleeping and the blonde decided not to disturb him, so he quietly waited at the side. It was in the evening that the flame Pokemon woke up, and the first thing he was the blonde boy. Sitting at the side reading some book. The Pokemon snorted, which caught attention of the blonde as he was just turning the page. You are awake, I see. It was more of a statement than a question. As he placed the book back in his bag. You were out for quite some time. The dual fire and flying type just grumbled. Naruto gave him a warm smile. I know what happened with your last trainer. At the mention of his previous trainer, he snarled but didn't quite attack. He was angry enough to consider it though. I have already informed Professor Oak and Rowan about that, but as we don't have enough evidences, we cannot do anything. He took a deep breath. But I promise you, that trainer would pay, he would be behind the bars, even if it takes me years to gather enough evidences, believe it. There must be some conviction in the boy's voice that made him inclined to believe, but he wouldn't be swayed by just words. He had heard enough lies. Only through his action, he can prove himself to be trustworthy. Nurse Joy says that you cannot participate in battles, since they had you take some drugs and all that, but, as soon as I can, I will get you permission to battle again. From now on you are part of my family. He was smiling the whole time he was speaking. The flame Pokemon didn't said anything and just rested for the moment. It was all he could do anyway. Rest and think. Next day, Nurse Joy deemed them fit enough to leave the Pokemon Center but advised them to take it easy for a day or two. And Naruto was not worried about that. He knew how to take care of his Pokemons. Currently he was in the makeshift battlefield, on the back of the Pokemon Center, as he gathered his team. Alright everyone, listen, he started. Tomorrow we are going to challenge the Celadon City gym leader. From what I have heard, her name is Erica and she specializes in grass type. She usually goes for a 3-on-3 battle. So Grotle, Sylveon and Kirlia, this is going to be your first battle. So we will focus on your training today. So they spend rest of the daylight training the three of them to fight against the grass type gym leader, with the more experienced Pokemon helping them along the way. The next day, they were all well rested and prepared. Sylveon was feeling a little nervous but she had complete confidence in her trainer to help her through the fight. She had watched quite a few of the battles so she was surely exited to be a part of a battle. Kirlia too was exited, just like her trainer, she liked to fight too. Even though it was to mostly make her trainer proud, it was enough for her. She had already been a part of the battle, even if it was against those Team Rocket goons. Next time she swore to make them pay. Those who dared to try harm her family would pay. This was gonna be her first official battle and she was going to win for her trainer. Grotle had mixed feeling about the coming battle. He felt nervous but at the same time as ready as he will ever be. He had trained hard like all of his friends and even though he was not as excited about the battle as the other two, he would fight for his trainer. Naruto had observed them carefully, each of the three. He felt were ready for the up-and-coming battle. From what she had heard about the gym leader, she was not as powerful as Sabrina or Lieutenant Surge, so, he decided to use his unexperienced Pokemon. And so they could get battles under their belt, they had to start somewhere right. With this thought in mind, he was standing in front of the grass-type gym. He had totally skipped going into the 2WN and the most he visited was a restaurant so that he could eat. The gym had some strange vibes to it. The blonde could smell different kind of smells, like perfume, but there were too many types to name. It was frankly getting to his head. Since he could remember, he had a sensitive nose and the strong perfume was not helping a bit. He covered his nose with his handkerchief as he tied the cloth around his face to dull the smell. He was about to call someone when he noticed someone coming already. "Who are you?" she asked rudely. She was quite annoyed that the boy in front of him was wearing a cloth to cover his face. It was a direct insult to their gym, since it was them who produced the perfumes. "I'm Naruto Joy and I'm here to challenge the gym leader." The girl scoffed. "Gym leader is busy at the moment, so she cannot accept your challenge, please come again later." The blonde was annoyed by the girl in front of him. "When will she be back then?" he asked. The girl, looked like was in no mood to answer his question. "I don't know, so please leave if you have no further business." Naruto frowned at the way the gym attendant was treating him. She had got to be the worst attendant ever. He said nothing as he left. He decided to use the time he had to train his Pokémons and made them ready for the eventual confrontation. For the next week, the blonde continued with that pattern. He would go to the gym in the morning, ask for the gym leader, and then go train after nobody told him where the gym leader was or when was she coming. Now he was getting more and more frustrated with the lack of results. His Pokémons were getting restless as well. They trained, but it was quite clear that they were equally as frustrated as their trainer. When the week ended, Naruto saw the gym leader on outside. She was buying something, it seemed. He approached her as fast as he could. "Hello, are you Celadon City gym leader?" he asked the girl, which he was sure was the gym leader. The girl smiled at him. "Yes, I am. May I ask, who are you?" "My name is Naruto Joy. I came here to challenge you to get the badge, but your assistant told me you were not here, nor did she knew when you were coming," he answered. The gym leader seemed to frown at the moment. "I was in the gym the entire time." Now it was Naruto's turn to frown. "But she said you were out of town." "You know what, never mind. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle." "Sure," she said. "You can come to my gym tomorrow and we will have our match." Naruto nodded in affirmation and left her after that. The very next day Naruto was once again in the gym, and as always there was that cranky assistant that had lied to him. "I'm here to challenge gym leader." He once again said that, for the 8th time. But the look on the girl's face said that she was not happy to see him here. His face like usual was covered from the cloth of his handkerchief. The smell like usual too strong for him to handle. "The gym leader is not here, please come back later," was her sharp reply like usual. It was really pissing off the blonde. "Gym leader is here, as she herself asked me to come here. You know that by doing this you are ruining reputation of this gym." The blonde said. "Shut up," she nearly screamed. "You have no right to come here, after you insult our perfume by covering your face with that damn piece of cloth." "So, that's what it is all about?" he asked, incredulously. "I covered my face with my hanky because this scent is too powerful for me. My nose is really sensitive." "Why you," she was saying, but she was cut off from behind, however. "That's enough," came the voice of gym leader. "He came here so that he could challenge me for the gym badge, not to buy our perfume," she commented. She then faced the blonde. "Are you ready for our battle?" was her question. Naruto nodded his head in reply. "Yes, let's do it." VS-type gym leader continued. "This will be a 3-on-3 match. The rules will be standard. Any question? Let's get started then." Quote. They proceeded to the battle arena, where they were going to have gym battle. The girl from earlier, Naruto never bothered to learn her name, as she was fairly annoying, was glaring at him. Both the gym leader Erika and challenger Naruto stood at the opposite side of the field. The girl decided to be the referee of the match, announced it starting. This is an official 3-on-3 match between Celadon City gym leader and challenger Naruto Joy from Sanjum Town Sinnoh. This match will end when 3 Pokémon from either side are unable to battle. ONL. Why challenger is allowed to switch Pokémon. Fighter, choose your Pokémon. Erika gently pulled out a Pokéball, enlarged it and choose her first Pokémon. Tangela, I choose you. At the same time Naruto picked out his Pokémon too, Sylveon. Come, it's time to battle. Start. With that, the match had officially begun. Tangela, start things off with Vine Whip. She commanded her Pokémon. 2 dark green vines came out of his body and speeded towards Sylveon. Sylveon dodged with double team. Not even a second later, there were several images of Sylveon surrounding the vine Pokémon. Now Shadow Ball. The real Sylveon created a ball of shadows and fired it at her opponent. Tangela jumped to dodge, then Poison Power. The vine Pokémon managed to jump just in time to dodge the incoming Shadow Ball and released a wave of purple powder. Sylveon blew that away with Fairy Wind. The intertwining Pokémon pulled her feelers together, and the air around them started to glow light blue. Sylveon then opened them wide open, sending a strong gust of wind at the opponent. It blew away the poison powder with it. Now Swift, the fairy-type Pokémon, opened her mouth, and fired yellow stars at the opponent. It made a direct hit and the vine Pokémon was thrown backwards. Tangela Energy Ball. The dual grass and poison type got up and created a green ball of energy which it fired at his opponent. Sylveon counter with Shadow Ball. The fairy-type Pokémon once again created a ball of shadow to counter the energy ball. They collided and a small explosion followed. Now Sylveon Dazzling Gleam Intertwining Pokemon created a bright flash that blinded everyone present. Finish off with Moon Blast. Sylveon once again spread her feelers wide open, and an image of the moon appeared behind it. Though everyone were still blinded by the flash from the previous attack. She then formed an orb of pink energy in front of her mouth, and fired it at the opponent. All the other could do was hear, as the blonde commanded his Pokemon for an attack and then a blast followed. When their eyes began to adjust to the normal again, they could see Tangela knocked out on the ground. Tangela is unable to battle, winner is Sylveon, announced the referee. Gym leader, please call out your next Pokemon. You are good, but let's take it up a notch, commented the gym leader. Sure, the blonde replied. You did good, now return Sylveon, he said as he returned the fairy-type Pokemon to her Pokeball and immediately pulled out a second one. Grotle, I choose you. This is one impressive grass type, she stated. But now it's my turn. Victreebel, I choose you. Second round of the match, begin. The referee announced. Victreebel, Razor Leaf. The flycatcher threw the razor-sharp leaves at the opponent, the blonde smirked. Grotle, counter with your own Razor Leaf. The leaf attack from his own was a lot stronger than the incoming one and quickly overcame the attack and proceeded towards the dual grass and poison-type Pokemon. Your Pokemon is powerful, I give you that. But it has no speed. Victreebel, Sunny Day and dodge. Victreebel suddenly looked like it has a speed boost, it easily dodged the attack and was running around to test its speed. It's the ability Chlorophyll. It allows my Pokemon to react faster when the sun is bright. The gym leader explained the strange happenings. It was surely strange, to say at least, to see a Pokemon like Victreebel moving as fast as he did. Nice, the blonde stated, but Sunny Day also allows one to recharge one move faster. Grotle, Solar Beam. The Groove Pokemon collected the solar energy at a phenomenal speed and launched it at its opponent, who once again managed to dodge with his newfound speed. As I said, his speed has increased to a high level. Dodging such frontal attacks is easy. The blonde gave her a smirk. Thanks for the idea. Grotle, Earth Power. The body of the Groove Pokemon glowed faintly in a yellow color as he stomped the ground. The ground started shaking and cracks appeared to be forming all around the field. It limited the mobility of small grass type. Grotle, Leaf Storm. The attack connected and knocked out the little flycatcher Pokemon. Victreebel is unable to battle, winner is Grotle. Gym leader, please send out your last Pokemon. Erica silently returned her Pokemon as she contemplated on what to do next. He had already taken out 2 of her Pokemon and didn't lost even a single one of his. This trainer was good. Gloom, I choose you, she said as she called out her last Pokemon. Grotle, return, he said as he once again switched between Pokemons. Kirlia, I choose you. His next choice was his faithful and friendly psychic type. Gloom, you are next, she said, as she called out her last Pokemon. Kirlia, Imprison. The emotion Pokemon's eyes glowed crimson as the psychic hold appeared around the Gloom. Now Hypnosis, then Dream Eater. The psychic type used the 2 attacks in quick succession, and the weed Pokemon promptly fainted. Both the gym leader and her assistant were slack-jawed once they saw how easily the blonde had defeated her last Pokemon. Gloom is unable to battle, the girl referee stammered at little. Still in the awe of the last attack, winner is Kirlia. Since gym leader is out of usable Pokemon, Naruto Joy is the winner. Naruto frowned a little as he thought about the last battle. He walked towards the gym leader where she rewarded him with the rainbow badge. He could not help but comment. The last battle was little disappointing. As a gym leader you should have been able to counter that. Erica was stunned and at a loss of words. Here was a trainer, greener than she was, tell her that the last battle was disappointing. Naruto gave her a warm smile upon seeing her sad look. He did not said that to be mean to her to anything, but he truly did expected more from her. Don't worry, Erica. You are a good trainer and a great person, you just need to train your Pokemon some more and create new strategies to counter different types of Pokemon out there. I'll be going now, good luck. The Celadon City gym leader smiled at that and returned it fully. Days later Naruto decided to call Professor Oak again. He had an X-transceiver that he hadn't bothered to use to call them last, since the model used in the Pokemon Center was better. Professor Oak, I have my new report ready. According to which we would have to reclassify many of the Pokemons into new type fairy. There are the few I have considered that are either full or a partial fairy type. Professor Oak, as I have said in my report that many of the Pokemons needs to be reclassified in terms of their type. I have already compiled a list, please consider it and tell me what you think of it. Sure, Naruto, send me the data, and I will take a look at it. The aged professor said. They were talking about the newly dubbed fairy type, whose discovery was entirely credited to Naruto. And being field researcher and trainer with a fairy type in his team, he was tasked with their study to find out more about their strengths, weaknesses and such things. The blonde could not have asked for a better job. He loved being a trainer, and he with his team experimented on what his only pure fairy type could learn. He had also put Kirlia in the part fairy type category, considering the Aya's with which she learned a few of they've sent all the data I had. He said, yes, I have received it, Naruto. Bye, and good luck for your journey. The native of Kanto region wished him and cut the connection. In just a few days they had covered a lot of town and training in between. His Pokemon loved it as much as he did. But there was just one problem with a capital P. Charizard. He refused to join them on their training. He even refused to listen to the blonde. Naruto didn't blame him the least, considering the Pokemon's past experiences with his ex-trainer. His Pokemons were annoyed though. They knew how good of a person he was, as he had helped them and took care of their needs. He was not afraid to put himself in harm's way if it meant to protect them. That was evident when he put himself in front of Ralts before she evolved. His Salamence and Charizard had a rivalry going on. They fought each other on regular basis, often tying with each. Seldom, one of the two won their fight, but they would hold it over the other's head until the other managed to even the score. Naruto usually ignored them, and only stopped then, if things started to go out of hand. He had to put every ounce of his power in his aura to rein them in, if in case they escalated things too much. His control over was getting better, at least. Other than that, things were looking good for them. His baby Pokemons were gaining experience fighting with the elders of the group. The only Pokemon who hadn't been in a gym battle was his Infernape and Sceptile, but that would come later. The Flame Pokemon was experienced in his own way, battling with Alan and then Charizard, even though he lost to the latter. But for now he had decided to take a break. After all, it was as important as training. So they were here, the Safari Zone. The Safari Zone is run by a gun-wielding warden, Kaiser. That man was too loose with his weapons. He actually aimed the pistol at face. Trainers were restricted to only 30 Safari balls per challenge. It was explained that this was because of too many trainers capturing all the rarest Pokemon too rapidly and due to searching for the extremely rare Pokemon, Dratini. He admit he would like to see the fabled dragon-type Pokemon. He didn't bring that much Pokeballs with him. He had one Pokeball and it was just in case. He had already dropped off all of his Pokemon at the Oak Ranch for the day to give them a day off, so that they could relax too. The day he spent at the Safari Zone was relaxing to say at least. There were many different kinds of Pokemon there, including but not limited to Tauros, Dratini, Dragonair, Nidorina, Rhyhorn, Magikarp, Gyarados, Horsey, Poliwag, Goldeen, Slowpoke etc. and many other. He could have sworn he saw a Chansey there too. He smiled at the sight of small Pokemons running around, playing with each other, while the older watched other them relaxing too. He decided it was about time to head back to the room he had booked in the rest room in the Safari Zone as it was getting darker. He suddenly stopped and looked back. There was nothing there. He could have sworn he felt something watching him. He shrugged and headed on his way, but this time he heard the sound of Pokemon crying. He didn't even think for a second before he ran in the direction he could hear the sound. It was soft but at the same time painful. His heart was wrenching at the pain he could feel in the voice. Not even few minutes had passed when he had successfully located the source of voice, his senses of aura helping him along the way. He squinted his eyes in efforts to look at the Pokemon. It was getting very dark after all. He couldn't believe what he saw. It was a Dratini, a baby if he was right. It was crying inconsolably. The blonde announced his presence so as not to startle the poor Pokemon. It immediately curled into a ball in fear. Naruto's heart broke at the sight. He took a brief glance at its body and could tell it was injured. He carefully and slowly walked towards the dragon-type Pokemon. His hands were in front of his body so that it could see he was not holding anything. The baby Pokemon shivered in his touch. The blonde gently picked it up and carried him into the hotel room. He was thankful that there was no one who could see what he was carrying. The Safari Zone had no health care center, so the boy was on his own on this one. He was now glad that his mother was a Pokemon nurse, from where he learned the basics of first aid and how to treat most of the small and common injuries. He was also really even that the injuries on the baby dragon were only superficial scratches so he could treat them easily. He cleaned the wounds and bandaged them. Dratini was asleep by then, seemingly too tired with the whole ordeal. It seemed like that her tear had dried from so much crying. He too was tried now, so rested his head against the bedside where he had rested the baby Pokemon. Morning came too quickly to Naruto. He was woken up by the soft voice crying. He groggily opened his eyes to see the Dratini he had brought in his room was crying once again. He yawned and rubbed his eyes to properly wake up. The Dratini was shaking up in fear of the boy. Naruto's eyes softened on seeing this. He gently rubbed the baby's head and projected his most calm and loving aura he could manage. He was truly grateful for the gift of aura, because it also allowed him to sense others' feeling and could project his aura. Dratini relaxed after few minutes of rubbing his head and him saying gentle and soothing words. The dragon Pokemon looked at him for the first time, its eyes were red from all the crying. Don't worry Dratini, you are all right. I am here and I am not going to hurt you. His voice was as comforting as he could make it to be, but it still looked doubtful. No one is going to hurt you, I promise, he said. The look of doubt in the dragon Pokemon's eyes didn't disappear, but the blonde wasn't expecting it to. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? He asked softly. Dratini shook its head, but at the same moments its stomach growled, making it blush. It looked rather cute with all of the redness around its face. Naruto gave a soft laugh and filled a bowl with food that dragon types liked in particular. He had a dragon his team after all. The little baby dragon was hesitant to eat in. Why thing given to it by the boy, but the hunger inside it won. It slowly took a bite and a look of delight came across its face. It started devouring all the food in front of it. The boy smiled warmly upon seeing this. He blinked. The bowl in front of him was empty and the Dratini looked like it wanted more. Do you like it? He asked. Do you want some more? The dragon-type Pokemon nodded its head vigorously and the boy laughed lightly. He prepared another bowl of dragon-type special Pokemon food and gave it to the baby Pokemon. It too was devoured an instant later. A satisfied sigh left its mouth. Hey, I have a question for you. He started. Why were you crying earlier? The sad look immediately returned on its face. But it had to be done, thought Naruto. The dragon-type Pokemon started telling the blonde in its voice about what happened but stopped when it heard the blonde sigh. You know I wish Kirlia was here, then at least I could understand what you were saying. He gave a large smile to the baby Pokemon, and gave him an offer. You know, if you want, you can come with me. The dragon Pokemon thought about it for a moment. There was nothing here to hold it back and the only thing that could was, yes. Dratini nodded its head. Naruto smiled and pulled out a Pokeball. It was a Safari-issued one but he would change it later. The red light sucked the dragon Pokemon inside the ball and it was captured without resistance. He checked out from the rest house, collected his Pokemons from the Oak Ranch and headed to the nearest city, Fuchsia. They had a Pokemon Center and the bee Londa needed to get the Dratini checked by a professional. He called out his Salamence. Hey Salamence, I have an injured Pokemon with me, he said while showing him Dratini to get to the closest town fast. Do you think you could give me a ride? He asked. The dragon Pokemon nodded his head in understanding and allowed Naruto to get on his back as he took to the skies. Not even half of an hour had passed when they landed in front of the Pokemon Center. Many people were curious as to who he was and some were even nervous. It was not every day they had a boy coming to their town, traveling on a Pokemon, not native of their region. Naruto paid them no mind as he entered the Pokemon Center. As usual, there was Fuchsia Town's Nurse Joy waiting at the reception area. He gave her the Pokeball and said, I have this Pokemon, who I recently caught, I would like to have it checked. The nurse smiled warmly and took the Pokeball from him. Of course, please wait and I would have it checked in no time. Naruto decided to refuel his supplies and also to get a meal. After being done with all the mundane but necessary tasks, he returned to the Pokemon Center, where the nurse was waiting for him. Here is you Pokemon. She is completely fine by the way. And with that she was off. Naruto was training for the day as he had decided to challenge the Fuchsia City gym leader. Once again Charizard decided not to listen to his new trainer and flew off to the side of the clearing and rested there. All of his Pokemon were glaring at the flame Pokemon for the blatant disrespect he was showing to their trainer. The little Dratini was watching with wide-eyed awe. They were all really powerful and one that caught the little dragon's attention was Salamence. He excluded such a great aura that was Really overwhelming for the little Pokemon. She immediately made her way towards the older and more experienced dragon and asked for training. Everyone who heard this was really surprised. There were not many kids who asked her training. They were merely content with playing and goofing around. The only exception was Greninja, who even as a Froakie was more concerned about getting stronger than playing. He was always seeking training, even going behind his trainer's back to do that. What happened? Can you tell me, Kirlia? He was curious as to what was happening. The emotion Pokemon shared what transpired between the two them. Naruto was serious for a moment before saying, "Can you look into her mind and tell me what happened, Kirlia?" Kirlia nodded at her and did as her trainer and asked before seemingly gasping in surprise. She immediately shared what had happened with his trainer. The blonde snarled in anger. His aura was swirling angrily around him. Everything and everyone quieted around himself, as they all felt that. It happened only a day before yesterday, so we still have time. They might not have made it too far. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Getting angry would not help him now. Everyone be ready, we have some guys to take care of. His words were soft but still carried anger. His Pokemons were surprised to see him like that. They rarely get angry after all. But for now, return, he said as he returned everyone but Kirlia and Salamence. Can you sense them, Kirlia? He asked the emotion Pokemon. She closed her eyes and expended her senses. It took Faye minutes, but she was able to locate something. That certain someone had an aura similar to the baby Dratini. Naruto and Salamence were waiting patiently for her as she located what they were looking for. She pointed in the general direction before she shared the general location with her psychic powers. Naruto thanked her, returned her to her Pokeball and once again, climbed on Salamence. I need your help for this one, Salamence. We are going after some jerks to teach them a lesson about humanity. He growled. His Pokemon reflected his feeling as he too was growling and took off where his teammate had pointed towards. Easily an hour and a half had passed before they reached where they wanted. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to sense what he was looking for. They were somewhere in the middle of the forest, and the only life force he could feel in the immediate area were directly below them. We have reached Salamence. Fly down and let's see if they have some kind of security measures. The dragon Pokemon did just that, and they circled the area for a few times before stopping. It looks like they got complacent. After covering half of the second city, they decided to take a break. He snorted. They should have at least made sure to cover up what they were doing. Arrogant jerks. He could see down below. They were only two of them that he could see. There was one Pokemon, who was in an iron cage. Two men were eating something, and it looked like that they were teasing and torturing the captured Pokemon, who was without a doubt hungry. This pissed him off. Salamence flamethrower. Make sure not to hit the Pokemon, he said in a commanding voice. The powerful dragon released an equally powerful torrent of flames at the unsuspecting men, and they were fried from the flame attack. Both were twitching painfully in the ground, but the blonde showed them no mercy. Both the trainer and his Pokemon landed a moment later. You think you can separate a mother for its child? He snarled. Salamence free Dragonair. The dragon Pokemon nodded and turned to release the dragon Pokemon. Meanwhile, the blonde was tying those poachers up. Naruto noticed some kind of collar that was on Dragonair around her neck. It must be the reason why she can't fly or use her attack. It was suspicious that they were using the old iron cage. He tried to break it off but was unsuccessful. There must be a key to this collar. He searched around the camp and finally found the key, which was conveniently resting on the bench they had set up. That was easy, he thought, then frowned. But it will not be for them. He removed the collar from the female dragon and gently sprayed the area with a healing spray. He was lucky that he had one with him this time. The dragoness had already passed out. Salamence, how are we gonna carry her? He asked his Pokemon. He had easily carried the baby Dratini because she was very young, barely a meter in length. But on the other hand, her mother was at least 4 meters. They were having a hard time on deciding what to do next. The best thing now would be to call for help. We have to get them arrested as well, he said, pointing towards the 2 knocked out and tied up poachers. The dragon Pokemon growled when he thought of the poacher but nodded to his trainer in agreement. They had dared to attack Dragonair in search of a rare Pokemon, destroyed her home, harmed her daughter, and lastly kidnapped her to be sold off to the highest bidder. It was simply inexcusable. They would have surely taken her daughter too, the sweet little Dratini, if her had not managed to hide her safely away from them. With that, Naruto finally called for police. They poachers were arrested and were already behind the bars. By the end of next day the mother Drago, Nair, was completely healed in the Pokemon Center and met her daughter. The blonde was truly happy for the mother-daughter duo. They were once again united with each other. They were going to be shipped off to the Safari Zone again, where security as well as sentence was increased against these types of crimes. The gun-wielding man was surely going crazy, and Naruto would not fault the man, as he took safety of Pokemon very seriously. The baby Dratini though was not satisfied in the least. She created a fuss and kicked and screamed, not in the literal sense, until the blonde agreed to continue to be her trainer. Her mother was happy for her that she got such a caring trainer. She left her daughter in care of Naruto, wishing both of them good luck for their journey, although the baby was the only one who understood. His respect in the eyes of Charizard increased, and the flame Pokemon it listens to what the boy has to say. He did whatever he wanted like usual, but now it was not to annoy his new trainer. Another good thing that came out of this was, Dratini had reverted to her more playful nature. She aged them and often trained with them, but not pushing her as hard as she was trying before Naruto stopped her. They train her for a few days. His Salamence was teaching young Dratini different kinds of moves, including the dragon-type moves. This was the area where Dratini and its family have few equals. Versatility in moves. Sometimes even his normally reclusive Charizard helped her, which made the blonde very happy. The baby Pokemon was quickly becoming his joy with her childish and playful nature. Just like the Eevee twins before evolving, she was also growing rapidly and was now double the initial size in which he had caught her, and it was just in few days. The blonde took out some time in between his various tasks like traveling, researching and training to just play with her. They were often joined by his other playful Pokemons, like Pikachu, Kirlia and Sylveon. Jolteon was a little annoyed with her though. When they were young, he had to deal with his overzealous twin, and now this. But cared of her and looked after her as an older brother would. He had to challenge the gym leader of the Fuchsia City for the next gym badge, Poison Badge. The guidebook said that his name was Koga and he was a specialist of poison types. It also said that he was a ninja and master in the art of ninjutsu. The only notable Pokemon of the gym leader though was Venonat, Golbat and Weezing. And that made him predictable, and predictable in these days meant vulnerable. He was reputed to have his gym filled with many traps such as fake mirrors, invisible walls, pits, and many Voltorb. And that was what made it interesting. At least it was nothing boring like going in front of the gym and knock. Now where is the fun in that? He quietly entered the gym and immediately noticed several traps, which he avoided but walked face first into the invisible wall. It was going to be long journey from door of the gym to the center where he knew the gym leader was waiting. He groaned. It was very annoying. After avoiding many traps, triggering several others and narrowly avoiding the Voltorb, he finally reached his destination. He still had his head. It was an accomplishment on its own. But there he was, the Fuchsia City gym leader, standing there calmly waiting for Challenger to reorganize himself. He was wearing a mesh armor inside the more tradition ninja clothing, completed with a red cape. He was also wearing some kind of ninja sandals. Most of his clothing was either gray or black, as a traditional ninja, of course. He would never know why they refused to wear orange color. It was such a cool color and badass for a ninja. But that's for later. He is currently standing in front of the gym leader. I am Fuchsia City gym leader, Koga. Who are you, Challenger? He asked. Naruto looked the man directly in the eyes. I am Naruto, Joy of Sanjim Town. And I hereby challenge you for the gym badge, he said, evenly. Very well. This would be a one-on-one match, no substitution, of course, he stated. The blonde nodded as he accepted the rules. He decided against using Sceptile in this match. Having a grass types go against a poison type was not a smart idea, especially against a gym leader. Pupitar would be good choice, given his high level of defense, and poison were not very effective against rock or ground. He didn't had a steel type, so there goes that option. There was no referee there, but it not like one was compulsory. Let's start this match, he said. At the blonde's nod he picked out a Pokeball and choose his first Pokemon. Weezing, I choose you. Naruto, choose his Pokemon too. Pupitar, I choose you. His Pupitar had really grown from the time since he was just a Larvitar. He had grown stronger too. Weezing, start things with Smog. With this the match had finally started. Pupitar, blow that away with Sandstorm. Pupitar's eyes flash blue, and it whips up a sandstorm from its body. In moments later he had successfully blown away by the sandstorm created by the hard-shell Pokemon. The poison-type gym leader looked affected that his technique didn't work and instantly switched to a different type of attack. Wheezing Sludge Bomb. The poison gas Pokemon fired a bomb of sludge at his opponent as soon as the sandstorm cleared. It made a direct hit but did little damage. Naruto looked nonchalant. Oh, he knew his Pokemon can take this short of damage. Pupitar Dark Pulse. Naruto stated. Wheezing Smoke Screen then dodge. Little to the left Pupitar. Just as Pupitar was about to fire the dark-type attack, the poison gas Pokemon created a smoke screen and disappeared behind the cover provided by the said smoke. Though heeding his trainer's advice, the hard-shell Pokemon aimed his attack a little to the left where it made a direct contact with Wheezing, making it cry out in pain. The poison-type Gym Eater was surprised at the turn of event. He had truly thought that smoke screen technique would have been effective. What it would seem like the boy had some kind of sensing ability. He was not out of game, though his Pokemon was really hurt from the last attack. Wheezing Tackle. The blonde was amused when he heard that. He didn't said anything but let the attack connected. The poor poison type looked more damaged by the attack than the one getting attacked. Naruto was smiling amusedly. Wheezing Destiny Bond. The poison-type Pokemon's eye turned red as it used one of the most dangerous ghost-type move. The blonde was horrified as he watched his Pokemon got under the effect of the move. Thankfully Wheezing was still conscious, so he still had a chance. The blonde frowned, his amused smile was wiped out from his face. He was getting reckless. He should have finished the match earlier, now he had to endure it. Both of the Pokemon were now huffing from the exertion, one from using the move and other suffering from the after effect. Pupitar, Screech. The hard-shell Pokemon released loud, irritating cry. This move disoriented the poison gas Pokemon as he was tired. Now finish off with Hyper Beam. The attack connected as Wheezing was too disoriented to dodge, it was instantly knocked out. You have defeated me, I will award you with Poison Badge as a proof. The gym leader then frowned. You are a powerful trainer Naruto, but don't lose your head in the battle. You haven't won the match until your opponent had fainted, so don't get complacent until you have actually won. Naruto blonde smiled and nodded his head at the advice. He too had realized that fact by now. He was getting arrogant and it nearly cost him a match. He promised himself that he would not dare repeat. He picked the badge that was in the case and left for his next destination, towards the next gym match. Meanwhile somewhere else, sir, we have news that the poacher we had contracted to capture several Pokemons have been arrested. A man said. He was wearing a black uniform with capital R on it. What happened this time? Their boss said. There were seldom good news these days. And news of repeated failure was annoying him. A boy named Naruto Joy found the two poacher and defeated them and released the Dragonair captured before calling the cops. The boss of Team Rock twitched at the report. Tell me, doctor, isn't it the boy that had two of our own arrested and was responsible for multiple mission failure? He asked. The man that was addressed nodded nervously. Yes sir. You requested a complete file on the subject. Then why don't I have it now? He screamed. He was a rational man and rarely lose his cool. But these incompetent fools were now getting on his nerves. I have it right here sir. He stammered as he handed him the file. Let's see. He started as he started reading the report. Public record says, he was found in the woods by Nurse Joy who decided to take him in. Her honorary brother Professor Rowan agreed to it, seeing it as a better option than the orphanage. Hair color. Eye color, list of Pokemon captured, he muttered. Few minutes later he said, time has come for this boy to learn a lesson. Jay, this is what you are. Narrowly defeating the Fuchsia City gym leader, Koga, Naruto had set his eyes on his next gym battle. Blaine of the Cinnabar Island. He is a master of fire type and handouts volcano badge to anyone who beats him. But reaching to him was proving to be a task on its own. He was asked several riddles, some of them were even ridiculous, but the blonde persevered. After finally solving series of riddles, he finally accepted the challenge. The gym leader explained that his place was getting filled with tourists, not actual trainers, who were more interested in goofing around and exploring, rather than fighting. This was the reason he was so fed up with the lack of strong opponents and hid away his gym in his hotel, where only competent trainers could come and challenge him. And challenge he did. All right Naruto, I accept you challenge, was all he said. This will be one-on-one fight, winner is decided, when opponent's Pokemon faints or is unable to continue. He gave the general instructions to the boy. The blonde nodded his head, agreeing to the rules. There was no referee, just like the last time. It's not like they needed one. His last battle went just fine without one. Here we go, he said, as he took Naruto to the gym battleground. It was below the hotel. You ready? He asked. Naruto nodded his head. Nettles, I choose you. Nettles was a fox-like quadruped Pokemon and was covered with a thick, luxurious golden white fur. It had 9 long tails, each of which was tipped with pale orange. There was a fluffy crest atop its head, and a small mane around its neck. Nettles possessed gleaming red eyes that were said to give it the ability to control minds. Its ears were pointed, and it had long, slender legs with 3-toed paws. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex. He rarely needed it, as his own knowledge was good enough for him. But he wanted to know about the mystic and regal-looking Pokémon in front of him. Blaine waited patiently for him. He heard the usual mechanical voice of the device saying, Nettles, the fox Pokémon. Nettles is the evolved form of Vulpix. Each of its tails contains a different mystical power. It is very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of its many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. According to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokémon. Its 9 beautiful tails are filled with a wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. It is said to live 1,000 years, and each of its tails is loaded with supernatural powers. Nettles casts a sinister light from its bright red eyes to gain total control over its foe's mind. This Pokémon is highly intelligent. It can understand human speech. It finished its long monologue. Blaine was surprised to hear that. Your Pokédex is different from the usual to give you that much information, he noted. The blonde nodded his head as he agreed with the fire-type gym leader. Yes. It is one of the perks of being field researcher, he said. Blaine's eyes widened upon hearing this. So you the prodigious boy everyone is talking about, he stated. But enough of that, we have to continue our battle. The boy nodded in affirmative and choose his Pokémon too. Infernape, I choose you, he said, as he pulled out a Pokeball, enlarged it and called forth his flame Pokémon. The fire-type Infernape. His Infernape stood at the impressive height of 3 feet 30. This little fact meant he was larger than average Infernape. His head flames were hotter than they were before. He gotten a lot stronger. You can start, Naruto. I am giving you the first move, the gym leader told his challenger. Naruto, not one to back down from any kind of challenge, accepted it. Infernape, let's start things off with Flamethrower. The flame Pokémon took a deep breath and let loose such gush of flames that could be felt by the gym leader, who was all the way behind his Pokémon. The flames were traveling at an impressive speed too. The flame Pokémon had trainer hard after his humiliating defeat at the hands of Charizard, and since then he only worked on his reflex power behind his move and move execution itself. He would not let the lizard have the satisfaction of being the most powerful fire type in the team any longer than necessary. With that thought in mind, he did nothing else but train, and the results were rewarding. Nettles, dodge, the gym leader commanded. His Pokémon followed as it jumped to the side of the flames to avoid them. Now use your own Flamethrower. The fox Pokémon used his own flames attack, which were dodged easily by the flames Pokémon, without needing a command from his trainer. Nettles, don't drop the flames and use Flame Charge. Fox Pokémon, who was using the one of the most basic fire-type attack, didn't let out the flames as it changed it to a charged attack. Infernape Flare Blitz. The fire-type starter of Sinnoh Cove read himself in blue-covered flames as it charged towards the fox Pokémon. Nettles, stop and fire blast. The fox Pokémon stopped immediately and fired a kanji made entirely of fire. Infernape, who as charging with Flare Blitz had no way of stopping as the attack collided with him. Red electricity surrounded the flame Pokémon as he took recoil damage on top of it. He got up though, only flinching slightly. His endurance and durability had increased a lot. The fire-type gym leader gave a slight smirk. You know a good thing about weaker moves. You can then back to back without a need of recharging. It is impressive though, your Pokémon is still able to continue. Nettles confused Ray. The fox Pokémon let out purple beam of energy from its eyes directly at the flame Pokémon. Oh no, not this time. Infernape dig. The primate-like Pokémon dig a hole into the ground, escaping the incoming attack. It would have surely confused him, greatly reducing their chances of victory. Infernape came out from directly under Nettles and punched it into the air. Infernape, don't let up. Mach punch and close combat. The flame Pokémon continued his assault and punched a few more times before jumping back. Nenettles stood up again, but it had taken some damage from it. Back to the basics, huh? Not bad, kid, not bad at all, commented the fire-type gym leader. Nenettles' nasty plot then overheat. The fox blinked as the nasty plot took effect and a moment later released a torrent of white-hot flames at its opponent. Naruto could feel the intensity and power behind that attack, but it nothing his Infernape couldn't handle. Or so he thought. Infernape match with your own overheat. The flame Pokemon 2 used the overheat attack to match the incoming one and it exploded. Even he could see his Pokemon was the one to take more damage. The fox Pokemon was practically unharmed. So nasty plot increases your strength, but don't count in it to give you a victory. The blonde G. Avenue an arrogant smirk, but inside he was thinking how to counter that. The obvious move now would using a power-up too. Using bulk up would only help in fighting type moves and it was always a danger in head-on charging. So the choice would be Infernape calm mind. Infernape closed his eyes as his body glowed for a moment. He opened his eye and they were glowing too. His own power-up move was taking effect. This kid is really something else. The gym leader of Cinnabar Island thought. He knew the arrogant smirk was just a facade. He was thinking and hiding his true thought behind such behave. IOR and its second purpose was to get him angry. But he was experienced in such tactics, he wouldn't fall for that. Now Infernape, Flamethrower. The calm mind from before had increased the flame Pokemon's power significantly. Nenettles, Safeguard. A blue-colored shield formed in front of the fox-like Pokemon, saving it from the incoming fire attack. Now Double Team. The barrier that protect. Edhim disappeared as it created several copies of itself. Infernape, the third one from the right, overheat again. White-hot flames came from his mouth and struck Nenettles, causing it to cry out in pain. Blaine was cool. He was not out of game just yet. The power of overheat attack had decreased in the second usage to it was not as damaging as the first time, even after powering up with Calm Mind. The copies of Fox Pokemon disappeared. Nenettles extrasensory. The blonde was surprised to hear that kind of move. He didn't have time when it connected with his Pokemon who flinched in pain, but he could still continue. Infernape, get in close and use Thunder Punch. The flame Pokemon got up quickly and ran towards the fox Pokemon, his fist crackling with electricity. His opponent did. Int get the chance to dodge and was struck with the electric type attack. One more time. The Nenettles was struck the second time as well before the flame Pokemon relented. He tried to stand up but flinched. Electric current was running up and down at its body. You see, Blaine looked at the blonde as he started speaking. Thunder Punch has 1 in 10 possibility of paralyzing the target. That's why I had Infernape use it twice, because it didn't happen the first time. Naruto gave a slight confident smile as he ordered his Pokemon to use the next move, Infernape, Fire Blast. He was so caught up in the moment though he missed a slight smirk on Blaine's face. The one of the strongest fire-type attack struck the fox Pokemon, and when the dust cleared, Nenettles was just standing there, looking fine. Now that he thought about it, it looked more than fine. Naruto's confused and incredulous expression must have been funny as the fire-type gym leader gave a light laugh. He said a simple word. Well, two actually, that had Naruto wide-eyed. Flash fire. Naruto sputtered. But how? When I had Infernape use fire-type moves, your Nenettles was affected by it. Blaine actually laughed at that. Do you think so little of me? He said, before continuing, high-level Pokemon can control their ability to an extent. I just had to wait for the right moment to reveal this. It is nice to have an ace hidden up your sleeve. Naruto frowned. This was getting complicated by the moment. Infernape was a fire-type Pokemon fighting against someone with the ability Flash Fire, and not only that, he was getting tired. While the fox Pokemon looked to be fine. It was the reason the heat from the explosion of overheat didn't hurt it. Well, two can play the game, and then smirked. Back to the basics, as he said. Infernape taunt. The flame Pokemon mirrored his trainer smirk and made the hand gesture, come on bitch, with his hands. The fox Pokemon's eyes twitched. It attacked without the consent of its trainer. The flame Pokemon dodged all of that of course as he continued to taunt. Nenettles calmed down. Its trainer commanded. The fox Pokemon finally stopped, but it was already huffing by that point. All the extra energy it again by absorbing Fire Blast was already used up. Now both were on the same page once again. There was no time to waste, however. Infernape bulk up, then Mach Punch in close combat one more time. Outline of flame Pokemon's body started glowing with the faint crimson color as the powering up move took effect. Not a moment later he was upon his opponent punching and kicking. Nettles managed to dodge the most of them, but some were slipping through. With a loud cry, he delivered a final punch, backed the fox Pokemon into the corner. Nettles flamethrower. The gym leader commanded desperately, losing his cool for the first time in the match. Infernape dodge, then use Fling on Nettles. The Flames Pokemon managed to dodge the incoming attack and got close to his opponent. He grabbed it and fling it to the other side of the field. Now finish it with Hyper Beam. The fox hadn't even reached the ground before it was struck by the most powerful normal-type attack. It was knocked out a moment later. Infernape dropped onto one knee and was huffing as he was feeling the fatigue from the match and also from the last move, but gave a thumbs up to his trainer. Naruto smiled warmly, accepting it with a nod. You did well, Infernape, now rest. Blaine gave congratulatory smile to the blonde. Congratulations, Naruto, you have managed to beat me. For this you are awarded the Volcano Badge, as a proof. Naruto accepted the reward and left to the Pokemon Center. He had to get his Infernape healed and he was going to rest too. The next morning he was feeling well rested. He did the usual morning task before deciding on continuing on the next town. He wasn't even out of the Pokemon Center yet when his X-transceiver started ringing. He looked up, and saw a grim-looking Professor Rowan glancing at him with sad eyes. Naruto's stomach churned. He had a bad feeling about this. What happened, Uncle Rowan? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. The professor gave a sigh before answering. Naruto, there was an attack at the Sanjum town. It was done by Team Rocket. He said. Naruto's eyes widened as he thought of the implication. How's Mom? She was working at the Pokemon Center at the time of attack. They specifically targeted her, Naruto. He said. She was hurt but she is going to be fine. Naruto was tearing up. I am coming back, Uncle. He told the professor. There was no room for argument as he disconnected his X-transceiver and called his trusty Salamence. Salamence, I need your help, please. Looking at his crying trainer, the Pokemon was taken aback. In all of his time working with the blonde he had never, not even once, had seen him crying. Something big must have happened, he realized. He gently nudged his trainer, as if asking about what had happened and at the same time comforting him. There was an attack at the Sanjum town, back home. Mom is hurt, Salamence, she is really hurt. I need to go see her immediately, please take me to the airport. We don't have time to waste. The dragon Pokemon motioned for his trainer to climb on. After he had made sure he was not going to fall off mid-flight, he took off. But he didn't go to the direction of airport. Naruto realized. He was going straight home. He knew Salamence were powerful flyer, but to cross 3 region was pushing it to the limit, but he didn't complain. If his Pokemon thought they were capable of such a thing, then he would believe them. Several hours later both the Pokemon and his trainer were tired. They had really covered all ground and sea between then to reach here. But they were about to reach their destination. It was far faster than an airplane could take them. They landed directly in front of the hospital. Naruto returned Salamence to his Pokeball after thanking him one more time. He rushed inside the hospital. There was Professor Rowan, and it looked like he was waiting for him. You are here earlier than I expected. Come with me, your mother wants to see you. He said, and without waiting for a reply, started walking towards the room where Nurse Joy was admitted. Naruto silently followed. Sometime later they entered a hospital ward. The blonde could see his mother was resting in one of the bed. It looked like one of her arm and one leg was broken. Naruto, she muttered in a faint voice. He would have missed it and nearly did. Next instant he was next to his mother. Naruto, how are you? She asked. Her voice was as usual filled with both love and concern. I'm fine, Mom, how are you doing? He asked, voice cracking for the effort of not crying. The pink-haired, kind nurse gave a warm smile. I'm fine, dear, Naruto stated, sobbing, all the efforts of not crying going to waste the moment he heard his mother's pained voice. I'm sorry, Mom, he said, again and again, it was all my fault. Shush, she gently rubbed his head with her one good hand, it's all right. Few minutes later he had his crying under control though. Tears were still escaping from his eyes. He was asleep moments later. Professor Rowan was about to take him home but his mother refused. He woke up few hours later. It was already evening by that time. How are feeling, Mom? He asked once again. I already told you, I'm fine, sweetie. There is no need to worry about me. She said in reply. It's fault, Mother. I was too reckless. Rocket, I forgot that they could retaliate in such a way. Yes, you were careless. His mother agreed with him, but remember, you are also just a child, my child. You didn't had to do this. But I'm not going to tell you to stop. She looked him directly in the eyes. I taught you to help those in needs. You are going to continue doing this. But how can I do that, mother, when you are here in this condition? He asked as he was once again tearing up. Don't worry about that, honey. I have Professor Rowan to help me. You are on your journey to become a Pokemon master, and I want you to continue. She said, promise me, Naruto, that you would continue. But he was cut off by his mother. Promise me, Naruto, he stated firmly. I promise, Mom, I would continue my journey. But I also promise you, mother, that Team Rocket is going to pay. I would not stop until the whole team is destroyed. He silently vowed. By the next morning he was gone after saying goodbye to his mother. He had a promise to keep after all. This time he took an airplane instead of using Salamence. His thoughts were still struck on that moment, when he saw that his mother's broken body. The pain she was trying to ignore so as not to make him even more worried. But he understood clearly. Team Rocket, you better watch out for yourself. Because I promised to bring an end to you, and I won't stop until all of you are behind the bars. Believe it. He clenched his fists in anger as he vowed to the heavens. His aura was going out of control and his eyes unconsciously shifted to red color with two tomo in them. He was feeling hate for the first time in his life, and he was welcoming all of that. All of that anger and aggression at the one who hurt his mother, who made her feel pain. Beware, Team Rocket, Naruto, joy is after you. After the whole attack in the Sanjim town thing, Naruto had grown little paranoid. He was still searching for any clues as to the whereabouts of the surprisingly elusive Team Rocket, but had no luck. For the time being he had decided to continue on to his journey as he promised to his mother. He was sure that the clues or evidences regarding the criminal organization would turn up sooner or later. Maybe sooner rather than later, he was rather sure about that. He hadn't found anything regarding their base or headquarters. He still had no idea from where they were operating. If he didn't where their base was, how is he going to destroy them? It was something was troubling him. He had promised that he would take care of Team Rocket, but the question was where to find them, and that thought was driving him crazy. One of the obvious answer was to wait for Alvin to show up. He had joined the criminal organization and was involved in some of the most secret research, so he must know where their base was situated. But once again there was a problem. He didn't know where to find the elusive trainer either. It was not like he was going to show up in the league, wanting to challenge Lance. He had already put Alvin under the suspicion and arrest on-site orders, so it would be stupid if he were to show up in the league. But that would come later. He had no illusions that he could beat Team Rocket as he was now. No, he would need to up not only the training of his Pokemon but also himself. He learned that numbers could overwhelm if they are large enough. He had discovered something about himself. He could focus enough aura in his eyes, his vision changes. It becomes much sharper and clearer. His eyes also turns red with two tomo-like pattern in them, which appeared to be spinning. When he experimented with it, he found out he could actually see aura, not just feel it. Sometime time slowed down if he focused hard enough, but it drained him too fast, and it's not like he could actually move and react that fast. His visual perception had increased to an incredible level. He had named these eyes Sharingan. It was the first thing that came to his mind when he learned that he could actually mimic someone's movement if he tried hard enough. His perception had increased to such a level. There was a lot of things going on. He had a lot of work to do. He had to get his 8th Bade, finding out Team Rocket's base of operation, destroying the said team, getting every Rocket member in jail, competing in the league. Sigh. It is a lot of work, he thought. As the was nothing he could but wait about his revenge, he decided to let it go for the time being. It would not help worrying after all, while he could spend his time doing something more productive. Next on his list was the Viridian City Gym. The gym leader was self-proclaimed strongest trainer, master of ground-type Pokemon, and hands out Earth badge to anyone who defeats him, which was a very small number if the guidebook was right. This was going to be his 8th and last gym before he enters the Kanto League. He had to defeat one more gym leader and he would have his 8th badge required to enter the league. He would have to give his everything if he was going to defeat the round-type gym leader, as he was reputed to be the strongest gym in Kanto region. Not to worry though, he had trained his Pokemon and they were ready. All that needed to do was some mental preparation and planning. He still hadn't figured out who he was going to use against the ground-type gym leader. Many of High's Pokemon were excellent choice like Sceptile, being grass-type himself. Or Grotle and Swampert and Greninja, being either grass or water-type. The choice was difficult, every one of his Pokemon were in excellent condition and wanted to fight the battle. He was in rough situation. After taking some time to consider, he decided to go with the most obvious choice and for second most unpredictable one. He was in front of the gym later the next day. He had his team do the basic warm-up for the training, as he didn't want them to be overstrained before the battle. He had not told them who was going to fight. As a result, they were all anxious. "Hey, anybody in there?" he said loudly after he tried to ring the bell second time. "Hello," he shouted as he began to ring the bell again and again. "I coming, you don't have to make such a racket," came a voice from the inside of the gym, and the blonde boy stopped with the doorbell. Not even a minute later, the door was opened by a middle-aged man. He had really short brown hair, and was wearing a black-colored suit, white shirt and black pants with black tie. He really looked to be a fan of black color. "Are you the gym leader?" he asked almost impatiently. He had a schedule to keep up and he didn't wanted to waste any more time than necessary battling the gym. Then he will be on his merry way, across the different region. "I must say, I am impressed you even managed to get here, what with all the impatience. And yes, I am the gym leader of Viridian City," he said. His voice was firm and cold, but that was expected. "And my name is Giovanni," the gym leader of the Viridian City said. "Whatever, I am here to challenge for the gym badge." The boy pressed on. He was not usually that impatient. Working with different Pokemons had taught a lot of patience, but somehow this was an exception. "You are the first trainer to have reached this gym, this season. How you do even manage that? If you don't mind me asking." He started to talk. As they both walked towards the battling arena. It was totally different from the other gyms. Its technology was really high-tech compared to the others. The field was normal, tough, a little rough, perfect for ground types. There was little rocks poking out of the ground. I registered for the league, the day it was said to start registering. Most trainer wait at least a month and new trainer have to get their Pokemon first. So naturally I won all gym badges earlier than the rest of the trainers. As I said earlier, I am impressed, no matter even if you started a month earlier than the rest. Now how about our battle? It will be a standard 3-on-3 battle, and only the challenger is allowed to substitute. So what do you say? He asked. I am Boy said confidently. Oh ho, I like that kind of fire inside of you. So let's not waste any time. Rhyhorn, I choose you, he said as he started the battle. Rhyhorn was a rhinoceros-like creature with a body covered in gray, rocky plates. Its underside and rear were smooth, and it had 4 short legs with 2 claws on each foot. It had a triangular head with narrow, red eyes. The blonde didn't bother to check the Pokemon with his Pokédex, he had already met one. Sylveon, time to battle, he said as he pulled forth a Pokeball and called his fairy-type Pokemon for her first battle. She too needed the experience fighting in what way was better than fighting the gym leader. The intertwining Pokemon came in her full pink and cream-colored glory. She started jumping around happily, then noticed her opponent in front. She was happy that his trainer had finally called her on battle. She was getting bored waiting for her turn. You can start things, the gym leader declared. The Pokemon in front of him was not something he had seen before but was confident in his own ability. His opponent looked frail anyway. Sylveon, let's start things off with Shadow Ball. The fairy type created a black-colored ball in front of her and launched it at her opponent with surprising speed. Rhyhorn, drill run. The horn of Raiden glowed and it charged at the incoming attack, ripping it apart without losing any momentum and continued towards the fairy type. Sylveon, double team. Sylveon created multiple images of her. The dual rock and ground type Pokemon continued without stopping until it passed through the image and then looked confused. Rhyhorn, earthquake. The Spikes Pokemon stomped on the ground and cleared all the fake images of Sylveon, making the real one lose balance. Rock Blast. 3 light blue rings appear and spin around Raiden's body. The rings then glow white and turn into glowing white rocks that spin around his body as well. Raiden then fired the glowing white rocks at the opponent. Sylveon, who had already lost her balance, was hit and cried out in pain, but stood up again. Sylveon, calm mind, then Psyshock. The fairy type jumped into the air and put her feelers out in front of her. She then formed a mass of thick light blue and purple energy and fired it at the opponent. The attack connected, but the Spike's Pokemon looked nonchalant, as if it was just a breeze passing though. The gym leader gave a little laugh. Is that all you got? He mocked the blonde boy in front of him. I am called the strongest gym leader because of a reason. These puny attacks are going to do nothing against my Raiden. Both Sylveon and her trainer looked annoyed upon hearing those words. The fairy type may not have that much raw power, but Sylveon Moon Blast, he ordered. Sylveon spread her feelers wide open, and an image of the moon appeared behind it. She then formed an orb of pink energy in front of her mouth, and fires it at the opponent. The gym leader said nothing as the attack connected, a blast followed. This time Raiden looked a little damaged, but otherwise still good to fight. Better than before, but still not enough. Rhyhorn, Mega Horn. The Spike Pokemon charged at the intertwining Pokemon, its horn glowing green. Sylveon, double team to avoid the attack. Sylveon multiplied one more time and avoided the charging opponent. Now get in close with quick attack. She start. Ed running towards the dual rock and ground type, now Iron Tail. The unexpected steel type connected, and this time, Rhyhorn actually cried out in pain. Good, a lot better than before, but still not good enough to take out my Pokemon. The gym leader of the Viridian City said, and true enough, the Spike Pokemon looked ready to continue the battle. That was surprising amount of resilience coming from him. Now Rhyhorn finish it off with smackdown. Rhyhorn opened its mouth and a metallic gold orb of energy that is surrounded in orange energy appears in front of it. It then fires the orb at the opponent. When the orb came in contact with Sylveon, it exploded, taking out the poor fairy type. Sylveon is unable to battle. Rhyhorn wins and challenger, please call your next Pokemon. He here. The referee announced as he recalled her. Grotle, I choose you. His second choice was his trusty grass type. He could have called Sceptile but felt it was unnecessary. That is one impressive Pokemon. The gym leader commented. But let's start. Rhyhorn Rock Blast. The dual ground and rock type once again used the move and hurled a boulder at his opponent. Grotle counter with Energy Ball. The grass type formed an energy ball as large as the boulder coming and fired, countering the attack. Now Leaf Storm. The leaves on the tree on Grotle's back started to glow light green, and it really as is a cyclone of wind and glowing light green leaves from the tree towards the opponent. The attack hit its mark. The Spike Pokemon, who was already tired from the previous battle, was instantly knocked out. Rhyhorn is unable to battle. Grotle wins. Gym leader, please call out your next Pokemon. The referee announced. The gym leader of the Viridian City silently returned his Pokemon to his Pokeball and pulled out a second one. Nidoqueen, I choose you. Nidoqueen was a large, bipedal blue Pokemon with distinct reptilian features. Its lower jaw, chest plates and lower torso were cream-colored. It had a horn on its forehead, narrow black eyes, and large, spiny ears. There were toxic spikes running down the length of its back. It had a thick, powerful tail. Second round begin. Nidoqueen start things off with Poison Sting. Nidoqueen released a spray of multiple purple darts from its mouth at the opponent. Grotle Razor Leaf. The razor-sharp leaves managed to hold off the incoming poison darts. Grotle Sunny Day. The grass-type Pokemon did seemingly nothing, but the temperature of the room was suddenly increased. Nidoqueen Ice Beam. The gym leader stated. The Pokemon released blue-colored beam with wave-like pattern. Grotle Solar Beam. The grass-type Pokemon countered with his own beam attack. The solar beam took no time to charge as Sunny Day was in effect. The resulting explosion shook the entire room. Nidoqueen, Earth Power. Nidoqueen's outline flashed yellow and it slammed its fist into the ground. Glowing gold cracks then traveled up to the opponent and going under its opponent. Grotle counter with your own Earth Power. The grass type used the exact same attack to protect itself from the incoming, or should I say undercoming attack. Grotle Energy Ball. The larger grass-type Pokemon used Energy Ball. The dual poison and ground type had little time to react as the attack connected. The damage done was little, so it was still good to go. It was more annoyed than hurt. Nidoqueen Double Kick. Nidoqueen jumped into the air and came down, feet first, kicking at the opponent with both feet. The Groove Pokemon grunted in pain. It had high defa NSE, but that double kick from bulky Pokemon really hurt him. Nidoqueen Double Kick one more time. The Drill Pokemon tried to use that attack one more time as it jumped towards the grass type. The TTACK this time did a lot more damage than the previous one. Grotle Crunch, but mind the scales. The Groove Pokemon bit the Drill Pokemon. Nidoqueen let out a cry of pain as Grotle bit into its lower legs. Now Grotle Giga Drain. Green vines came out of plant on Grotle's back and captured the dual poison and ground type. It started draining the Pokemon and the damage taken by Grotle started to fade as he healed. Nidoqueen, free yourself, use Tail Whip. Came the near frantic cry of its trainer. The drill Pokemon managed to free itself with some effort and using its tail to whip at the groove Pokemon. Both of the Pokemon were huffing by this point. Knowing they were on the last legs, ordered one of their attack. Nidoqueen Ice Beam, Grotle Solar Beam and Ice Beam Con. CTED, and this time created an explosion even bigger than the last one. The backlash and the exhaustion caught up to both of them out at the same time. Nidoqueen and Grotle are both unable to battle. This match is a tie. Both the challenger and the gym leader have last Pokemon remaining, so it will be the determining battle of the match. Winner of the next battle will win the match, the referee announced, but it was mostly left forgotten as they tried to strategize for the last and decisive battle. It was going to be a decisive one. Onix, I choose you. Gym leader choose his Pokemon first. Onix resembled a giant chain of gray boulders that become smaller towards the tail. There was a rocky spine on its head and a pair of black eyes right beneath it. Swampert, I choose you. It was Naruto's last choice. The fully evolved form of Hoenn water-type starter. The one who started as Little Mudkip when Naruto first caught him. Then evolved to Marshtomp one day and finally into Swampert. Onix start things off with Rock Polish. The gym leader stated. Onix's body sparks with light blue energy. Now Iron Tail. The Rock Snake Pokemon moved with impressive speed as it charged his opponent with glowing tail, intending to strike him down. Swampert Ice Beam. The Mudfish Pokemon let out a white beam of energy as it traveled to strike the incoming opponent. Onix Dodge. The Rock Snake Pokemon showed surprising mobility and moved out of the way of the attack. Onix Rock Tomb. Onix became outlined in white energy and raised its head. Multiple gray rocks outlined in wit. E-energy then formed around its head in the shape of a ring. The glow around Onix then fades, causing the rocks to fall down on the opponent. Swampert used Waterfall to dodge. The Mudfish Pokemon overed itself in water and jumped upwards with it just as the Rock Tomb was about to hit. Not bad at all. Giovanni commented, but the question is, are you going to win this? I have to reach the league, and for that, I have to defeat you. He replied back. Onix Dragon Breath. Onix released a beam of green energy from its mouth at the Mudfish Pokemon. Swampert counter with Hydro Pump. The water-type starter of the Hoenn region used the second strongest water-type attack to counter the Draconic attack. The two attack exploded on contract, their strength equal in power. Though, Swampert was pushed back just a little more. You think you can overpower my Onix? Let's show them what you got. Use Sand Tomb. Onix kicked up a lot of sand which trapped Swampert's legs, making it impossible to move. Swampert, free yourself with Hammer Arm. The Mudfish Pokemon raised its arm and smashed the sand trapping him. Onix Gyro Ball. The large Pokemon started spinning and hurled itself towards the smaller Pokemon, who had just finished freeing himself from the sand. The attack connected and the Mudfish Pokemon was thrown back. Swampert. Naruto shouted in concern to his Pokemon, who was getting up with great difficulty. Onix finish it with Iron Head. Onix's head started glowing as it charged towards Swampert one more time. This won't be so easy, Naruto said. Swampert Earthquake. The dual water and ground type Pokemon stomped on the ground, hard, and created a shockwave that stopped the Rock Snake Pokemon in its tracks. Swampert Hydro Pump one more time. The Mew D-Fish Pokemon let loose a large torrent of stream that connect with his opponent, knocking it out. Onix is unable to battle, Swampert wins. As all of Gym Leader's Pokemon are unable to battle Chale, Inger Naruto Joy of the Sanjim Town wins. You may been defeated me, but the competition is only going to get harder from now on, he said, giving him a smile. But inside he was seething with rage. A boy, who was trainer for no longer than few months, had defeated him, a supposedly strongest gym leader in the Kanto region. He kept the smile for the sake of appearance. He handed the boy a badge. Take this earth as a proof of your victory. Naruto didn't know why, but he didn't like that for some reason, not one bit. It was disconcerting and creepy to say at least. He expended his aura senses and could feel a little bit of malice coming from him. He paid them no mind. After all, he was just defeated, only a few minutes ago. I know about that, just as there will be several trainers that managed to get all 8 of the gym badges. I'm not going to underestimate them. He knew better than that. Many trainers had underestimated him, thinking that he was just another rookie trainer who had no idea what he was doing. But he was not. Well, he was a rookie, but he knew what he was doing, unlike the rest of them. The man grumbled something incomprehensible, but there are few who gets lucky. He admitted, there are only a few who actually are good. Naruto was not very surprised by the revelation. He had watched many matches in the television and he was not amused by some of the battles that happened in the league. Some were really cool though. He bowed respectfully then left. He decided to return home. There was some time left before the league was going to start, so he could head home and look after his mother and train his Pokemon some more. Giovanni turned and dialed a number on his phone. It ranged a few times before someone finally picked it. I have recording of the battle. He is good but not that great. We should have no problem with him. He has some interesting Pokemons though. Yes, understood. With that he cut off the call and pondered on what he was going to do next. He gave an evil smirk as he formulated his next course of action. By the next few days, he was in his hometown, looking after his mother who had been shifted to home care and training his Pokemons in their respective strongest move, which were Blast Burn for Infernape and Charizard, Hydro Cannon for Greninja and Swampert, Frenzy Plant for Sceptile, Draco Meteor for Salamence, Volt, Tackle and Electro Ball for Pikachu, and few useful moves both defensive and offensive for his less evolved ones. His other fully evolved Pokemons like Sylveon and Jolteon already knew. Hyper Beam Sahi was teaching them more of the defensive moves. There was one bad news though. Professor Rowan couldn't get him permission to have Charizard battle for him in the league, since the fire type was involved in the drugs. In huge amounts, I should add, and various other illegal experiments. He cursed that trainer. Charizard's dream of fighting strong opponents was not going to come to life anytime soon. But he had promised that he would do anything to help him. That was the reason he took up books again and started to learn anything he could on Pokemon genes in his spare time. Most of the information was restricted to him though. Given not only his age but the sensitivity surrounding it, they could be dangerous as fallen in wrong hands. The proof was in front of him. With Professor Rowan's help, and his own reputation as youngest field researcher and the newly made head of the research on fairy-type Pokemon, he was able to get access to them. He was constantly under watchful eyes though. It looked like they didn't want it to repeat the same that had happened before. With Charizard's permission, the doctors and other scientists had ran few tests and determined that there was no way to turn him back to normal again, and even if they could, it would be too dangerous and risky and Charizard would most likely turn up dead. He sighed in frustration. Just now things were beginning to look good again. But he had some training to do and a mother to take care of. It was good thing that Professor Rowan was helping him in taking care of his mother, otherwise he would not know what to do. Meanwhile, inside of Team Rocket, Giovanni stepped inside a dimly lighted, it was training facility exclusive for only the higher tier of Team Rocket. There was already one trainer inside of them, training his Pokemon. You have come a long way since you came here. The voice behind him took the boy out of his trance. He looked irritated at being disturbed. What do you want, Giovanni? The said man didn't seem to notice or care, the way the boy was talking. He was being unnecessarily ruws for you, Alvin. He started, but paused, earning attention of the young boy in front of him. Lance is going to participate in this league. He smirked inwardly as Alvin's eyes darkened, which was impressive considering the room was already poorly lit. A few simple words and this boy dances to my tune, he thought. Alvin had been waiting for this exact moment. It had been 2 years, 2 long years of constant training in medicine. He refused to call them drugs. Any new Pokemon he wanted, Team Rocket provided him with it. He expanded his team a little. They were a bit more aggressive and tended to be hard to maintain. He was brought out of his inner thoughts when he heard a voice in front of him. If you start now, you could breeze through the gym badges and I could give you mine for free. He offered, but it was not for free, as he called it. You just have to something for me. He looked Alvin in the eyes. It should not be difficult for someone like you. He judged Alvin's reaction as he was about to speak his proposal. What is it? Alvin was getting irritated and annoyed. He had an enemy to take care of, after all. Don't be like that. He smiled as he talked. He was enjoying it thoroughly. You don't think you would be able to participate just like that? Alvin was confused for a moment, but Giovanni continued. You are a wanted man, Alvin. You have been charged with Pokemon abuse, Pokemon abandonment and usage of illegal drugs. Fortunately for you, You are too young and don't have the knowledge of science, so they couldn't charge you with experiments, but unfortunately that couldn't save you from Pokemon theft. Alvin frowned. There was no one who should have known he had done all of those things. So the question was, who did it? And that's what I am asking of you. There was one trainer who managed to catch your Charizard, and after several tests, he was diagnosed and reported to have illegal Class S drugs. The highest illegal class. Alvin grunted angrily as he thought about his wayward Pokemon. He always thought that he would return and take both of their revenge against the Dragon-type trainer. But he left after nearly a year, leaving his training behind. Who was that? Giovanni ignored the question and continued with his words, I have created an alternate identity for you. With it you can participate in the league and crush your opponent. What is it you want exactly? He chuckled darkly. Oh yes, I nearly forgot about that. The trainer that captured your Charizard and reported you as Naruto Joy of Sanjam Town, Sinnoh. I want you to crush not only his team but his dream to become a Pokemon master. His face turned grave, but do not make mistake of underestimating him. He managed to capture you first and most powerful Pokemon and tame him. He is training him according to the spies. Though he would not be able to use him in the league. I made sure of that. His voice was laced with smug as he admitted interfering with the decision. He actually owed to meddle in others' life and enjoyed it thoroughly. How do you even manage that? Alvin asked, surprised. He knew Giovanni had his connection, but this was ridiculous. That's not for you to worry about. Just do as I asked. He said and turned back, without waiting for a reply. He LKED out of the room and saw Jay was already there, seemingly waiting for him. You are playing a dangerous game. Don't worry about that, you will have your reward. Ha said as he continued walking, Jay right behind him. It's not just me, you know, she asked rhetorically, we both want our boss out of the way. Yes, then I will become the true boss of Team Rocket, taking it to the height that fool could only dream of. He said passionately, then frowned, I am the true creator of Team Rocket. Jay was surprised to hear the revelation that was coming from him. It was all my idea, but, even though I had sources and contacts, I lacked affluence and money, so I had to use that fool for my plans, but with him out of the picture, now that we are successfully steady on our legs, he chuckled darkly and left that sentence incomplete. It was not needed anyway. Jay realized that Giovanni was truly dangerous person. You do know our deal. As soon as our boss is out of the way, I am leaving this region altogether. And if you want my services, they would come at a price. I remember, dear, I remember. He continued to chuckle darkly as they walked through the dark and shady corridor. Lists of Pokemon Naruto has. 1. Infernape. Species, Flame Pokemon. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. 2. Swampert. Species, Mudfish Pokemon. Type, Water Ground. Gender, Male. 3. Sceptile. Species, Forest Pokemon. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. 4. Greninja. Species, Ninja Pokemon. Type, Water Dark. Gender, Male. 5. Salamence. Species, Dragon Pokemon. Type, Dragon Flying. Gender, Male. 6. Jolteon. Species, Lightning Pokemon. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. 7. Sylveon. Species, Intertwining Pokemon. Type, Fairy. Gender, Female. 8. Pikachu. Species, Electric Mouse Pokemon. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. 9. Pupitar. Species, Hard Shell Pokemon. Type, Rock Ground. Gender, Male. 10. Kirlia. Species, Emotion Pokemon. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, Female. 11. Grotle. Species, Grove Pokemon. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. 12. Charizard. Species, Flame Pokemon. Type, Fire Flying. Gender, Male. 13. Dratini. Species, Dragon Pokemon. Type, Dragon. Gender, Female. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Indigo Plateau Conference of this year. As you all know, trainer from all of the region and even beyond participated and challenged various gym to win badges, just to get the right to compete here. Today is the day marks the beginning of this year's Indigo League. The crowd gave a loud cheer as the announcer continued with his introduction speech. 2 months came and gone in the blink of an eye. Naruto Conti, new to train his Pokemon, and he was surprised by the amount of determination they had showed. They all wanted to learn new things as well as had already mastered the things they knew. Their work ethic, CS, was something to be admired, and he surely did. The good news was that his mother was fine now and had resumed her duties as the nurse the moment she was cleared, saying she was sick of just staying in bed doing nothing. It was not like the blonde would let her do in the state she was in. She was grateful though, that she had such a loving child, but being bored was more than she could handle. He had become a lot more active after she had Naruto to take care of. His hyperactiveness was that infectious. And staying in bed all day was making her restless. Now that she was out of danger and back on her feet, the blonde could dedicate more time in training his Pokemon, which all of them greatly appreciated. He had also caught a new Pokemon, Swablu. The little dual flying and normal type was what Naruto needed. Sure, he had flying type or dual flying type, they were all really bulky and he could not use them when he needed discretion. The little cotton bird Pokemon was what he needed, and sure enough, she showed. Yes, she was female. He had checked with the Pokédex, same work ethics like the rest of his team. Which was another plus point. Not only that, but only after a few weeks of training she had evolved into Altaria. Now he could add one more dual dragon type to his list. What's more, she, with the help of Salamence, had managed to learn Draco Meteor. His older dragon was Happy T. Oh, help the fellow dragon or dragoness in this case. Little Dratini was annoyed though. She was working very hard, but Salamence had refused to teach her the strongest dragon-type move, saying she was Arthur young and needed to mature a little bit more. His Kirlia really helped in understanding his Pokemon. When the little dragon was refused the strongest move in the dragon-type arsenal, she learned a lot of moves from his other Pokemons. Like Pikachu and others. That was where she to shine. She was really versatile with the move set she had. She had learned electric, grass, water and flying type moves. At the near the end of months she had evolved Ipetar. One of his powerhouse has finally evolved into Tyranitar. His work ethic had increased more if that was possible, making him somewhat harder to control. Fortunately, he still listened to what his trainer had to say and not ignored him, like most of the stringer Pokemons tended to do. Naruto was really thankful for that. He had learned few new moves like Ice Fang, Fire Fang, and Thunder Fang, Giga Impact, Ice Beam. He already knew Hyper Beam and many other moves. He was also working on some elementary moves, and that was going on great for him. His already considerable power had increased to a new level with his transformation. Infernape was also working as hard as the rest of the team, learning new moves and mastering others. Over the time his arsenal of moves had increased a lot, making him an ideal Pokemon to go against a variety of opponents. His new move set included Giga Impact, Blast Burn, though it was not as powerful as Charizard's for obvious reasons, and surprisingly enough Fire Pledge. His Swampert was doing good, expanding his knowledge of moves and learning Hydro Cannon, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Water Pledge. He already knew few Ice-type moves and added few Fighting-type to his growing pool of moves. While his speed was something to be desired at land, he was really fast in water. He was also one of the powerhouses of Naruto. His Sceptile was one of the most well-rounded Pokemon he had in his team. He had learned Hyper Beam a long time ago, so he worked on a few Bug-type moves like Fury Cutter and X-Scissor. He had also learned few Fighting-type moves from Infernape and surprisingly enough Dragon-type moves just by watching them being performed by the few of his Dragon types. His fighting spirit was on par with his Salamence and Charizard and continued to improve himself even when his trainer was forced to focus on his younger Pokemon. He even added few Flying-type moves like Area, Ace and Acrobatics, and Psychic-type moves like Agility and even Rest so he could continue fighting, to his already impressive pool of moves. He had not to mention Frenzy Plant and Grass Pledge to add to the move set it was given. Greninja compared to Sceptile knew a lot less moves, but that was okay considering his Grass type was workaholic and his need to learn a lot of moves. But his speed ND power was comparable to Forest Pokemon. He had learned Hydro Cannon and Water Pledge along with Giga Impact, Hyper Beam and few other moves. He was, after Sceptile, Naruto's most well-rounded Pokemon. Salamence was another powerhouse in the Blonde's team. While his forest Pokemon spent more time in increasing his arsenal of moves, he, like the rest of the dragons, spent time improving his already impressive power, speed and agility. It was not to say he didn't learn new moves, just a few of them to surprise someone, but that was about it. He has not only learned and mastered Draco Meteor but had taught to others too. His other moves vary from all of the categories. He knew at least a move or two from every type he could learn, including normal, flying, fire, steel, psychic, water type. Jolteon finally let go of completely working on his speed to increasing his power. He was annoyed when the little Pichu could match him in power and as Pikachu completely surpass him, so he worked on his speed and moveset. Ignoring other things, Naruto had finally managed to convince his to work on his power. He didn't need to work on his moves as he already knew quite few of them. The move he practiced was Signal Beam and Hyper Voice, having already mastered Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. Training Sylveon was proving to be really difficult. He had already worked on her with different kinds of moves in hopes of finding out what she was and was not capable of learning, so she had a good amount of moves in her arsenal. So he could only help with Giga Impact, Hyper Voice and Magic Coat. While training Sylveon was difficult, training Pikachu was proving to be equally easy. He already had a lot of data on the moveset Pikachu were able to learn and had already taught him most of it. Pikachu had low amount of endurance. Naruto focused on defense as he already had impressive amount of power and good speed. He had shown his desire to be fully evolved like the rest of his team, but Naruto was hesitant. He wanted Pikachu to fully mature first before evolving, but that point had already arrived. He had consulted both professors and his mother on the topic and they had agreed on letting Pikachu evolve. He already had enough experience under his belt so it would be okay. After a lot of nagging from most of his Pokémons and agreement of Professor Oak, Professor Rowan and his moth, he had relented and presented the little electric type the Thunder Stone he was saving for just the purpose. The change was great. As soon as he had pressed the little Thunder Stone on the electric type's forehead, he started glowing. His size grew and his form changed. His tail grew a little longer. The Pokémon in front of them was now Raichu. Raichu was a bipedal, rodent-like Pokémon just like Pikachu had been. Raichu was covered in dark orange fur with a cream belly. His arms and feet had patches of brown fur at the end, and the soles of his big feet were tan with a circular orange pad. His bifurcated ears were brown on the outside and yellow on the insides and ends in a distinctive curl. The electric sacs on his cheeks were yellow. He had 2 horizontal brown stripes on his back. His long, thin tail had a lightning bolt-shaped end. He looked really impressive and more aggressive than the docile and fun-loving Pikachu. The newly evolved Raichu roared, "Raichu," and used a powerful thunderbolt on the boulder and crushed it into really small pieces as a showcase of power, after which he gave a smirk, seeing that others were in awe of his power, excluding Tyranitar, Salamence and Charizard. Jolteon looked jealous though. He knew Pikachu had been more powerful than him and now that he had evolved into Pikachu his already great power had increased at least 5 folds. Naruto noticed that but didn't said anything. Internally he promised to work with Jolteon to increase his power until he would be standing beside Raichu in terms of power. Speaking of Raichu though, he had learned Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. Kirlia's already impressive psychic power had increased when she had evolved into Gardevoir, into the last week of their training. The Embrace Pokémon could now teleport him and the others to a very large distance now that her strength was increased several fold. As a Gardevoir she knew a lot of psychic type moves. And now that he had her reclassified as dual fairy type along with psychic type, she had learned a lot of few of fairy type moves too. What was surprising though, that she learned few electric type moves and Destiny Bond and few other ghost and ice type move. His Grotle had evolved too and was now a Torterra. He was more powerful and had greater endurance now, but that also meant he was a lot bigger than before. The blonde had to adjust to TH's slow speed considering all of his other Pokémons were really fast. But that didn't bother. He realized that it was the reason Professor Rowan had given him Turtwig, knowing that he didn't have low Pokémon on his team and needed to learn that aspect of being a trainer too, if wanted to truly become a master. He could have given him any other Pokémon but Naruto was thankful that he got Turtwig. Speaking of Torterra, he had learned Frenzy Plant, Seed Bomb and few other rock and ground type moves. Hyper Beam was a given. Seeing all of his fully evolved Pokémon knew that particular move. Training he had done for almost 2 months had proved to be fruitful as he looked back. But that was before. He was now in the league where the announcer was announcing its start. In his reminiscence he had missed the torch ceremony. But that was no big deal in his opinion. As the groups were being decided his turn to look at the competition. He was already in the number 1 place in Group 1, meaning that his match not missing anything. He closed his eyes and expended his senses. There were fairly normal amount of aura he could sense coming from the trainer, except two. One of them was Lance. He already knew the boy. He was a few years older and was up-and-coming Dragon Master. It was his second time in the Indigo League, and he was favorite to win the league. Naruto didn't doubt though. Lance was an experienced and strong trainer. In his first time he had passed preliminary rounds, being the youngest to reach full 6-on-6 battle, when he was just 10 years old. The blonde knew better than to underestimate him. The second was a mystery though. His aura was as strong as Lance and had a malignant tint to it. His eyes solely were fixed on the Dragon Master, as if he couldn't wait to fight him. He did look familiar, but Naruto could quite place where he had seen him. All he knew was that his name was K and he would need to check the database for more information. What really caught the blonde's attention was the amount of negative thoughts were rolling off of him. He was a dangerous trainer and Naruto knew it without a sliver of doubt. He was brought out of his musing when he heard an announcement. Tomorrow the battle will start, where trainers from each group will fight in a 3-on-3 battle to get to the next round. There was a dramatic pause before the voice continued. The first match will be from the first group between Naruto Joy of the Sanjim Town and Lawrence from the Pewter City. Both are the rookie trainer who have managed to reach the league. The blonde ignored the rest of the babbling and went to rest as the night was upon then. While he was nervous, he was happy that he was fighting a rookie trainer instead of some experienced on his first match. The next day, Trainer Naruto Joy, please report to the front of the confirmation of attendance. That was what he was waiting for whole morning. The time has come for him to face the world. He had hoped his mother or Professor Rowan would be here or even Professor Oak, but they were all too busy with their work. He took a deep breath and released it as he approached the arena. He was in the middle of the stadium, so focus of everyone was on him and his opponent. It was exhilarating and making him nervous all the same. He had never battled in front of these many people. Who was Che? Earing the both of them for a good battle, seeing both of them were rookie and not that famous. Pokemon fans, please grab your seat and be comfortable as the Indigo League is about to begin in few minutes. Before the battle, let me introduce you to the trainers. On the red side is Lawrence of Pewter City. He is a rookie trainer and had received his first Pokemon this year as he started his journey. The crowd cheered him and wished him good luck for the first match of the league. On the blue side is Naruto Joy of the Sanjim Town. For those who don't know where that is, it is in Sinnoh region. This young trainer have come very far to start his journey. He just like Lawrence is a rookie trainer and got his first Pokemon this year. The crowd cheered for him too. So please give both trainer a round of applause as a good luck for their first league match. The crowd was getting wild. What will all that screaming and cheering? The official match between Lawrence of Pewter City and Naruto Joy of Sanjim Town is about to begin. The referee said, this will be a 3-on-3 match and substitution will be allowed on both sides. Do you understand? He asked and continued when he heard yes from the other trainer and saw Naruto nod. The toss will determine who would choose his Pokemon first. After the toss it was decided that Naruto would have to choose his Pokemon first, not that the blonde minded. Sceptile, I choose you, he said, as he called one of his most versatile Pokemon. He also wanted to send the message that even though he was a rookie trainer, he was not one to be underestimated. His opponent looked really surprised to see his Sceptile. He tried to check it on his Pokédex, but all it said was that there was no data available. Let me, Naruto said, as he pulled out his own Pokédex and scanned Sceptile. Sceptile, the forest Pokemon. Its arms are equipped with razor-sharp leaves, and it moves lightly through tree branches in order to attack its enemies. He leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp-edged. This Pokemon is very agile. It leaps all over the branches of trees and jumps on its foe from above or behind. The trainer was surprised to hear that. Hey, how come your Pokédex has information on it and mine don't? He asked. Naruto's sweat dropped at the question. First of all, this is my Pokemon, so of course I would have data on him. And Sceptile is from different region, that is why your Pokédex had no data on him. You need to visit other region and get your Pokédex updated. Naruto explained. But can we continue the match? He asked sharply. Lawrence nodded his head, totally not understanding his tone. This is a grass-type Pokemon, so I am gonna choose a fire type. The blonde's sweat dropped at the declaration. Is he going to announce every Pokemon like that? He thought. Arcanine, I choose you. In front of him was a surprisingly impressive Pokemon. If the blonde was right, the legendary Pokemon had either Flash Fire or Intimidate as its ability. Naruto was leaning in more into the intimidate ability, seeing how it was trying to glare Sceptile. The first battle of the league, begin. Naruto had ordered his Pokemon T.O attack as soon as he hear the begin from the referee. Sceptile quick attack. The forest Pokemon disappeared in an impressive show of speed, but it was not missed by the fire type in front of him. What incredible speed! This Sceptile is really fast, the blonde could hear the commentator saying, but he ignored it in the favor of focusing in the battle. Arcanine Flamethrower. The legendary Pokemon released a torrent of flames at the incoming Pokemon. Unfortunately, the grass type was too fast. Sceptile evade and continue. The forest Pokemon was easily evaded the incoming flames and continued with his charge. Now Sceptile Leaf Blade. Sceptile did a complete 360 as he aimed the blade of leaf at the fire-type Pokemon. The legendary Pokemon cried out in pain as it was struck with the grass-type attack. Get back, Sceptile, he stated, and his grass-type Pokemon returned to his place in front of him. The fire-type got up again, though it looked to be in a lot of pain. Sceptile, let's try out your new move. Use Fury Cutter. The grass-type was once again charged, this time both of his arms glowing pale red color, and he repeatedly hit the fire-type Pokemon. Naruto knew Bug-type move would do little against the fire-type Pokemon, but he didn't wanted to end the match so quickly. But it was quickly getting boring for him. Sceptile Dual Chop. Once again the hands of grass-type Pokemon glowed, this time with green color, and he smashed then onto the fire-type Pokemon. The fire-type was thrown to the other side of the field. In a display of incredible power, Sceptile has knocked out Arcanine, and that is without taking a hit. What is Lawrence going to do next? And was knocked unconscious. Arcanine is unable to battle Sceptile as the winner. Naruto returned the grass type to his Pokemon. He wanted to clean sweep his opponent, but that way, his other Pokemon would not be able to battle, and that would annoy them. And if they are annoyed, that would mean the Y would take out their frustration on him by pranks and all that. Altaria, I choose you, Naruto said as he called out his next Pokemon. And Naruto's next Pokemon is Altaria. How is his opponent going to counter him? The trainer was getting angry and nervous as the time passed. He had not managed to even touch the grass-type Pokemon, and the blonde could call on his Sceptile anytime, and he was no sure he could do anything against such Pokemon. Nonetheless, he had a battle to complete. Second round between Naruto and Lawrence, begin. Electabuzz, I choose you, he said. Second Pokemon. Let's start things off with Thunderbolt. The electric-type Pokemon gave a smirk as he launched a bolt of electricity towards the dual dragon and flying-type Pokemon. Naruto didn't bother to give a calm, and as the humming Pokemon flew away to dodge on her own, the blonde was staring impassively at his opponent. He was trying to gauge him, and truthfully he was not all that impressed. Sure, he had some impressive Pokemon, but that was all. He didn't even knew how to use their moves effectively. The electric Pokemon tried to use Thunderbolt few more times, but every time it was evaded by the dual dragon and flying-type Pokemon. It was frustrating the electric-type Pokemon. His trainer was too nervous to give any clear command. Altaria Dragon Pulse. The humming Pokemon who was evading the series of electric attacks suddenly changed her flying pattern, came in close to the electric Pokemon and fired a Dragon Pulse at very close range. The electric-type Pokemon was struck at a close range, so he was sent flying just like Arcanine before it, but it was still ready to continue. He turned towards his trainer, who looked like he was shaking from all the nervousness, and shook his head in disappointment. Naruto noticed all of that and internally sighed. The trainer in front of him had potential, but his nervousness was his downfall. Well, there was always next time. Altaria finished it with Sky Attack. The dual dragon and flying type flew upwards and gained altitude. She then did a 180 and charged at the electric type Pokemon. Her become surrounded in red flames, and she fled towards Electabuzz. The attack connected, and was powerful enough to knock out the electric type Pokemon in a single hit. Electabuzz is unable to battle. Altaria wins, the referee said as the blonde returned his Pokemon to her Pokeball. Naruto wanted to finish the battle, so he chose his next Pokemon without waiting for his opponent. Raichu, I choose you. In front of him was his second electric-type Pokemon. The not-so-little mouse Pokemon looked ready for battle as he gave a smirk to his opponent, who looked nervous at the prospect of facing such a feral Pokemon. Not that Naruto blamed him. Sometime, he too was nervous while dealing with his electric type. Sandslash, I choose you. The blonde was once again surprised by the choice of the Pokemon. For the first time during the battle, Naruto smiled. This was going to be a tough fight, with Sandslash being the ground type and immune to electric type attack. Raichu reflected his trainer's smile with a smirk, understanding immediately why he was smiling in the first place. Sand/rapid spin, then roll out. Naruto looked unaffected and let the ground-type Pokemon come close, before doing anything. Raichu Iron Tail. The electric Mouse. Pokemon's tail glowed with silver color and he struck it at the mouse Pokemon, deflecting its course. The ground-type Pokemon struck the small boulder which was on the field and got stuck. Raichu finished it with Giga Impact. Raichu's body becomes surrounded by orange energy and it bursts into a purple orb that was surrounded by swirling orange streaks. He then slammed into the opponent. The foe RCE behind the attack was so great that it knocked out the ground-type Pokemon. Sandslash is unable to battle. Raichu is the winner. Because Lawrence's all Pokemon are knocked out and unable to battle, Naruto Joy is the winner. The referee announced. His opponent had already returned the Pokemon to his Pokeball and was walking away. There you have it, folks. Naruto Joy have managed to defeat Lawrence in an amazing display of speed and strength. We wish this young, up-and-coming trainer well for his next battles. The crowd was cheering loudly for him. The blonde waved in thanks to the crow. D and he too walked back to get his Pokemon checked. His Pokemons weren't really injured, but getting checked out take his mind out of things that he really didn't wanted to think about. He was walking about the connected Pokemon Center when he heard a familiar voice calling out for him. Naruto. He was really surprised to see his mother, Professor Rowan, Professor Oak and Delia Ketchum with Ash and Gary there ready to greet him. Mom, Uncle, Professor, Mrs. Ketchum and Ash and Gary, what are you all doing here? The blonde was really surprised to see all them. They had said they were all bus. Why and won't be able to come to see his battle. That had hurt him more than he had realized. Now seeing them all here was really surprising. We came here to see your match, sweetie. He heard her mother say as she hugged him. But you said you were all too busy. Well, we had to surprise you. Came a reply from his uncle. Naruto looked up to see his honorary uncle was there. Congratulations on your first victory, Naruto. Uncle Rowan said as Professor Oak nodded his head in agreement. Yes, it was fine match, Naruto, and I see you have evolved your Pikachu. Yes, brother Naruto, it was a great fight. It was Gary Oak who had said that. After Naruto had spent a whole year in Kanto region, he had become really close to the Oak and Ketchum family. It was one of the reason Delia was here. Why, Naruto, and I even captured pictures of your match. Delia Ketchum said gladly, showing him the camera she had used to capture those pictures. She would probably hand the pictures in her living room. Brother Naruto, can I see your Pokemon? It was Ash Ketchum who had asked that. Naruto was really reluctant to let him meet his Pokemon. The boy loved the Pokemons, that was without the doubt, but he sometimes annoyed them too much. He wasn't sure he should take that chance. Yes, brother Naruto, I want to see them too. Gary said. Naruto took a deep breath and said, thank you, Mrs. Ketchum, and no, Ash. My Pokemon just had a battle, they had to rest. The same goes for you, Gary. All of them nodded discreetly, silently agreeing with him. I have a second match tomorrow. Are you going to watch it? Naruto asked in a hopeful voice. All of the present smiled at him. Of course we are going to watch your match, brother Naruto. Gray said rather loudly. Ash agreeing with him with equally loud voice. Naruto smiled, but that smile turned to frown when he noticed a trainer coming in the center. Naruto could practically feel the contempt and evil rolling off of him. The group was chatting with each OT. Her and Uncle Rowan was the only one to notice it. He approached the boy and asked discreetly, what happened, Naruto? Naruto nodded towards the trainer, and Rowan noticed him too. There is something about him. The blonde started. I could practically feel evil intention coming from him. Rowan frowned. Naruto was not one to say these things lightly. If he was saying that something was wrong with this boy, then he was going to believe him. Leave him to me, Naruto. I will check up on him. The older professor assured him and laid his unease to rest. Naruto nodded and sighed. I have to go check on the competition. Rowan nodded and left the blonde to his own devices. He had another match to fight tomorrow, so had to plan for his next match. And when he managed to win the next battle, he was going to face Jay. And that was for sure. Naruto, after beating Lawrence and resting for the evening, decided to look on whatever data that was available on his next opponent. He checked in his next opponent turned out to be a girl named Rosalie, and unlike Lawrence, she was not a rookie trainer. She had experience of 2 leagues and this was going to be her third. She had long blonde hair, and in her profile picture identification photo she was wearing yellow sundress and matching sandals. The look was completed with a large yellow and light brown hat. Her first registered Pokemon was Bulbasa. And looked like she was fan of grass type even though she uses other type of Pokemons too. So, the Pokemon to look out for is Venusaur, her first and fully evolved Pokemon. Naruto checked what her Pokemons she had and was surprised to see so many of them. She had at least 30. So it was going to be a pain to predict which one in the match. She would most likely to go with a balanced show. Aizen would not hesitate like a rookie trainer. And she would surely not underestimate him. Naruto was sure he could beat her. While he too was a rookie trainer, he was not clueless like most of THM and had actual experience on handling them. She was from Kanto region and had been to Johto and Hoenn region before. So she had a lot of experience from other regions too. I should use Pokemon from Sinnoh. It would at least make things more interesting if nothing else. The rest of the day passed quickly, with Ash and Gary pestering him to see his Pokemons and with his uncle, mom and Mrs. Ketc, whom he considered to be his aunt of sorts, talking about different aspect of being a trainer in Pokemon. Delia Ketchum was surprisingly knowledgeable, and he later learned that she studied under Professor Oak himself and only stopped after she was pregnant with Ash, so she could take care of him. During the nighttime Naruto was feeling quite uneasy about that trainer named K. The amount of negative energy he was putting off was enormous and it was largely directed towards Lance. The blonde figured that the Dragon Master must have defeated him in the past and humiliated him quite a bit. He used to powerful but at the same time boastful and arrogant. It was only after growing up did he left those particular traits behind and matured. But that was not worried the blonde that much, as he had already mentioned. Lance was powerful trainer and could take care of himself. No, what was disturbing was the lack of information he had on K and any Team Rocket member. It was like they had disappeared from the face of the earth. There was no mention of criminal activity in all of Kanto and that was what worrying him the most. It felt like the calm before the storm and he could tell a big one was coming. Both literally and figuratively, he could feel the shift in the natural aura of the region and it was certainly not a good thing. Something big was going to happen, he could say that, but what? That thought was driving him mad. Sometime later exhaustion finally caught up to him and he slept. Next morning he was getting ready for his second match of the league. He did the morning preparations. Some warm up and was ready to finally face the female trainer. All of his cheering company was in front of him wishing him good luck. His mom hugged him at the same time wishing him luck in his next battle. Mrs. Ketchum and really everybody else gave him an encouraging smile. Naruto thanked them all and continued on his way. He was pleasantly surprised when all of them had shown up, and he was going to better than best. Just for that, and that was for sure. He entered through the entrance and immediately saw the reaction of the crowd. It was somewhat overwhelming to him. His first match, as predicted, had captured a lot of attention towards himself. List of his Pokemons was not exactly a secret and it's not like he had too many of them like Rosalie. So if one could carefully choose their Pokemons, they could counter him pretty easily. Well, in theory at least, he had trained all of his team hard and they had counter for almost anything that comes their way. It was not to say that he was invincible, just hard to defeat. If someone manages to outsmart him, it would be troublesome. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, he could hear the loud and sometimes distracting voice of the commentator. The first match of the second round is going to start. Naruto always wondered how they managed to sound so dramatic all the time. On the red corner we have a rookie but talented trainer, Naruto Joy. The boy that comes from Sinnoh has proved he was not to be underestimated as he finished his first opponent easily, without losing even one of himself. The blonde side, that had been a double-edged move on his part. Sure, he was all for not being underestimated and all, but at the same time it painted a target on his back. And he was sure that the trainer in front of him was not going to make the same mistake. On the blue side, we have our own Miss Rosalie. She hails from Celadon City. She is looking to be a master of grass type but has knowledge and experience with a lot of different kinds Pokemons. Even though she was wearing such colorful and cheery dress, her face was far from amused. The blonde had trouble determining what she was feeling. Her face gave nothing, no smile, no frown, no nothing. Her face was stoned and didn't give away anything. Naruto had to say he was impressed with the poker face. Let's not waste any more time and get this battle going. He heard the announcement and then the crowd roared in agreement. Oh, Rosalie gets to go first. Let's see what she is going to start with. Venusaur, be ready for battle, she said. Her voice was oddly cheerful given the expression on her face. Venusaur was a quadruped Pokémon with bumpy, bluish-green skin. It had small, circular red eyes, 2 pointed teeth on its upper jaw, and 4 pointed teeth on its lower jaw. The bud on its back bloomed in a large pink, white-spotted flower. The flower is supported by a thick, brown trunk surrounded by green fronds. A female Venusaur will have a seed in the center of its flower. And it was definitely a female. This was one impressive-looking grass type, the blonde had to admit. He too had someone equally impressive in his team. Infernape, I choose you. The fire-type Pokémon had grown up a lot in all these years, and they both were going to show the world just how much. It was a match that he was going to remember as his first match of the tournament. Not counting Lawrence, as he didn't even posted a challenge. Fire versus grass, this was going to be interesting, as he was sure that she would have something to counter the type disadvantage. Red Trainer, you are to begin the match, said the referee. Naruto wasted no time on going offensive. He wanted to test the kind of defense her Venusaur had against the fire type. It was after all going to be the deciding factor of the battle, giving psychological advantage as well as number advantage to the winner. Infernape, Fire Spin. The fire type took a deep breath and exhaled, with it a great amount of heat, covering the grass type completely. Anyway, the grass type trainer didn't look worried for a second, and the blonde didn't expected her to be. She must have some kind of defense against the fire type, as was expected of her. Venusaur Safeguard. A light green energy field was seen after the flames from the previous attack subsided. The dual grass and poison type was completely safe and unharmed from the attack. Petal Dance. The female Venusaur released a large amount of bright pink petal that came dangerously close to hitting before the flame Pokémon managed to dodge without waiting for the command of his trainer. The blonde was grateful that he had such Pokémon who could decide on their own and not depend on him to make every single decision. Infernape, burn those with Flamethrower. The flame Pokémon was middle of jumping when he heard his trainer and immediately let loose a large amount of flames that consumed every one of the petals, and he finally stopped. Venusaur Vine Whip. The female trainer didn't give him enough time to gather his bearings and was assaulting him with vine whips. Infernape was once again running around and jumping randomly to dodge. Infernape, catch those vines. The flame Pokémon finally stopped and managed to catch the vines, but Rosalie didn't let up. Venusaur Giga Drain. The grass type was draining his power really fast as the flame Pokémon caught those vines. In a desperate attempt to get back in the match, Naruto ordered Infernape. Infernape, Fire Blast. Rosalie was surprised to hear the move, and so was her Pokémon, and didn't manage to get up the defense before the attack hit. Both the grass and fire type were breathing heavily from the effort. He was glad that his Infernape had managed to pull off such powerful move even when he was being drained. Naruto was thinking what to do next. Infernape was part thing close to dual grass and poison type was dangerous. She was able to perfectly counter any long-range move. Then an idea suddenly hit him. Infernape, get in close, Flame Wheel. Infernape surrounded himself in flames and charged Venusaur. Venusaur, catch him with Frenzy Plant. Multiple grass roots came from within the ground and stopped the fire type in his tracks. Fortunately, the fire type had managed to get his hands in front of him and took the full brunt of the attack. Blast Burn. It was not what he had planned. But then again, since when did a plan survive enemy encounter? He had to improvise. The flame Pokémon inhaled a huge amount of air and covered himself in flames. The heat from the flames was so intense that the vines were burned immediately. He jumped a little and punched the ground with full force, sending a column of fire towards the grass type. The pillar of fire was nothing compared to the blast that occurred directly underneath the grass type Pokémon. The female Venusaur cried out in pain. Both the Pokémons were now huffing. They both had taken a lot of damage and were quickly nearing their limit. Infernape more so than Venusaur because of his lesser defense. What he lacked he more than made up in determination though. Naruto didn't dare to use the double-edged move like Flare Blitz or anything in his current condition. They both were recovering from using their strongest moves anyway, so it was out of question. Venusaur Synthesis. The blonde cursed. As the wounds on the grass type started to disappear, he had to do something fast before she managed to completely heal her Pokémon. Infernape, Fire Punch. The fire type ran towards his opponent and smashed her in the face with Fire Punch before she managed to heal all of her wounds. The girl in front of him was frowning. Fellow blonde had managed to stop the move before her Venusaur had healed, and thanks to that, She could not last even a single move now. Both Naruto and Rosalie were surprised when Venusaur started glowing green. She was not going to give up that easily, and the blonde understood that perfectly. Venusaur Magical Leaf. The grass type released several leaves at the fire type Pokemon. Naruto knew that attack could not be dodged, and Infernape was too tired to counter his own move and watched helplessly as the attack connected. Infernape was down. Referee picked up the flag. Infernape is unable to battle. He was stopped mid-sentence as Infernape was covered in humongous amount of flames and slowly got up. He was smirking at the shocked faces of both the girl and her Venusaur and smiling face of his trainer. He refused to give up now. He had come way too far to be defeated so quickly. Venusaur Leaf Storm, Rosalie exclaimed, in a desperation to end the match. The blonde mirrored his Pokemon's smirk and stated, Infernape burn that leaves with overheat. Infernape did just that and a huge explosion followed, when the toe attack powered by Overgrow and Blaze connected. The shock waved for the explosion affected both the Pokemons and trainers, but they shrugged it off. The battle had become a matter of wills now that both the Pokemons were on their last legs. Let's warp this up, Infernape, Flare Blitz. The flame Pokemon happily obliged. He cover Ed himself in flames and charged the grass type. The effect of Overgrow was leaving and she was too tired to move or counter and took the attack head on, and another explosion followed. The grass type was immediately knocked out, and the fire type was suffering from the recoil. Venusaur is unable to battle, so the winner is, the referee was one again interrupted. He looked again and saw the fire type was knocked out too. He sighed. Both the Pokemon are unable to battle, so this match is a draw. Trainers, please bring out your next Pokemon. At the stands where all of the family and friends of Naruto was sitting, were wide-eyed in surprise. Of course they knew he was strong and everything, they didn't know the extent. So it was surprising to see a younger rookie trainer match an experienced one move to move. Naruto has surely grown, commented Professor Rowan, with a slight smile on his face. He was proud of the young trainer, whom he had taught a lot of things. That boy was always this special, replied the aged professor. I have never seen someone with either so much talent, or someone who work as hard as him. Yeah, brother Naruto is the best, yelled Ash. He was excited to see the model figure in his life in live action. He always admired Naruto's ability to get along with and help Pokemons. Yes, brother Naruto is the best trainer, and when I will get my first Pokemon, I am going to challenge him to a battle, he stated. Then he turned towards his eternal rival. I bet I can defeat him before you. He goaded him, and the result was as expected. Both boys started on who was going to defeat Naruto first. Mrs. Ketchum sighed in frustration of the boy's competitive nature but smiled. She was hurriedly clicking picture as fast as she could with her ever-present camera, and had got many good shots of Naruto's Infernape fighting the other girl's Venusaur. The mother of the said boy took all of the compliment to her boy in stride and smiled. She was happy that her boy had such great friends and family. He had that strange ability to make friends with anybody. She just wished he would have friends of his own age, but that would come in time. For now, she was content in watching her son's battle and cheering him as much as she could. Back to the battlefield. This time, it was Naruto's turn to choose his Pokemon first, seeing as Rosalie had done it before. He thought it was only fair that he would be the one to choose next. Naruto was staring intently at the girl in front of him. The surprised expression from before had melted off, once again her face taking a stoic appearance. She was waiting for him to make his move. He contemplated for a second but decided to go with the lineup he had already planned. He pulled out a Pokeball he had already returned. Infernape, after thanking him for such a great match, he smiled slightly as he threw the ball and came out his second Pokemon for the battle. Gardevoir ready for battle, he said as the red light formed into his faithful and loyal friend. She had changed a lot since she had evolved. She used to be such a shy little girl, when she was just a little Ralts. She used to be nervous and her confidence was not very high. Naruto's faith never even once wavered in her and even protected her with his own body when she was in danger. Such a thing was heart-touching. She had accepted her faith and given up, but her trainer refused to. She drew her power from her trainer's faith and evolved into Kirlia. When she evolved, she was more confident. As a result, her growth was tremendous, which only increased several fold when she evolved into Gardevoir. She was very grateful of her trainer. He believed in her when even she refused to believe in herself, but that was thing of the past. This is now, she was in a battle. which she was going to win, for her trainer. In Naruto's second Pokemon is impressive-looking Gardevoir. Let's see what if this new trainer has in stores what is needed to win the match. He heard the commentator but paid him no mind. He was totally focused on this match. He looked to see the trainer was clearly thinking on who she should choose to face a psychic type. Well, dual psychic, fairy type. But you know what I mean. Most of her arsenal was grass type as she was looking forward to become a master of grass types. Not so say she didn't know how to counter such a Pokemon. Roselia, I choose you, she said. Roselia was a small, light green bipedal Pokemon. It had 3 thorns on top of its head, and it had black eyes with long eyelashes. Visible from the back is a small stretch of yellow coloration around its neck, much like a collar. It was one healthy looking and exuded certain type of confidence and power, as expected from a trainer who was pursuing mastery over grass types. She has trained that Pokemon well. The blondertainly refreshing to see such a graceful Pokemon. You can have the first move, Naruto said to the female trainer. He was speaking for the first time to her since the match started. She just shrugged, sure, why not? Her voice was sweet and soft, and her Pokemon immediately straightened up and got ready for battle. Roselia, start things off with Poison Sting. The dual grass and poison type didn't have any indication that it heard its trainer's command, instead, took a gulp of air and released purple-colored darts of poison aimed at its opponent. Naruto didn't even look a bit concerned and stated, Gardevoir double team. The Embrace Pokemon created her body double, through which the poison darts passed off immediately. The female trainer didn't let up. She didn't wanted to give her fellow blonde a chance to retaliate and find a counter. Roselia, stun. Spore. The thorn Pokemon released yellow power-like substance quickly covering the entire ground and rapidly approaching the Embrace Pokemon. Gardevoir teleport. The dual psychic and fairy type disappeared from the battleground. The little thorn Pokemon was frantically searching for her when she reappeared directly behind it, and before Rosalie could do anything he commanded, hypnosis. Gardevoir's eyes glowed light blue as in the same glow appeared in her opponent's eyes as the move took effect. Few moments later it was soundly sleeping. Naruto heard the cries from its trainer who was urging it to get up and was about to substitute, but Naruto beat her to it. Gardevoir Dream Eater. The Embrace Pokemon created a shadow-like version of herself, which was light green, as her eyes glowed red and it instantly latched onto Roselia. The thorn Pokemon was knocked out seconds later. Rosalie was watching wide-eyed. It was the first change in her expression in the entire match. And why shouldn't she? After all, her fellow blonde had made a short work on her Roselia. Roselia is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. The referee announced as the crowd cheered. Back to the stands. As all the crowd present were cheering loudly, his 2 biggest fans, Ash and Gary, were the loudest of them all. Their idol had defeated that Pokemon so quickly and was in the lead. Even both Professor and Mothers were surprised at the quick but decisive match. In the battlefield, Rosalie contemplated her options. Their first match had been a draw. While she was impressed, she chalked it up to the beginner's luck, but now that he had defeated her soundly in the next round, she had to take this seriously. Otherwise lose in the battle. Oh, she was not going to lose this battle. This was going to be the last battle and Naruto was currently in lead with him defeating her Roselia so soundly. This was not going as she had thought. She was hesitating though, not that Naruto blamed her. She was pushed back in that match with hardly an effort. Politoed, I choose you, she stated. It was her last move, a bluff really. She had counted on Naruto have a team with more than one fire type, seeing she was aiming to become a master of grass type, but the other blonde had pulled different strategy altogether and called a psychic type. As far as she knew, she gambled on the fact that Naruto must have another fire type on his team. Politoed was a green, bipedal, frog-like Pokemon with yellow hands, belly, throat, and toes. It had a long, curled hair on top of its head and pink cheek spots. There was a green swirl on its belly. Naruto picked and pulled another Pokeball. He had already decided to go along with his current lineup without changing it. So the next choice was Torterra, I choose you, he stated as the said Pokemon came out of his Pokeball and landed on the ground with a large boom, which sent little shock wave around the battleground. Testament to his weight, the blonde-haired girl was surprised. It showed on her face, to which Naruto gave a smirk. She had not expected Naruto to have a grass type on his team to go against a self-proclaimed master of grass type. She frowned. It was like Naruto was mocking her. The third and final battle, begin. The referee announced. No sooner that the words had left his mouth, Naruto was already on the offensive. He was tired of waiting and wanted to finish the match fast. Torterra, start things off with Razor Leaf. He commanded as the razor-like leaf was released in the large amount from the continent Pokemon. Rosalie was surprised with the amount of power behind such a basic move. Politoed Ice Beam. Because the attack was so fast that the small toad-like had no chance of dodging, the female trainer decided to cancel the move with an attack of her own. The frog Pokemon launched a WH-ITE-colored beam that continued on its path before colliding with the incoming attack. Even with the type disadvantage, the Razor Leaf pushed the Ice-type attack back before both of them exploded. And though Rosalie had expected a large amount of raw power from the Grass type, it was just plain ridiculous. What the heck was this boy feeding his Pokemon? Torterra Frenzy Plant. Torterra's body became outlined in green and it slammed its front two legs into the ground. Giant roots with spikes on them came out of the ground and strike his opponent. The poor frog Pokemon was busy dodging all roots, but the number was too great for him. Many branches stuck it with great force and it was immediately knocked out. Politoed is unable to battle. Torterra wins, and since Rosalie has no more Pokemon, the match goes to Naruto. The referee announced as the crowd cheered. Naruto returned the continent Pokemon to his Pokeball and thanked him for his help. He smiled warmly at his opponent, then left the battlefield. He was going to the Pokemon Canter to get his Pokemon checked up, but the commotion there gained his attention. His mother and two Pokemon professors were already there, grim look on their faces. What happened? He asked. All of them looked at him with concern in their eyes. But it was Professor Rowan who answered. Your opponent for the next match had been decided. He didn't look happy about that. Not by a long shot. It is the same trainer, who seriously injured his opponent's Pokemon and crushed his spirits. Naruto gave all of them a look of determination and confidence. Don't worry, I am going to defeat him, he declared. Confident, are we? A sudden voice drew attention to itself. Standing few feet away from them was the said trainer. Speak of the devil. Yes, I am. It was a simple reply. K gave a cruel smirk. It was the only thing visible because of a large hood covering almost entirety of his face. We shall test that spirit of yours in the battlefield tomorrow. With that he left. Naruto watched his back as he left the Pokemon Center. The blonde could still feel strong negative emotion coming from him. One thing was for sure, it was not going to be an easy battle. Thanks for watching. For a day or TW.